Yeah, big. Yo, ahead of my time, y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
In the night I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
How could you be so cold as the winter wind when it breeze, yo? Just remember that you talking to me, though. You need to watch the way you talking to me, yo. I mean, after all the things that we've been through, I mean, after all the things we got into. Hey, yo, I know some things that you ain't told me. Hey, yo, I did some things, but that's the old me. And now you wanna get me back and you gon' show me. So you walk around like you don't know me. You got a new friend, well, I got homies. But in the end, it's still so lonely.
In the night I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
How could you be so Dr. Evil? You're bringing out a side of me that I don't know. I decided we weren't gonna speak, so why we up 3 a.m. on the phone? Why do she be so mad at me for? Homie, I don't know, she's hot and cold. I won't stop, won't mess my groove up, cause I already know how this thing go. You run and tell your friends that you're leaving me. They say that they don't see what you see in me. You wait a couple months, then you gon' see. You'll never find nobody better than me.
In the night I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless? Talking, 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 talk. Baby, let's just knock it off. They don't know what we've been through. They don't know about me and you. So I got something new to see. And you just gon' keep hating me. And we just gon' be enemies. I know you can't believe I could just leave it wrong. And you can't make it right. I'm gon' take off tonight into the night. I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
Yeah. I'm in the Masoni room at the Bibelos. The boat was rocking too much on some Aaliyah shit. For real. We going from the Vava to Sync on Sync, then back to the Vava. If you know, you know, baby. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Hey. Look. Long way from set to mezzo. Me Tommaso and Ernesto. Short rigatoni with the pesto. These verses are my manifesto. Hallways got an echo. Me and Smigs on a loose in the city. You know how the rest go. Casual sex, I'm like fuck a dress code. The first martini is an espresso. Chill shot glasses with Prosecco. Niggas so ignorant in our hood. They be like, why the fuck you making techno? I'm worldwide and this is just another cargo jet flow. I had to let go. Life insurance policies, you niggas bout to need the gecko. I got some meaner threats though. Me, Spider-Man, and Leonardo. I'm back tomorrow. I had to chop it to a wedding out in Monaco or Monte Carlo. I'm losing track of where we all go. I wouldn't trade my life for none of y'all's. It's an embargo. 59 bags on a 767. This is heavy cargo. Yeah. 59 bags on. Hey. Swedish jail cell smelling like some carby must. For your birthday, your boyfriend got a party bus. Bottle signs, club lines, should've come with us. We left that shit in 09 when we was coming up. I mean, these just my suggestions, of course. I'm right here fresh off divorce, and I'm trying to look in her eyes, maybe express my remorse. If she wanna rebound with me, I'm down to go get her some boards. I'm here for the moral support. Whipping the vest ball for 6 tequilas. Big Benjamins like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Drake, you got it. Robert Kraft sent the jet for us. That shit was patriotic. You would think we live in Baltimore, the way they raving about the latest product. Teaching niggas how to mind their business, and my latest stuff might be the only teacher that gets paid enough. That's why I'm in Hyde Park buying like half a hairs. You niggas are too concerned with making sure your outfits gon' match in pairs. If we don't like you, you paying tax and tariffs. Come to the 6 and I'm like the acting sheriff. Deputy, first got to America, niggas wouldn't check for me. No chance the kid'll make it here like vasectomy. They underestimated my trajectory, but now they gotta pay that shit direct to me. I sent a label bills, 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 like the other 2 women standing next to B. That shit was just... Independent women is loving a new appearance. Matter of time before I go netter be like a Pierce. Like, honey, you gotta know that I never wore Micah Mirrors or never hopped in the years. I got my head in the clouds, I'm serious. The lyrics begin to reveal themselves over time periods. Promise you'll get that shit when the sky clears. This shit designed for divine ears. My favorite 2 words from you white boys is sign here. And then comes the sound of glass clinking from a wine cheers. Swear I'm pocket checking y'all for 5 years, and then we bout to kick this shit in high gear. 8 carats like vegetarians, nigga, the earrings are droopy. Contract Lord of the Rings, thick as a script for the movie. Shout out TV Gucci, my cousin is spooky. I swear you don't even mean what y'all say, like y'all dubbing a movie. Sidebar, Serena, your husband a groupie. He claim we don't got a problem, but no boo it is like you coming for sushi. We might pop up on him at will like Suzuki, Kawasaki, sushi, sake. The money grow on trees like shiitake. They try to get spicy with me, so I wonder how they gon' stop me. I'm really on a roll like Hamachi. The fuck would y'all really do without me? For your birthday, your man got a table at Hibachi. Last time I ate there, Wayne was doing numbers off the cup like Yahtzee, and Paris Hilton was steady ducking the paparazzi. Quavo might have sent me a song that he called Versace. I really can't remember it properly. All I know is that God got me. I'm sitting on large property. Treat me like a newborn Lucian, not dropping me. I'm going Pink Floyd, you niggas cannot rock with me. She could be giving me head and somehow you not topping me. Niggas see the 6 guy pass, they high-fiving me. Need to be high 6 of me. Swear niggas high-key sick of me. They wifey on my head cause I vibe differently. Feel like an Amber Alert, the way that I could take her to the mall and she find Tiffany. I'm like a cup holder, the way that these dimes stick to me. They should have been in the fountain based on what y'all wishing me. I'm saying, yeah, $1 million spot. Ask the motherfuckers I see them be played. middle of the ocean. Just like that. All dark, fresh green water. Man, that thing. With about 100 hoes. We up and we living like that, boy. Fresh fly, flesh like, you understand me? Like, real G shit. You know, a neighborhood superstar. It's bigger than anything. You know, start from the bottom, then we come to the top. Get to the top and we stay up there. You hear me? We look down and we'll be down, but we staying up. And we rise up and we stay on the, you hear me? Big water, big water, ocean. On that type of time. You understand me? Rich nigga, rich life. You understand me? Come from the bottom, but we come from the bottom. But we understand the bottom because we come from it and we live it. You understand? Go to our grave about this here, boy. Yeah.
We should control the politics and the politicians in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When he speak, it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. Soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch black power unload. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Break city born, where conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been ons. In the summit keeps it 100 just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised but written in rhymes. Logic and reason, breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason, breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo.
Aight. Peace and black power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. Nah, I mean, with another midweek madness. Was really hood out there, family. Nah, I mean, let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody can hear me clear and I'm good and I'm straight and we can get into this. Before I do, let's see. Let me get some shout outs real quick. Let me see. Shout out to Lou. What's good? How you? Let's see. What's up with Thurman? What's going on? DC, what's up? Cynical One, what's good with you, sis? Sweet D, what's going on, sis? Marcel, what's hood with you? Stephanie, what's going on, sis? Brazilian, what's going on? Let's see. Q Hefner, what's hood with you? Old Student, what's going on? Aaron, what's good with you, son? Shatira, what's good, sis? See, Infinity Link, what's going on? Aries, what's good, sis? Brother Rob, what it do? Let's see, who else up in here? Who else? New Kim, what's going on? Mulatto, what up? Whatever. Mike, what's going on? Who else came up in here? Who else came up in here? Regular Joe, you already know. Aisha Bass was good. Producer Hack was going on. See, J Cal was hood with you. Dre was going on. Who else? Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. Pure, what's going on? Shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening and slide through. If I missed you, my bad. Lord Bell was good. Peace, family. What's going on? Family. Let me tell you, the last thing I was expecting from this motherfucking Super Bowl was a whole slew of backlash coming from the fucking halftime and shit. This might be the first time in about 20 years. Damn, it's been about 20 years since the last time I can remember the halftime show getting more attention than the actual motherfucking game. Last time this shit happened was when motherfucking we had all kinds of wardrobe malfunctions and everything else going on fucking stage. Y'all remember that shit? That was the last time a halftime show took over the whole weekend. We had all types of wardrobe malfunctions and shit like that going the fuck on. That's what it took to outshine the fucking game and shit. We ain't even have no wardrobe malfunctions going on in this Super Bowl, and motherfuckers have lost their goddamn mind over this motherfucking Super Bowl. Let me tell you, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. But anyways, I digress. Before we get into all the backlash from the Super Bowl, and yeah, there's some silly ass backlash going on. Some of it, we gonna peel back the onion on some of this, right? Before I do, let me just give y'all a quick update on some of the news that dropped today. You know, that's my job. I got to keep y'all updated on some shit, because people don't be paying attention. So it's my job to kind of keep y'all informed on some of this shit. But something went down today, or at least now, word is going around town today, right? Something pretty major, right? Now this is pretty major, right? Because this is kind of gearing up towards what I told you motherfuckers to get ready for. I kind of prepared y'all for this before the election, and after the election, I kind of told y'all to gear up, a little bit quicker, because it looked like it's going to happen quicker than it was going to happen, because this was going to happen. Oh, this was going to happen regardless of who won the election. But now that Trump won the election, this is kind of getting sped up quicker. Like he got his foot on the gas, whereas if Kamala won the goddamn election, she would have still got there, but she'd have got there on cruise control. Trump like, fuck that cruise control shit. Give me the fucking wheel. I'm taking over. Pedal to the fucking metal, right? That motherfucker like foot to the floor. He gassing up. So we about to get ready to get into some of this, and real quick, and then we can get into some of the Super Bowl drama, or at least the Super Bowl halftime drama, I should say. So let's get into this.
An exclusive report in the Wall Street Journal today indicates that Israel is in fact planning to strike Iran's nuclear sites, which would be catastrophic for the Middle East and potentially for the United States. Now, this would, of course, lead to a massive escalation of war in the Middle East. And here's what we know about this so far. So US intelligence basically had already concluded in the final days of the Biden administration that Israel was planning to strike Iran's nuclear sites. Now, they perceive Iran as significantly weakened as a result of the ongoing war on Gaza, the war that also spread to Lebanon briefly. And so because of the weakness of Hezbollah, because of Bashar al-Assad essentially being ousted from power in Syria, all of these, allies to Iran have been weakened. All of these proxy groups, they've been weakened. So the idea that Israel has right now is, if we're going to strike, now is the time to do it. But they might be underestimating the military capabilities that Iran has, because they might be mistaking, Iran's unwillingness to really fully retaliate against Israel for everything that's happened in this war as weakness. But we don't really know whether or not Iran is really weakened to the point where Israel could just easily strike their nuclear sites and face no blowback whatsoever, or little blowback from Iran. So we're going to get to the details on that in just a minute. But the intelligence analysis concluded Israel would push the Trump administration to back the strikes, viewing him as more likely to join an attack than now former President Joe Biden.
See what I mean? Told you. This guy told you. Now that Trump's in office, this thing is going to get sped up. Because it was going to happen. But now it's getting sped up. Right? And they ready to turn up now. Right? Because Netanyahu, that motherfucker been ready to turn up. He been ready to turn up. I remember when he came right here in this country chastising and scolding the government on supplying him with more fucking missiles and everything else, demanding more missiles, punking motherfuckers, and motherfucking the Republicans was all standing up in applause, right? Standing ovation coming from the fucking Republicans, right? So I already knew what it was if the Republicans won, right? Like this shit is gonna get sped up like a motherfucker. Sure enough, here we go, right? So again, this ain't surprising. Let's continue.
Now, Joe Biden was terrible on the issue of Israel. We didn't give him much credit because he didn't deserve much credit. One area where he appeared to pump the brakes, at least a little bit, was this notion that Israel should do strikes in Iran, specifically when it comes to their nuclear sites. Donald Trump, though, in the lead up to the presidential election, made it clear that he felt totally comfortable with Israel striking the nuclear sites within Iran, but he has kind of changed his tone a little bit. Now, back in November, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz argued that Iran is more exposed than ever to take strikes on its nuclear facilities. We have the opportunity to achieve our most important goal, to thwart and eliminate the existential threat to the state of Israel. So US intelligence then went on to produce a subsequent report in the early days of Trump's second term. I know we're still in the early days, but in the very start of Trump's term, they had produced a second intelligence report in regard to the possibility of Israel carrying out these strikes. And so what they found, US military support and munitions would likely be needed for an Israeli attack on Iran's heavily fortified nuclear sites, given their complexity, US military officials say. So let's pause there for a second. If Israel carries this out, understand this wouldn't simply be a war between Israel and Iran. This would be a war that would require Americans there in the region, boots on the ground. They would need American military support. Okay, this is based on what US military.
Yeah. Duh. Yeah. That's what I've been trying to warn everybody about. WW3. It's about to go down. Motherfuckers think I'm playing. Motherfuckers thought I was playing 3 years ago when I called this shit. I thought we'd have been here already. But that's because Biden was in office. If Trump was in office, this would have already been popped off. But now it's about to, as you see. Like, Trump ain't playing no games. Trump ready to motherfucker start swinging. He putting tariffs on every motherfucker. That motherfucker put 25% tariffs on everybody the other day. Like, not just Mexico, not just Central America, not just Canada. No, he hit up China, motherfucker, the UK. You motherfuckers ain't safe either. He hit you motherfuckers up too. He bombing all you motherfuckers. 25% tariffs. Everywhere. All the way around the board. He ain't playing. Right? Like, he want war, dog. He want money. Money. And war brings profit. Anyways, I digress. Let's continue.
Military officials are saying. And of course, it would require weapons that we, American taxpayers, would be paying for, which would really put a damper on Donald Trump's goals of cutting spending. Because that's what we keep hearing about, right? They want to cut spending in order to justify the tax cuts that he wants to extend and the additional tax cuts he wants to add, which would lower the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%. Republicans claim they're worried about the national debt. It costs over $1 trillion a year to service our national debt. So I too am actually a little bit concerned about where we stand with national debt. So this idea that we should continue aiding and abetting whatever Israel wants to do in the Middle East with our military and our taxpayer dollars is ludicrous. And really at this point, I mean, Israel is saying, oh, we've totally weakened Iran. We've totally weakened Iran. Hezbollah, we've wiped out their leaders. Hamas, we've wiped out their leaders. Even some of Iran's military capabilities, Israel claims, they've managed to weaken. Okay, excellent. So why escalate this into a hot war with Iran by targeting and striking their nuclear sites? And I want to note, by the way, that Iran had stopped enriching uranium, which could be used for a nuclear weapon, when they were part of the Iran nuclear deal, the deal that President Barack Obama had negotiated. There were checks to ensure that Iran was following through with their part of the deal. And then Donald Trump came in because his daddy, Benjamin Netanyahu, said he didn't like that deal, just ripped it up. And look, Donald Trump loves the idea of reversing anything a Democratic president accomplished or did, whether it be an executive order or in the case of the Iran nuclear deal, it was a deal that former President Barack Obama had negotiated with some of our Western allies. It wasn't just between the United States and Iran. There were European countries involved, and they were also involved in the oversight to ensure that Iran was not developing nuclear weapons. When Trump ripped that up, that allowed for Iran to begin enriching uranium again. Now they claim up and down, they always swear that they are not developing a nuclear weapon, but US intelligence isn't buying it. I think US intelligence has gotten things wrong in the past as well. So I wouldn't just take what US intelligence says at face value. But I don't doubt that Israel is considering striking Iran's nuclear sites because they've been talking about this incessantly. It's not like they've been trying to hide it. The only thing really standing in their way, in their minds, was the possibility of the US president not being on board. But they believe that Donald Trump would be on board for this. And as I said earlier, there was some indication that Trump would give them the green light to do it, but now he's changing his tune a little bit. So let's talk about that. So during the presidential transition, some members of Trump's team considered the viability of Israel launching preventative strikes. That sounds like preemptive war to me, just like what we did in Iraq. Preventative strikes on Iranian nuclear sites, including having US forces join Israeli aircraft in a bombing campaign. But now Trump has allegedly changed his tune, and he claims that he would actually like to negotiate a new nuclear deal with Iran. And by the way, if he's being honest about that, it should be encouraged. Okay, if he wants the cookies, if he wants us to validate him and tell him that his Iran nuclear deal is bigger and better than Obama's, great. Anything to prevent a hot war with Iran. So he had actually posted this on Truth Social over the last week. He said that reports that the United States, working in conjunction with Israel, is going to blow Iran into smithereens are greatly exaggerated. And I hope that's true. I hope that is greatly exaggerated, because we heard from Donald Trump's own mouth that he was totally comfortable with Israel carrying out these strikes. But now he wants to make a deal. So Iran, luckily, would also like to negotiate a new nuclear deal. So its foreign minister was quoted as saying the following on Iran state media: if the main obstacle for the US is Iran pursuing nuclear weapons, then that can be resolved. Iran's stance on nuclear weapons is clear. Now, while Iran has amassed a large stockpile of enriched uranium, which could theoretically be used to build a nuclear bomb, they swear they're not developing the weapons. US intelligence last December, though, concluded that the risk of them doing so is heightened, that they've developed so much of this enriched uranium that if they wanted to carry out the development of a nuclear weapon, they would have the ability to do so. So that has made US intelligence incredibly uneasy. And look, understand what a nuclear weapon does. Obviously, nuclear weapons, incredibly dangerous. The idea of countries who are considered nuclear countries disarming themselves from these nuclear weapons would be better, but that's not gonna happen. So when you look at what has transpired with this war against Ukraine, with Russia's invasion into Ukraine, a lot of the decisions that get made in regard to US foreign policy have to do with the fact that we're dealing with a nuclear power. So Israel's a nuclear power. No one complains about that ever, but understand that being a nuclear power also serves as a deterrent. Other countries are less likely to attack you knowing that you are a nuclear power. So Iran having a nuclear weapon could potentially serve as a deterrent to Israel's power in that region. I think that's what Israel's most concerned about, because it is true that right now, Iran is not posing much of a threat to Israel. Israel has wiped out all the leaders in the Iranian proxy groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. And in regard to Iran's retaliation against Israel for doing strikes on Iranian territory already, I mean, you can just see that they are holding back. They are resisting the urge to engage in a full-blown war. Why are they doing that? I don't think it's from the kindness of their own hearts. I think they understand that Israel is aligned with the United States, which is the greatest military power in the world. So our relationship with Israel is a deterrent when it comes to aggression from Iran. And really, there is no deterrent when it comes to provocative moves or the possibility of engaging in a hot war that starts with Israel carrying out strikes. So look, we don't know what's gonna happen here. This, Wall Street Journal exclusive really has me concerned, because what I have noticed with Donald Trump is while he might to some extent have this instinct to negotiate, to enter peace agreements, seems like he's making some headway with Russia, for instance. He's also very easily swayed by money and by the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, earlier this week, Donald Trump talked about torpedoing the ceasefire deal because some of the Israeli hostages who were returned by Hamas looked emaciated. And his argument was, oh my God, they look terrible. This is terrible. I can't believe they look like they've been starved. Yeah, buddy, they've been starved, just like all the Palestinians who didn't have access to humanitarian aid because the Israelis were blocking the humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip. Do you think it's only gonna impact the Palestinians, or could it be that kind of blockade is gonna have a negative impact on the Israeli hostages being held captive in Gaza as well? And of course, Donald Trump was paid handsomely by the likes of Miriam Adelson to do the bidding of Israel's government and whatever they want. And so I don't feel at all comfortable that Trump is gonna do the right thing in preventing a hot war with Iran. So brace for impact. We'll see how this story develops, but right now it is not looking good. There is that tiny silver lining of Trump saying that he wants to do a new nuclear deal. I hope he does. But make no mistake, Israel's not interested in a nuclear deal. Israel, and Netanyahu in particular, is the main reason why Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal to begin with. So we're gonna see what kind of leadership we can expect from Donald Trump when it comes to a very specific type of foreign policy pertaining to Israel and what the Israeli government wants.
All right, so there you go, family. There you go. That was the latest in geopolitics that's going on right now. Something that everybody should be paying attention to, because again, Donald Trump is talking about putting troops on the ground in support of Israel, which puts us directly involved with this war. I mean, it's very obvious we already chosen sides as a country. And, you know, they play this little, you know, we really ain't playing sides. You know, we kind of on the fence and we just want peace in the Middle East. Bullshit, right? We totally on Israel's side as a country. And this is going to cause, excuse me, this is going to cause people to code up, right? People going to start choosing sides. People going to start picking teams, right? This is how WW start, right? The WW start because motherfuckers start choosing sides in certain conflicts, right? This is how each WW has started in previous years, right? If you understand history, and especially if you understand American history and how Americans have gotten involved in all these WWs, when all these WWs didn't start or partook, all was fought over here in America. It was all fought overseas. But yet America was part of every one of these WWs. Well, that's because motherfuckers was choosing sides. And that's what you see going on right now. That's what's going to kind of intensify once American troops hit the ground. And then it's going to be ball game, right? But anyways, I digress. I can beat y'all to death with this. I've been talking about this for years. And here we are. And we as close as ever to this stuff happening. So we'll see. All right. Now, let's get to the title, right? We got plenty of time to talk about that stuff. That stuff ain't going nowhere. It will get worse, I promise you, before it gets better. That's just my prediction. But anyways, let's get into the title, right? Let's get into the title of the show and some of the, oh man, let me tell you, man, like I was saying in the opening, like, this is amazing how this how this halftime show has taken on a life of itself. And kind of like, I don't know, it's becoming like, I don't know, like becoming immortalized, so to speak, right? And it's shocking because, again, I didn't think it was the best halftime show in the world. I mean, this shit didn't hit my top 5 personally, right? Wasn't my top 5 halftime shows of all time. You know, it was all right. You know, it was pretty mid. You know, like my position is it wasn't horrible, wasn't the worst halftime like some people are claiming, but it also wasn't the best halftime like I hear some people claiming, right? Like I'm right in the middle. It was kind of mid, you know, it was all right. It had moments, you know, and then other moments I thought was kind of dry. And then, and to be honest with you, I thought it was all a big jumbled up fucking mess. If I'm just keeping it a fucking stack, right? If I'm keeping it a stack, I thought this whole halftime shit was a big jumbled up mess. It was really like, I'm not a big fan of symbolism, especially symbolism within a live performance. Right? I feel like if you're doing a live performance, that's not the time and place for fucking symbolism. Right? You're live and you're on stage. If you have a message that you want to put out there, you got a live microphone. Say what the fuck it is you gotta motherfucking say. Why do I gotta have all this imagery all over the place and all these secret hidden messages here and there, and you know I gotta decipher shit, and why the fuck do I gotta hear all the pseudos philosophizing for a whole week about a goddamn halftime show when you had a whole microphone and could have just said what the fuck it was you was trying to say, right? Like, having these little secret images and all this other shit that need to be decoded and deciphered and all this other shit. Like, save that shit for the music videos, right? In a music video, I get it, right? It's a music video, right? You know, like, you know, you want to put some imagery up in there, have a little secret hidden message in the music video. Okay, I get it. Okay, I can get down with that. All right, whatever. You know, that's fine. You know, if you got a hidden message in the music video, that's fine. Live performance, though. Live performance, man, you got a whole microphone, dog. Say what the fuck it is you gotta fucking say. If you want to sit up here and talk about the 40 acres of the mule and that's a reference to reparations, motherfucker, just get up there and say you support reparations and motherfucking start, you know what I mean? Take 2 minutes off in the middle of the show to give a motherfucking speech and then get back to the fucking music. If that's what you wanted to do. Right? If you wanted to actually get the message out there, do that. Like, I don't want to have to sit up here and do all this motherfucking, I guys hear white people all on TikTok trying to break this shit down and decode shit, lying and shit. I heard some white motherfuckers, right, trying to decode this halftime show. And this shit's hilarious. Listen to them trying to decipher and decode this shit, right? I'm listening to them trying to decode this shit, and these motherfuckers up here just lying. Talking about something, yeah. And Kendrick had the whole crowd saying A minor, and when they were saying A minor, the dancers went and formed the words minor in the middle of the motherfucking show. And I'm sitting there like, wait, what? The fuck? Shit, I missed that. Let me go back and look. I missed that part. Wait, the dancers formed the words minor? Let me go look. Man, I went to go look. I said, man, why the fuck am I listening to these goddamn pseudos on motherfucking TikTok and shit? I'm up here listening to pseudo-ass Becky's up here talking about they formed the word. I went and look. They ain't formed shit. Ain't there motherfucking word minor was up in that motherfucking dances motherfucking formation. Ain't nobody choreographed that shit. Nothing. And I'm like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all motherfuckers got me looking for shit that ain't fucking there. Talking about some, yeah, see, if y'all knew anything about video games, y'all would know that the joystick is a symbol for the government. And then you had the X button, and you notice that it's 3 buttons lit up, but one of the buttons is not lit up. And that button is the square. And if you understood how Kendrick think, you would know that he don't really get down with squares, you know. So that he thinks Drake is a square. That's why the square on the joystick wasn't lit up, because it was a slight to Drake, right? And then if y'all understood the metaphysics of the flag, then you will understand why there was no stars in the flag when the dancers was formulating the banner minus the stars, because it was a slight to the national anthem, because they know that the national anthem is racist, and they was trying to let the white man know that they not standing for this shit, because they on they Colin Kaepernick shit, because the NFL and the Super Bowl. So that actually was a homage to Colin Kaepernick. But see, y'all don't know nothing, because all that shit went over y'all head, right? I'm like, man, if y'all don't get the fuck out of here with this dumb shit, man, y'all pseudos, with y'all deciphering of this motherfucking halftime show. Listen, it was a goddamn motherfucking rapper on the fucking stage performing songs. Don't why are y'all spooking this shit the fuck out? Why are y'all spooking out the goddamn halftime show? What are we doing right here? What are we doing? And see, this is why I don't do symbolisms. Because now this shit is all subjective. You got this abstract ass motherfucking halftime, motherfucking gimmicks all over the fucking place. Everybody trying to, if you understood the metaphor, if you understood what Uncle Sam actually means, then you would understand how he represented the white man in the country and how they felt about the black community. And it was like, man, stop. I blame Kendrick. What are you doing? If you want to say something, god damn it, just say it. Stop all this hidden secret decoded messaging and shit, man. That's that pseudo shit. Just say what the fuck you gotta say, dog. Like, why we gotta be sitting up? Why motherfuckers gotta be sitting up here trying to? What is this? Why we need translators for this shit? What are we doing right now? This is ridiculous, right? So that was my critique. Like, people loved all that symbolism shit. I thought that shit was cluttered. It was all over the place. How you go from Black Power to talking about a goddamn pedo and got Serena Crip walking and all his exes all over the place. And man, that shit wasn't about no damn Black Power. That shit was all a slight to Drake. Let's keep it a motherfucking stat. Can we give it a stat? To me, y'all saw Black Power when y'all saw that goddamn halftime show. I saw nothing but pettiness going towards fucking Drake. And I quite frankly, I was feeling the fucking petty. I liked the petty. I didn't like all the pseudo Black Power shit that was supposed to be going on that got everybody in the fucking up in the, deciphering shit. I could do without all that, man. Just stick to the petty shit, right? Just stick to the petty. I like the petty, right? The other shit, fuck all the other shit. Like, that shit got motherfuckers up here, you know? I ain't got time for that shit. Too many decoders in our fucking community. You just gave them something else to decode. We don't need all that, dog. If you're trying to give a fucking message, just say that shit, dog. Leave a tweet and say we owe reparations. It'll get just as much buzz, and honestly, it's more direct and to the fucking point. Now, instead of having motherfuckers trying to figure shit out. The fuck are we talking about right now? That's just me. I'm not into the say that shit for music videos. Save all that symbolism bullshit for the music videos. I don't want to see that shit live. Live, I just want to see you perform and do a good job performing said songs that I want to fucking hear. Other than that, I do not care. I do not care. Say that shit for the other shit. Other than that, unless you're just going to say it. Other than that, yeah, all that symbolism shit, I don't do it. Anyways, I digress. I do understand and see a lot of fake outrage about this shit, though, right? Now, you see, everything I just complained about was artistic, right? I just got artistic issues. Like the shit could have been done better. Like make up your mind. Is you going to give a message, or is you trying to do, like, which one is it? I know what I prefer, right? But that's just me. That's just how I like to, consume music, right? That's just me, right? But again, my issues is artistic, right? You got other motherfuckers out here. You got these goddamn conservatives and white wingers. They losing their mind because they think the shit was too goddamn woke for they motherfucking liking. They was like, I don't like all this woke shit. He mentioned 40 acres and a mule. That's too goddamn woke for me. What is all this shit? What is all this Hotep shit going on? Right? Yeah, so they had issues. That was a little bit too woke for them. For me, that shit wasn't even woke like that. The way everybody be motherfucking trying to say. But to a white winger, that shit was woke to the motherfucker to them. That shit, them motherfuckers might as well been up there with Black Panther suits and fucking and shotguns marching around. You know what I mean? Marching around, motherfucking, brandishing their guns at motherfucking Donald Trump. Like, they might as well have been on some other shit. If you let these white wingers call it, like, that was too much for them. Like, he mentioned 40 acres and a mule. These motherfuckers, they militants. These are militants. These motherfuckers, like, get them out of here. Get them out the country. These motherfuckers, they separatists. That's racist. They had your 40 acres and a mule. That's racist. Right? So, like, they losing their shit. Right? Them white wingers and them conservatives, right? They on they blood shit. Right? They on they Damu shit. Them Damus are losing their fucking minds over there because the Crips was sea walking all in the motherfucking stadium. They like, this some bullshit. I'm a whole blood over here and I gotta watch these Crips sea walking. This some fuck shit. So they not happy. They not happy at all. And so you got all these motherfuckers losing their mind. Then you got the Drake fans. Then you got the fucking all the Drake fans. Oh, the tragic mulatto tears. The tragic mulatto tears is just shedding all over the place. Them shits is everywhere. Oh, you got the Drake fans. The Drake fans, the white wingers, and the conservatives are all losing their motherfucking shit over this goddamn halftime show. Let me tell you. They the main reason why motherfuckers is still talking about this goddamn halftime show. It's the goddamn white wingers, the conservatives, and the Drake fans. All losing their fucking minds. All of them. Mad to the motherfucker. They big mad. They all big mad. Right? So, let's listen to some of these tears real quick. These are funny motherfuckers. These motherfuckers are angry. So let's get into this real quick.
And Roger Goodell and Jay-Z, they run Kendrick Lamar out here as the halftime show. And somehow they work the actor Samuel L. Jackson into the halftime show. And the halftime show is the most confusing, boring, deceptively angry thing we've ever seen. And people, 90% of the audience has no idea what Kendrick Lamar is saying, doing. They don't know his music. They don't know the songs. They can't. If you rewatch this halftime show and just think about halftime shows in the past, the reason you put a Michael Jackson out there, the reason you put a Janet Jackson, a Justin Timberlake, they have so many crossover, major songs that when they start to play them, the audience goes, oh, I remember that song. And they start screaming and clapping and like, oh, this takes me back. Oh, I can't wait for them to do 30, 45 seconds of that song. And so even when they had Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and 50 Cent and Mary J. Blige out there, their catalog of music, so pervasive.
God damn. I can't even say this coon ass nigga is wrong. I can't even say he's wrong. He actually got a valid point right there. Like, if I'm just being honest, right? Take my personal feelings about this motherfucker away and remove them, right? He's actually making a valid point. Like, when Dre and them was out there, that's why I said I prefer Dre's halftime over Kendrick, right? Because to me, this is just me, and this could be me showing my age, whatever the case may be, whatever y'all want to call it. I just don't think his catalog is deep enough and more. I don't think his catalog is as mainstream or mainstream enough to pretty much, have people locked in the way like he said, like with Dre. Like Dre catalog is so long, right? Like Dre gonna do some shit that's gonna take you back, and a lot of people is gonna know these songs, right? Like of all age brackets is gonna know these songs, everything else. Whereas Kendrick is gonna have Gen Z and Gen Y going crazy, right? Of a certain, and not even all of Gen Z and Gen Y, a certain demographic of Gen Z and Gen Y is going to go crazy over Kendrick. And Gen X is kind of hit and miss, and boomers forget about it. They don't know shit. It's just not as broad of appeal as, like I said, a Dr. Dre, right? Who has been doing this for decades, dating back to the 80s, and can pull out songs, from a long time ago. He can pull out songs from 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, right? Like he can do that, right? Whereas Kendrick is stuck in this little 10-year window, right? Like, and it's just not the same, right? Like if you got like older people there who hasn't been paying attention to music like the last 10 years, they're going to be kind of lost. They're not going to know any of Kendrick's songs, right? Like, so it just doesn't have as broad of appeal as, and I'm not saying it's because he's hip hop. I'm saying because he's of this generation, and this generation hasn't put in enough work to really hold down something as mainstream as a Super Bowl. In my opinion, I think that got a lot to do with why I was a little bit, underwhelmed by the performance myself. I'm just speaking for me, right? So I can't say he's wrong in his opinion right here.
Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and 50 Cent and Mary J. Blige out there. Their catalog of music, so pervasive. So many classic songs that, right or wrong, everybody has partied to at some point. The biggest hick in the sticks knows gin and juice, or, that garbage music that Dr. Dre puts out.
All right, this is where I gotta cut you. Fuck you mean garbage music Dre put out? What the fuck are you talking about? Dr. Dre, in my humble opinion, is the greatest hip-hop producer to ever fucking do it. And that's just my personal opinion. What the fuck you mean garbage Dre put out? Dre got classics. What the fuck is you talking about garbage? This is why I gotta drop kick you. Right? I was agreeing with you for a second. Now you lost me. But let's continue.
Gin and juice, or, that garbage music that Dr. Dre puts out. And again, I know it all, used to love it all, dance to it all, but everybody knows that. But Kendrick Lamar, his most popular song is this Not Like Us. Most people don't know it. It's a beef track between him and Drake. And yes, it's popular, but it hasn't been out there long enough to really cross over. And so they put this angry man and this angry song, Beef, front and center. And what Roger Goodell, through idiocy and through relying on the wrong people to help him, Troy Vincent and these other DEI woke folks that are within the NFL, they're counting on Roger Goodell being an idiot. And Roger Goodell is playing that role very well.
What are you talking about? They counting on Roger Goodell being an idiot. First of all, Roger Goodell passed over the whole responsibility of picking the halftime show over to Jay-Z many years ago, right? And he did this because but people that don't know, they had a halftime show. I'm trying to remember what hairband did they have on that motherfucker that year. One of them old ass rock and roll hair bands from like the 70s or 80s on that bitch. There's some old ass ancient motherfucking hairband on, and the Super Bowl halftime had like its worst ratings ever, right? Like nobody watched that shit, right? Like it was like nobody gave a fuck, right? So when they saw that the ratings were so low for the halftime show, they was trying to fix that, right? So they was like, well, what's going on? How come, the ratings are so low now? And people was like, people tired of hearing these old ass motherfucking groups, right? Because these white motherfuckers that have like, they had like Paul McCartney come out there and start performing and shit, and he's supposed to hold down the halftime show with his 90-year-old ass. And they'll stroll his 90-year-old ass out there to try to perform for the halftime and shit, right? Some oldies but goodies, right? So like that. So, and that shit, they was got into the habit of doing that type, because it was after the Janet Jackson shit, right? After the Janet Jackson fiasco, they wanted to play it safe. So they started playing it real safe. They started getting these extra old bands on here where they didn't have to worry about no wardrobe malfunctions. So they went from one extreme all the way to the other. And for a long time, the halftime show sucked because they had these old ass bands coming on there. And so they wanted to fix that. They gave the responsibility to Jay-Z. And that's when we got the Dr. Dre's on there. That's when we got Usher, Beyonce, whoa, right? And now we got Kendrick, right? So they it's a youth movement going on within this, but I think it's a balance there that needs to be met. Again, I think I just don't think Kendrick's catalog is as well known or long enough to really garnish a Super Bowl halftime joint. That's usually, to me, if you're doing the Super Bowl, you should have about 2 decades worth of fucking material. You should have been in the game for a minute. You should be established, right? Like, and I'm not saying Kendrick ain't been in the game for a minute. It's not established. What I'm saying is he ain't got 2 decades worth of fucking material. He just doesn't. He just doesn't, right? Like, and it's the reality of the situation. I just feel like you should have 2 decades worth of material to be able to hold down the Super Bowl, because at that point that means you have songs that reach the masses, right? That wasn't just hood classics, right? It actually reached the masses. And actually, that's just me. That's just me. I'm on my media shit. Everybody don't think the way I think, so yeah. But anyways,
woke folks that are within the NFL, they're counting on Roger Goodell being an idiot, and Roger Goodell is playing that role very well. Or maybe this is what NFL ownership wants. Maybe there's so much money on taking a dump on America and traditional sports fans. People didn't get it. And so they intended for you to be asleep. They intended for you to be just as dumb as Roger Goodell. And or maybe Roger Goodell's smart. I'm telling you, there's so much money in hating America that perhaps the NFL gave people exactly what they wanted. And so what we got was the NFL's version of Django Unchained. Samuel L. Jackson recreated his role in Django Unchained as Steven. And because they dressed it up in red, white, and blue, and there was no nudity and there was no obvious satanic messaging, it just went over a lot of people's heads. And look, even for someone like me, I didn't understand everything that was going on. I had to watch it in private a second time. And then I had to go do research to fully get it. It's like the whole Squid Games thing they had going on. I didn't get that upon initial review of it or initially watching it. But oh my God, did the NFL just get in everyone's face at halftime. 100 million people watching. They just got in everyone's face using Samuel Jackson and Kendrick Lamar and said, "We hate America. We hate you."
So, I mean, if that's what you got from that, I guess I didn't get "I hate America" coming from that shit. I don't know. I will say this. I took something different from that Samuel Jackson shit that everybody else took from that shit, right? What I took from that Samuel Jackson shit, and this is me putting my tinfoil hat on, what I took from that Samuel Jackson shit was he was representing all you FBA Sambo ass Negroes out here that love this fucking country, throw this fucking country on a fucking pedestal, and ready to ride out for this motherfucker. That's who Samuel Jackson was representing. He was the Uncle Sambo that you motherfuckers betray yourselves to be. Right? He was that American first Uncle Sambo, and he was representing all you motherfuckers that, because I hear a lot of these FBA motherfuckers crying. I don't know what the fuck they are, just crying. So yeah, so you Uncle Sambos out here, that was you, Samuel Jackson, that was you. That was you, all you Uncle Sambos. Like that was a shot at FBA. That was a complete shot at FBA. That's how I saw Samuel Jackson, that whole shit. The entire time he was talking, all I kept thinking was FBA nigga. That's a whole country nigga. He representing all them country niggas. All them Uncle Sambos. Right? The motherfuckers, they want to be anti-American when it's convenient. No, motherfucker, y'all motherfuckers gonna stay on y'all patriotic shit. Y'all can't be anti-American when it's convenient, motherfucker. Now y'all want to act like y'all anti-American. Where does anti-American shit come from? When I was saying fuck this goddamn country, y'all motherfuckers said I hate myself. Y'all was calling me a goddamn tether when I said fuck this country. Motherfucker Kendrick get up on here. Y'all say he said fuck this country and he's a FBA great. This is an FBA hollow moment that should be motherfucking celebrated and remembered, because FBA showed out. They said fuck this country. But then they'll turn around and call me a tether for saying the exact same motherfucking thing. Ain't that a fucking bitch? When I say fuck this country, I'm a fucking tether. Kendrick get on fucking, I guess I gotta say it on stage. If I ain't say it on stage with 1 trillion people watching me and all these lights and cameras everywhere, then if I don't do that, then I'm a fucking tether. But if Kendrick says it and does it in front of all the cameras and everything else, he's an FBA great. You can't write this shit. You can't write this shit. That's why I said Samuel Jackson represents you Uncle Sambos. Y'all don't talk this anti-American shit down, motherfuckers. I don't want to hear that shit down. Y'all can't talk this anti-American shit. Y'all can't talk this fuck American shit. Just last week, y'all was pissed off that these Mexicans was burning the fucking American flag. Let's talk about that shit. So if the Mexicans are burning the American flag, that's a problem. But if Kendrick gets on stage and says fuck America, that's the greatest shit y'all ever saw. You motherfuckers are weird. You motherfuckers are weird. You motherfuckers are hypocrites. You motherfuckers are not going to get away with this shit with me. All you Uncle Sambos better fall the fuck back. Y'all better hate this fucking performance. I don't want to hear none of you Uncle Sambos praising this motherfucking performance. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Y'all a bunch of tethers. If you are praising this performance, then you are a bunch of tethers. And I'm going to call y'all tether asses out. Because that's tether logic. That was a whole tether ass performance. That motherfucker wasn't up there saying fuck Jamaica. He wasn't saying fuck Africa. He wasn't saying fuck Haiti. He wasn't saying fuck Trinidad. He wasn't saying fuck Mexico. He wasn't saying fuck Brazil. He wasn't saying fuck Canada. Well, indirectly he said fuck Canada. Let's keep it a fucking buck. Indirectly. Right? But what the motherfucker did, what he absolutely did was say, fuck America, motherfucker. That's what the fuck he said, and y'all motherfuckers praising him for it. Ain't that a fucking bitch? Ain't that a bitch? You motherfuckers, like I said, y'all motherfuckers are flip-floppers. And your old ideology falls apart when scrutinized. Stop. Y'all Uncle Sambos, and I ain't gonna let y'all get away with that shit. Samuels.
This was the NFL Unchained. Let me walk you through it. Because initially I know Whitlock's doing too much. It wasn't all of that. That's not what happened. Yes, it is. This is what happened. Samuel L. Jackson, again, as I've already said, comes out and tells you, hey, I'm Uncle Sam. And what he's really saying, no, I'm Steven from Django. That's the role, other than, I guess, Pulp Fiction. That's the role I'm most known for. And he went about promoting a subversive, anti-American agenda on all this. I'd have rather Kendrick Lamar come out in satanic clothing than this subversive, sneaky way that they injected a political agenda and a political point of view and were basically telling you adults, anybody over 45, this wasn't for you. They were speaking to your kids, and your kids knew what they were saying. Your kids know Squid Games. Your kids know Kendrick Lamar and...
Are you saying our kids are pseudo? He said our kids are pseudo. Ain't that a bitch? They be on TikTok long enough, they will turn pseudo. I'll tell you that. Watch your kids. Watch your kids in them goddamn apps. They're going to turn them motherfuckers pseudo to them motherfuckers. Be careful.
His music. They were grooming your kids for hatred of America last night at halftime of the Super Bowl. They got in your face at halftime of the Super Bowl and said, hey, we're going to groom your kids. You're not, and we're going to do it right in front of you with the whole family sitting and watching the Super Bowl together. The pair, hey, what's going on? Why is this little black midget out here yelling and talking into a microphone? What's going on? Your kid.
Did he just call him a little black midget? The fuck? What are we talking about right now? He just called him a little black midget. You just try to call him a midget? I think he just tried to call him a midget. You coon ass nigga. What are we talking about right now? Look at his face. He chuckling saying that shit too. He chuckling saying that shit. You might as well call him a midget. That's fucked up. I know Kendrick is vertically challenged, but you ain't gotta be talking crazy about that, man. Stop that shit, dog. That shit ain't cool.
At halftime of the Super Bowl and said, hey, we're gonna groom your kids. You're not, and we're gonna do it right in front of you with the whole family sitting and watching the Super Bowl together. The pair, hey, what's going on? Why is this little black midget out here yelling and talking into a microphone? What's going on? Your kids are like, yeah, I know what's going on, mommy, daddy. This is great. This is Squid Games. Do you know what Squid Games is? Because I had to do the research. But it's some Netflix-funded anti-capitalism TV series about 458 poor people competing in deadly children's games for the right to win billions of dollars. That's what Squid Games is. And the way the stage was framed for Kendrick Lamar, it was mocking or drawing an allusion to Squid Games. And so when Samuel L. Jackson started off the halftime performance, hey, it's your Uncle Sam. And this is the great American game. He used those words intentionally. This is.
Yeah, he used those words intentionally. It's called a script. You dumb fat fuck. Fuck you mean he read them? He read that shit intentionally. Of course, that's what the words that was on the script. He's an actor. That's what actors do. They receive scripts and they proceed to, regurgitate the words that are written down on said script. You dumb fuck. What do you mean? He said that intentionally. No shit. This ain't improv, motherfucker. What are we talking about? The fuck? You think motherfuckers just be up there just freestyling? It's a Super Bowl. You think they ain't practicing performance for weeks? You think he ain't get that script about 2 months ago? So he said that intentionally. Of course he did. You want to surprise me? Tell me he freestyling. That's the shocker. What are we talking about?
And this is the great American game. He used those words intentionally. This is the great American game. And what he's referring to is America is the Squid Game. About it was no here's Samuel L. Jackson comes on. I think it's after Kendrick Lamar does this little silly song he does, Squabble Up. That's where he started out. Who knows what he's saying or what the song is really about? I don't know. But it's a very ghetto, Compton specific type song, Squabbler. That's
ghetto. Niggas don't even use the word ghetto straight up. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't be hanging out with motherfuckers. It's like, yeah, man, we all out here in the ghetto. The ghetto. Like, that's so 60s and 70s. Like how old are you, dog? Like, who you hang around? Like non-black people say the word ghetto in 2025. Black people stopped saying ghetto back in the 70s, motherfucker. When Good Times went off the air. When Good Times went off the air, black people stopped saying ghetto. Motherfuckers know that ain't what the fuck we say, dog. We say the hood, nigga. We from the hood. We do not say ghetto. We say hood. Right? We just say hood. It's just the hood. We don't do ghetto no more. Like I said, that's so 1970s, dog. Pre-Good Times cancellation. Right? So we talking like pre-1978. Right? We ain't even talking 79 and shit. 79, that shit was played out. You know what I mean? You gotta step your motherfucking black ebonics up and shit. Like you gotta catch up, dog. Like this is what white people do. Like white people think black people still say ghetto. You know what I mean? Like that ain't what the fuck we do, dog. Now you got this fucked up. I don't know. I'm just saying. But then you turn around like, yeah, it's this ghetto song. It's a ghetto song. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ghetto song. I would agree one thing, though. I will agree one thing. The quote-unquote ghetto song, that don't necessarily fit Black Power. I will say that, goddammit. Can we give it a buck? That shit ain't had nothing to do with black. That's why I was confused when everybody kept trying to make this a pro-black performance, because the songs really in itself really don't represent Black Power. Like these songs are not Black Power songs. Like they just aren't, right? Like, you know, he said some things and you had some imagery, you know, in between the song, but these aren't Black Power songs. I would like, they just aren't. That's why I was confused why everybody kept trying to say this is some kind of statement in Black Power or some shit. Like I just didn't see it. I still don't see it, to be honest with you, but I guess I'll roll with it if y'all gonna roll with it. Fuck it. Let's roll with it. It was militant, I guess. Kinda. Maybe. Let's continue.
Who knows what he's saying or what the song is really about, you know, I don't know. But it's a very ghetto, Compton specific type song. Squabbling. That's fighting, blah, blah, blah. Samuel L. Jackson comes in, he's the narrator of this performance. No, that's too loud, that's too reckless, that's too ghetto. Mr. Lamar, do you really know how to play the game? Then tighten up, is what Samuel L. Jackson said. And so he's telling him the song Squabble Up, oh, that's too loud, that's too reckless, that's too ghetto. Tisk, tisk, don't do that. Don't you understand how to play the Squid Game? You need to conform. You need to be more docile.
Yeah, like you coon ass motherfucking nigga. Yeah, like you fucking Uncle Sambo ass motherfucking nigga. Let's talk about it. You trying to say he wasn't talking about you? Talk about you, nigga.
Body deserves a coon award. It is your ass, boy.
I mean, yeah, he was talking about you.
The song Squabble Up, oh, that's too loud, that's too reckless, that's too ghetto. Tisk, tisk, don't do that. Don't you understand how to play the Squid Game? You need to conform. You need to be more docile. You need to tighten up. And so Kendrick Lamar comes off of that and does the song Humble. His song Humble, and has some hook about sit down and be humble, or sit down and shut up, or what. I can't remember, but you heard the song, or some of you know the song, or whatever. But it's about, hey, sit down and shut up and know your place. Basically,
shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble. That's what it meant, basically. But let's continue.
Some sort of hook. And so Samuel L. Jackson sets the table. Hey, that song Squabble Up, that's too loud, that's too ghetto. Don't you know how to play the game, Nick? That's what he's saying. Don't you know how to play the game, Negro? Play the game. Don't be yourself. Yourself, they've defined as too loud, too reckless, and too ghetto. Squabbling, all that gang violence you guys do. White people think that that's too loud, too reckless, and too ghetto. They're racist. Don't they understand? This is just how we deal with each other. We squabble. We kill each other. We join gangs.
Squabble does not mean kill somebody. You dumb, fat fuck. That is not what squabble means. Squabble does not mean shoot nobody. It does not mean kill anybody. Squabble means no more than shooting the fucking fade. That's all the fuck that shit means. Squabble and shooting the fade is synonymous with each other. Like, that's all that shit means. Shooting the fade and squabbling has nothing to do with shooting or killing. What the fuck are you about? What are you talking about? You are conflating squabbling with drill rap. That's what you're doing right here. You are conflating drill rap to what motherfucking Kendrick do. And what Kendrick does is not, I repeat, what Kendrick does is not drill rap, motherfucker. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the fact that you still calling the hood ghetto, the same way that Samuel Jackson was portraying the coons, the motherfucker be saying the black community is, which is ghetto. Only it goes to show and prove that you're out of touch, coon nigga.
Dude, white people think that that's too loud, too reckless, and too ghetto. They're racist. Don't they understand? This is just how we deal with each other. We squabble, we kill each other, we join gangs. That's black. They want you to be white. Y'all sitting here, oh, at least there was no satanic messaging in this halftime performance. Are you kidding me? The entire messaging of this deal was satanic. They come out here and do this Not Like Us, and it's got some little catchy beat.
Fuck you, plus your weak religion.
The fuck is you talking about? This shit is satanic. What the fuck was satanic? What? Oh my God. So wait. So calling out pedophilia is satanic? When did calling out pedos become satanic? That's wild. That's wild. He said that whole shit is satanic. See, this is why I don't fuck with y'all with this spooky kooky shit.
Fuck you, plus your weak religion.
If calling out pedos is motherfucking satanic, then goddamn it, where the hell is my 666 motherfucking shirt at? Where's my upside down cross at, motherfucker? Where the fuck, like, you know what I mean? Where's my LeVay shirt at? I'm about to join the LeVay church. Like, fuck this shit. Like, fuck that. If calling out pedos is satanic, then where do I sign up? Because I don't know what the fuck you talking about. You sound crazy. And I don't want nothing to do with it. Whatever you believe, I don't want nothing to do with it. Whatever that shit is.
Fuck you, plus your weak religion.
Y'all sitting here, oh, at least there was no satanic messaging in this halftime performance. Are you kidding me? The entire messaging of this deal was satanic. They come out here and do this Not Like Us, and it's got some little catchy beat, and he's basically saying Drake sleeps with minors, and then the little extra sauce they put on it. They got the tennis star Serena Williams to come out and crip walk during the song. Serena Williams, the tennis star, who's married to some white male billionaire who grew up in South Central Los Angeles, who lost a sister to gang violence and a drive-by shooting. They get this controlled clown and influencer to come out and crip walk, and yes, that's what I call a controlled clown. What Samuel Jackson, Kendrick Lamar, Serena Williams, these controlled clowns, the blackest thing you can do is beef with black people and threaten violence and do violence to each other. Oh yeah, my sister died in a drive-by shooting over some gang violence, but I'm good with that. Let me go out here and rep the Crips. Because, oh my God, if we're not killing each other, we're not really black. Help us grow the Fearless Army. Pound that like button.
That's a popular talking point that people are trying to get at Serena about her sister dying to some Crip and this, that, and the third, and this, that, whoop-de-whoop, and everything. There you go. Right? Yeah, that it didn't quite go down exactly the way everybody trying to paint that. She did get caught with a stray bullet that happened to come from a Crip. But she was not a target of the Crips. Like, they did not target her sister, no shit like that. So yeah, but that did happen. And yeah, we can talk about the elephant in the room with her motherfucking white man and shit like that. We gonna address that. But before we do, let's get into somebody else who called Serena out. Because Serena been catching heat. And I don't know why Serena catching all this motherfucking heat, but whatever reason, actually, people just gave some reason why they want to call her out. But let's get into some other things they said about Serena. Let's see. Let's get into this real quick.
Serena Williams is a Compton native. That's true. So her doing the Crip walk and her being on stage with Kendrick Lamar on his face, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's pretty damn cool. But she used to mess with Drake, according to the reports. I mean, if we talk about Kendrick Lamar, is that brother cold or what? That's not a brother to mess with. Because that dude not only had Serena Williams on stage dancing, she's a tennis star, by the way, the greatest tennis star that ever lived. You understand what I'm saying? She's a tennis star, ain't a dancer. She's a tennis star, all right? But she crib walking on stage. If that wasn't bad enough, because she used to be with Drake, they said Sissa used to be with him too. So Kendrick Lamar got both exes on the stage, celebrating him going after Drake. Damn. It's kind of harsh. And he closed it out with Game Over emblazoned for the world to see inside and outside the Superdome. It is game over.
All right. Now, that was Stephen A's initial reaction, right? That was his initial reaction to what happened that night of the Super Bowl. Then the next morning happened and he was on First Take, his show on ESPN, and the conversation got a little bit deeper, right? Let's get into how deep this conversation actually got. Let's get to that real quick. Let's listen to what got everybody buzzing.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead,
Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
If you with Serena Williams, you gonna be a kept man anyway. Don't start that.
Yeah. Now that right there caused the whirlwind, right? That right there had everybody going crazy. Motherfuckers losing their minds when he said this, right? Now, all right, before I play this next thing real quick, let me just say this, right? there are situations where what he said is absolutely motherfucking true, and I would have a hard time arguing with him under other circumstances. But given the fact that Drake was taking constant shots at Serena over the last few years, I can't necessarily say I would be feeling some type of way about her crit walking on Drake's fucking grave, being that he was popping off for the longest time after she broke up with him. Right? Like, if he was minding his business and not saying shit to Serena and left Serena alone and everything else, and then she came back and did this shit, even though Drake wasn't saying nothing about her, then I would understand Stephen A's point a little bit more, and I probably would be riding with him on this. But given the fact that I know that Drake has been poking at Serena for like 3 years, I mean, hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? She swung back. He was swinging, and she finally swung back a little bit. So I can't necessarily say, you know what I mean? Like, again, if Drake was minding his business, not saying nothing about Serena, I would understand his point more. I would totally get his point, and he would actually have a solid point, and I wouldn't give no pushback. But nah, man, she getting that motherfucker back, man. That motherfucker was talking great. And I can't even say he was talking crazy, but he was talking slick. Right? I can't even say he was talking crazy because I ain't gonna defend her being with no motherfucking white boy. Right? But at the end of the motherfucking day, at the end of the day, I can understand why she did what she did. So let's get to this real quick.
Said something about something that I said something about too. Let's put it at full mass. So Stephen A. Smith actually rips into Serena Williams, unfortunately, over the halftime show cameo. Now, I would not call this a cameo. She was basically part of the overall performance, in my opinion. On yesterday, First Take, Stephen A. Smith told his co-host why he felt it was, not right, inappropriate for Williams to be, backing Lamar's diss track. Quote, if I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass, end quote. That's what Stephen A. Smith said. Smith said, quote, because clearly you don't belong with me, what you worried about him for, and why you with me. Bye-bye. Now, obviously, this is Stephen A. Smith contextualizing the entire scenario as if he is married to Serena Williams. But see, he is not. There's another man that's married to Serena, and maybe he actually was down with it. Let's put it up. His co-host Ryan Clark quickly came in and tried to regain control of the situation, telling him, stop it. If you with Serena Williams, you're going to be a kept man anyway. Clark told him, don't start that. So Williams briefly dated Drake, Canadian rapper, back in 2011, but seemed to revisit their romance back in 2015 after TMZ released pictures of the two sharing a kiss. After both splits, Drake mentioned the 23-time Grand Slam singles winner in at least 2 of his songs. The first being his 2013 single, Worst Behavior, and in 2022, he picked a fight with the husband by calling the husband a groupie in his song, Middle of the Ocean. Now keep the picture out. Now I'm in my 40s. And there are some things that are eternalized. For example, when you put somebody in a popular song, that is basically eternalized. It has this ongoing value. And if you are on the other end of this, you are probably hearing it at least a few times a year. My point is, it's not as historical as one may think. So in Drake's song, Too Good, featuring Rihanna, he did not mention Williams, but in an old clip on his website of archival footage, Drake tells his mother that the 2016 hit was about him and Williams. While Drake may have partially been the motive behind Williams' performance on Sunday night, there are actually more layers to why she took the stage. The mother of two is from Compton, number one, which is where Lamar is from. Kendrick Lamar's represents Compton all day. The moment was possibly also a reference to the backlash she received. If you remember, this was during her celebratory dance because she won the Olympic gold at Wimbledon. However, she was slammed by reporters because all the dancers affiliated with the Crips, prominent Los Angeles gang. She said, quote, "Man, I did not Crip walk like that at Wimbledon. Oh, I would have been fine." And added, it was all love, okay? All love. I do find it to be a multifaceted way in order to reclaim one's, narrative. Because yes, she was not only criticized, she lost some reputation by way of some commentators who talked about, oh my goodness, she's doing the Crip walk, as if they don't in the privacy of their homes. But she had the audacity to do it on a major stage. And then there's another major stage called the Super Bowl. She did it again, a totally different interpretation and contrast. Why? Well, I think we're starting to get the picture. You see, if Trump did a Crip walk today, it would be universally accepted by MAGA. It would be socialized into the context. As a matter of fact, you will probably see mainstream brands all of a sudden embracing the Crip walk. Why? Because Trump did it. In other words, stop being defined by those who create atmospheres that are contrary to your progression. They didn't give a damn about Serena in the first place. Those that rock with Serena now rocked with her then anyway. But despite criticism of Williams, Stephen A. did give props to the gamesmanship. Here it is.
Serena Williams is a Compton native, that's true. So her doing the Crip walk and her being on stage with Kendrick Lamar on his face, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's pretty damn cool. But she used to mess with Drake, according to the reports. I mean, if we talk about Kendrick Lamar, is that brother cold or what? That's not a brother to mess with. Cause that dude not only had Serena Williams on stage dancing, she's a tennis star, by the way, the greatest tennis star that ever lived. You understand what I'm saying? She's a tennis star, ain't a dancer. She's a tennis star, all right? But she Crip walking on stage. If that wasn't bad enough, cause she used to be with Drake, they said Sissa used to be with him too. So Kendrick Lamar got both exes on the stage, celebrating him going after Drake. Damn.
That part. All right, Sharon, here's the thing. I actually found out through some confirmation later that Stephen A. Smith is pretty much accurate, okay? Whatever they define that relationship as is up to them, is, adults being adults. But there was something allegedly there, which means the whole thing was in context of the fashion of brother Kendrick Lamar in a way that, well, we are now figuring out much later. What say you?
You know, this is not a Stephen A. Jada Pinkett Smith, Tupac, celebrating the ghost type of thing when you're married to another man. Serena Williams is more than Drake's ex. She's a force. She can do what she want to do. And they've got that Compton connection. And so, look, women can be just as powerful as men in their statements and just as petty too. So if she want to dance and crip walk, and by the way, she's not a crip. Is that now Serena's with a gang or something? Shut up, people. I love it. And she can dance again. You got it?
That's right. And for the record, Snoop is a Crip and had a show with Martha Stewart.
Oh,
who's pretty gangster. She served federal time. And everybody's okay with it. So we good.
All right. So yeah, and now Stephen A. caught some heat for saying the stuff that he said the last couple of days, and he called himself responded tonight. So let's listen to his response, and then I'll drop the link. So let's get into this real quick.
Copy of my New York Times best-selling book, When You Get an Opportunity, Straight Shooter, a memoir of second chances and first takes, now in paperback. And to give you some insight, straightshooterbook.com to get your different things. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things today. Kanye West, we're going to be talking about, of course. There's so much stuff going on, but I've got to get started with the Super Bowl last Sunday between the Chiefs and the Eagles, a game with a few headlines percolating in the wake of the 40-22 beatdown the Eagles handed to Kansas City. The first headline is the ratings for the game. According to Nielsen and Fox Sports, more than 127 million people watched Super Bowl 59, where Philadelphia destroyed Kansas City. That's a new record for American viewership for an event across all platforms. The other headline that came out of the game was the halftime show, courtesy of Kendrick Lamar, that also featured SZA. The set was a 13-minute mashup of Kendrick hits, including the much-anticipated Not Like Us. Remember that? The diss track dedicated to Drake. That performance featured the world's greatest female, Serena Williams, who was seen crip walking to the song. For those of you who don't know, Williams once actually dated Drake. Now, I had some comments on Serena's appearance on the stage on Super Bowl Sunday that I shared on ESPN's First Take that following Monday. Apparently, that made many folks agitated because a lot of people had a problem with what I had to say. Before I give my thoughts on that, however, I do owe you the opportunity to see what has created this whole brouhaha and what's got everybody up in the Nancy. Take a look.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that link back.
There you have it. And because of that, everybody's up in a tizzy. Newsflash, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I was playing around. It was a lot of fun. Secondly, I didn't utter a disrespectful word towards Serena Williams, so I don't know where the whole Serena protection protocol kicks in. I didn't say anything about her. I said, hey, listen, if I'm a man and I'm married, I certainly don't want my wife showing any kind of energy, positive, negative, or otherwise, to another dude that happens to be her ex. That'll make me think, what's she thinking about him? Why is she thinking about him so much? Why does she feel the need to exert any energy, emotional or otherwise, when it comes to that? That's where I was coming from, but it was more of a gender issue more so than anything else in terms of men and how a lot of men feel. I'm not going to say most. I'm not going to say all because I don't know. I'm going to tell you how I feel. What I expressed is exactly what I meant. I'm not apologizing for it. I'm not condoning it either. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes And I would imagine that women would appreciate what I'm about to say and what I'm about to do, because that's all. I mean, what do you women say all the time? You want a man to express his emotions? Express yourself, talk to us. That's what you want to say, right? Well, I'm going to talk to you. Hope the Shade Room is listening. I hope all these women out here are listening. Some men are insecure. Now that's breaking news, supposedly. I mean, I didn't know that. I kind of thought that y'all automatically knew that. Not all, not most. Every man can speak for himself. Every man can go online, because you know they are. And they're going to say, nah, that ain't me. Nah, that ain't me. Nah, that ain't me. And I have no proof to the contrary. So I'm just going to tell you me and the men that I know. Most men. We're a bit insecure. When we see energy expressed in the direction of another dude, even if it's vitriol, even if it's venom, even if it's hate, even if it's get back, whatever it is. You ever heard the saying, the true end of any relationship isn't love, nor is it hatred. It's indifference. You ever heard that? In other words, when you simply don't matter, somebody chooses not to expend a scintilla of energy in your direction because you're not worth it. They have a better life. They are preoccupied. And they don't give you a second thought. That's indifference. That's when the end truly arrives. And the reason why some, not most, not all, might react in a certain way as a man, because the men I know tend to think along the lines of, my woman wouldn't have any time to be expending any kind of energy like that because she's happy with me. We good. Now, for those that want to throw out facts instead of touching on a perspective like I would like you to, let me make sure that I let you know that I am aware of the facts involving Drake, Serena Williams, and her husband. Apparently, Drake had dissed Serena's husband in the past. So her crip walking on stage to Not Like Us on Super Bowl Sunday was seen as a slap in Drake's face for disrespecting her and her husband. Drake's lyrics on the song Sidebar, Serena, your husband a groupie. He claimed we don't got a problem, but no, boo, it's like you coming for sushi. Whatever that is. Okay? I'm not about to get into all that. Okay? I just want to make sure that I'm clear that everybody knows that I know. There's history there. All right? And then Serena Williams issued this statement out here. When Kendrick Lamar and team called and was like, we've been trying to do something forever. What about this? We loved your crip walk at the Olympics after you won a gold medal. I'm like, Super Bowl? Are you serious? When in the world would I ever be able to dance at a Super Bowl? Never. Let's do it. I knew my winning dance after the Olympics would pay off one day. End of story. Fine. She did it at Wimbledon back in 2013, if I remember correctly. Okay? That's where she's from. She's from Compton. She's from Compton. Kendrick Lamar's from the same area, obviously, same town. Of course. That's her homie. No biggie. Nobody was insulting Serena Williams. I'm simply saying from the male perspective because I thought the males would pick up on it. Well, damn. Not Serena, not her husband. That's their personal business. I'm sure they talked about it before she did it. I'm saying in general, I use that to metaphorically touch on men and women and how men feel about a woman showing any kind of energy, negative, positive, or otherwise, towards an ex. And I got people up in the tizzy, not just on social media. I got people that work with me, people that work for me. Nah. Somebody said Ryan Clark actually tried to save me from myself. Well, I wasn't trying to be saved. I got this opinion. What am I going to jail for it? I'm gonna get cuffed and thrown behind bars because I'm acknowledging what some men want, what some men feel.
if your woman is showing energy towards an ex, that involves feelings, that involves emotions, which might make a man be introspective. I had one of my boys sit up there and say to me, well, then that just means you're insecure. Why would you say that publicly? Who cares? You know how many men out here are insecure? Ladies, a lot of us are insecure. We want to have that discussion. Want to have that discussion? You want me to get emotion? Hold on. Here's some tissue, Michael, please. I mean, do I need to get emotional? Ladies and gentlemen, I cry sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I get a bit emotional sometimes.
What the hell am I listening to right now? I did not expect to hear all this. I'm gonna tell y'all motherfuckers, y'all already know I don't do this type of shit right here. This is a little bit too much sensitivity coaching for my liking. And this is dangerously going down certain avenues that I really don't like to go down. Y'all already know I'm like, what is this? Like, oh my goodness. I'm just saying. I'm just like, this sensitivity shit is like, oh my goodness. This motherfucker over here talking about, I'm like, yo, he's like, yeah, man, I'm about to get sensitive right now. I'm about to show my emotions and all this other shit. I got emotions, women. Like, wait, what? What are we talking about right now? Wait, wait, I'm about to get emotional. And do all this, like, well, no, dog, no, man, stop, man. You playing yourself. What are you doing right now? How did we get from a halftime show to this? What are we doing? This is crazy.
Want to have a discussion? You want me to get emotion? Hold on. Here's some tissue, Michael, please. I mean, do I need to get emotion?
And I can't let you go. I'm trying.
You know how many men out here are insecure? Ladies, a lot of us are insecure. We want to have that discussion. Want to have that discussion? You want me to get emotion? Hold on. Here's some tissue, Michael, please. I mean, after this Serena Williams, you can see of the fact after the Olympics would pay off one day. End of story. Fine. Now you emotions, which might make a man be introspective. I had one of my boys sit up there and say to me, well, then that just means you're insecure. Why would you say that publicly? Who cares? He's emotional. Ladies and gentlemen, I cry sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I get a bit emotional sometimes. Sometimes I feel alone. Sometimes I just want to be held. All of these things are true. Now, you don't express it the way a woman expresses it, and I'm joking around, obviously, in fashion that I did say it, but every emotion that I expressed is true. I've cried before. I've been lonely before. I wanted to be held before. Then sometimes I come home from a hard day's work, and guess what? Some sex ain't on my mind. I just want to lay down. I just want to lay my head on my lady's couch. On my lady's lap, I'm sorry. I want my head rubbed. I want to show you.
And I can't let you go. I'm trying.
I want that back rub. I want affection. What, I'm a wuss now? That mean I ain't holding it down? That's what we doing? Be careful before you answer that question, fellas. Valentine's Day's Friday. Forgot about that, didn't you? Valentine's Day is coming up. It's Valentine's Day weekend. Perfect time to express your emotions. Set the stage from now. Listen to your boy. I'm just trying to tell you, okay? What about Serena and her husband? The incident was used to broach a different kind of discussion. Some dudes, to my married boy Galen, especially because you know him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he got to be he got to be Dr. Phil one day and Dr. Drew the next. You're always trying to get in. There's always timed around Valentine's Day and birthday and stuff like that. He think he's slick, but it's okay. All right, it's all right. It's okay. We want to be in touch with our emotions. All I'm saying, folks, is that every man is not secure under every situation and circumstance. And through no fault of a woman, sometimes you'll find yourself in a precarious situation with a man because of his own insecurities that he may or may not have verbalized to you. If you had, and this is not clearly what Serena did, so again, I'm not talking about her. Fellas, what if you had your woman and she saw a friend, just a friend, never been with him, or he could be gay, or it could be something, and what if you had a woman and just in your presence, she just ran and jumped into the arms of another man? Right in front of you. Clearly wasn't doing anything. Totally innocent. He could be just a friend. But she leaped off her feet and jumped into his arms. How would you feel?
Yeah, she'd be getting side-eyed over that shit. Absolutely. I ain't gonna stunt you. That scenario you just drew up right there, oh yeah, there's issues with that. Yeah, I got issues with that. I ain't gonna stunt you. Let's continue. I hope I answered your question, but let's continue.
You insecure then? What if you ran in to a female friend of yours in the presence of your girl, and you picked her up off her feet and spun her around and gave her this beautiful big hug? How you think your girl would feel about it?
Yeah, I ain't never been with a woman who wouldn't have an issue if I did some wild ass shit like that in front of her. I gotta keep it a motherfucking buck. Any woman I've ever been with, I could have never did that, what you just described, in front of her without having some explaining to do later. I'm just saying.
Off her feet and spun her around and gave her this beautiful big hug. How you think your girl will feel about it? See, we want to act like I'm speaking a foreign language, but we know better. There's a lot of us out here that have insecurities. Last time I checked, that's human. If y'all disagree, I'm sorry y'all lying and you choose to lie to the public.
Okay, he having a real conversation right now. Like, I can't even disagree with what he's saying right here. Yeah, motherfuckers talk like I hate when I hear motherfuckers be talking all this big bad shit and everything. Listen, motherfuckers who is cool, if you hear any one of those scenarios he just laid out, if you're a man or a woman, he laid out two different scenarios, one for a man, one for a woman, right? Now, if you cool with your mate doing what he just described in front of you, either you're lying like a motherfucker, and you just trying to save face and trying to, I don't know, whatever, you trying to put on a front for the people or whatever, but you can kick rocks with that, or it's either that, or you just a no good ass motherfucker and you don't care what your mate's doing because you out there doing dirt. Let's keep that shit a motherfucking buck. Because people that's out there doing dirt don't give a fuck what they mates out there doing because they too busy out there doing dirt to give a fuck what they mate is fucking doing, right? But if you somebody that's not out there doing dirt, oh, you side-eyeing your mate if you catch them doing some shit what he just described right there. You side-eyeing them motherfuckers. Like, I'm just not believing you if you tell me you're not. Yeah, I'm just not believing you. Unless you just delusional. You could be delusional. It is some delusional motherfuckers out there. I feel bad for the delusional people, right? Those are motherfuckers that used to get cheated on for years, and they always the last to know. You know, like those types. Yeah, I feel bad for those types. Like the delusional people, like, yeah, those are the ones that usually get done so dirty, and then they get found. Then they finally find out that they motherfucking ex was doing them dirty for like the last 6 or 7 years or some shit. Probably find out the baby ain't theirs and all this other shit, this, that, and third, whoop-de-whoop. These are the motherfuckers that you see online on here losing their fucking shit, talking about all women are the devil, you know, women are Satanists and all this other, you know what I mean? These little black pill motherfuckers, these motherfuckers like, I'm over women altogether. Fuck women altogether. Like just got a huge disdain for women. Like, these be those motherfuckers. Them motherfucking little black pill motherfuckers y'all be seeing running around here acting a goddamn fool about women. Yeah, they the delusional motherfuckers I'm talking about that thought, you know, they women would never cheat on them. You know, they had it like that, right? Like, they different, right? Like, you know, like all these other niggas get cheated on. My woman don't cheat on me. And then they find out, yeah, your woman cheat on your ass too, motherfucker. And then they motherfuckers, and then once they find that, yeah, cognitive dissonance start kicking in, and they start losing their shit. Next thing you know, they went from being super simp, you know, they went from being the motherfucker just going to run around and just, you know what I mean? Just run around here with the skateboard all over the place, you know, got to protect women at all costs.
Here I come to save the day.
They go from that motherfucker, right, to being the complete opposite. You know, women are all fucked up. Women are all the devil. They all this, that, and third. They go from one extreme to the other. Right? Ain't no in between. Ain't no middle ground. Ain't no soft spot. Just nope. Either they all the way sipping, or they all the way over here on they misogynist, woman hating shit. It ain't no in between with these types. Right? Like, so anyways, I digress. I'm just going on a tangent at this point. Let me continue.
Even if it's to yourself. But that's just me. I don't want to be somebody that just spews this rhetoric and I don't get a perspective from someone different than myself. So I'm going to introduce my next. Lovely, the wonderful Miss Tori Cooper is back here on the show. What's up, Tori? How are you doing? You heard what I had to say. Any problem with my comments?
You're getting cooked. You're getting cooked on social media, on just a shade room, everywhere. You're getting cooked for this one, Stephen A. Hey, you're used to that, though. It's fine.
Why? What's the
you're
problem?
Used to that. I mean, it's two things happening at once.
What did I say wrong, Tori?
You didn't say anything wrong, okay? You didn't say anything wrong. That is a perspective that is out there, but you have to acknowledge the other part of the conversation, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if your man is cool with this, your man is cool with this, okay? Your man is cool with this, your man is cool with this. You have to have that conversation, and it starts and stops there, right? So her man said, look, this was bigger than Drake. And she said, this was bigger than Drake. This is because if you look back at the history of it, go back to 2012 when she won the Olympics. She did the Crip Walk. She got pushed back for it. And it's because they said, you know, you shouldn't be doing a performance like that, you know, dancing on a public stage like that has gain connotations to the dance that you're doing. Now we know that she is reclaiming and celebrating her past. She's from Compton. Kendrick's from Compton, California. Bloods the Crips. There was symbolism in the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl performance. And so this was those two moments in one. And also that was her way of saying, like, look, you're not going to steal the dance I love doing, and I'm going to do it on the Super Bowl stage. So if my man is cool with me reclaiming my narrative, I'm going to be cool with it.
But listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's having a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. Do your thing. I'm saying I used it to springboard to a general gender kind of conversation, or relationship, I should say gender, a relationship kind of conversation. Most men, if they look at you and they saw that you were giving energy in any way to your ex, they would be like, you with me. You supposed to be happy with me. Why is your ex getting that kind of energy? Just like a woman, if she sees you giving any kind of energy, you know how many times dudes go off and they're pissed off about an ex, and a woman is looking at them going like this: what's he so mad about? Why is he reacting that way? I mean, what's his problem? He's with me. Why is he worried about her? You trying to tell me women don't do that?
Of course they do. Of course they do. But in this situation, I really believe it was bigger than that. So, of course, you're going to get cooked online, though, for this, because they're saying, why are you even coming for Serena? This was so much bigger. And they're saying two things. But what I want to say is two things can be real and can be true. And I do agree with what you're saying, that, yes, this is a conversation that's out there. Men are the ones who at times feel this way, that why are you going to be 40 with 2 kids out there and giving this type of energy to another man? There is that conversation out there. And the people who are not going to act like they maybe have that feeling towards it, you know, that they may not, but there are men that hold that perspective. But I think at the end of the day, as long as you're having that conversation with your man, that's what matters.
But Tori, what I'm saying to you is this: I ain't bring up the kids. I didn't bring up her age. All I'm saying is you're in a relationship and happy with your man. Not forget Serena and her husband. Again, that was to springboard towards a bigger conversation, because we were just joking about that. But it was like, damn, you know, that kind of energy. Of course she has the right to do it. Of course it's nobody's business. Of course she could do what she wants to do. She doesn't deserve to be insulted, and neither does her husband. I'm saying, off of a general conversation, there's plenty of men that would have an issue with their woman showing any kind of energy. Let me ask you, can I get a little personal, Tori? Can I get a little personal?
Okay.
You expressed, you pretty happy. You found the man of your dreams, and you very, very happy and stuff like that. I want to ask a question about your man. Nobody got to know who he is. If your man, saw you on a stage giving, it could be negative, but giving extra energy to an ex, how would he feel?
I'd have to ask him. Beforehand, Steven. I'd have to ask him. I haven't had this conversation
So
with
you
him.
don't know? So you don't know? Are you?
Yeah, she lying. She lying through her motherfucking teeth. Let me tell you, like, she lying her motherfucking ass off. Yep, I said it. She's a lying motherfucking stop. You know goddamn well, the man, if you with a man and he has no problem with you giving another man all this extra attention and this, that, and the third, my position stands. What I said earlier, if that motherfucker don't got a problem with what you're doing, that's only because he's out there doing motherfucking dirt. And he too busy doing dirt to give a fuck about any dirt that you may be motherfucking doing. And that blade cuts both ways. Anybody who's with a motherfucker who don't care about their partner being flirtatious or all the other motherfuckers' faces and this, that, and the third, that's only because they themselves are out there doing dirt, or they're just that motherfucking delusional. Right? And I highly doubt that the vast majority of people out there are that fucking delusional. I highly doubt it.
Tori, you said
I would assume that no matter what, it's a touchy area,
stuff right
Stephen A. I would assume that it could be a touchy area. And that's why I would have the conversation with him.
Okay.
Before I would even step foot on that stage.
Hold on. So, got you. No problem. But what I'm saying to you is this, Tori. Is it possible that you know him already? And because I'm not talking about Serena and her husband. Forget that now. I'm talking general, men, women.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you would never put yourself in that position because he's a man and you know how he'd probably feel?
Again, it's still the Super Bowl. I'm not going to lie. I'm still going to reach out to my man and see how he feels about it. I'm going to see how he feels about it, because if this meant so much to me, if I...
Now I feel that, you know, like that's another thing. Like, it's not like, I highly doubt Serena did this and didn't talk to her Billy Bob about this shit, right? I'm pretty sure the Billy Bob knew that she was going to do this shit, right? So, and I'm pretty sure he knew why she wanted the motherfucker do it. At least she gave him a reason why, right? Because people are saying it's some deep, dark, hidden meaning behind her doing this. I really legit believe she's just being petty because he was talking shit, right? So this is just her way of just being petty, right? And this wasn't even her idea. This wasn't even her idea, you know what I mean? Kendrick team reached out to her and she just accepted it, right? So this wasn't even her reaching out to be petty, you know, but other motherfuckers reached out to her, so it is what it is. And yeah, like, you definitely should have asked your husband if it's cool before you did it. And I'm pretty sure she did.
Would never put yourself in that position because he's a man and you know how he'd probably feel.
Again, it's still the Super Bowl. I'm not going to lie. I'm still going to reach out to my man and see how he feels about it. I'm going to see how he feels about it, because if this meant so much to me, if I had this lore, this background of this dance was basically criticized, and then now I have a moment to do that same dance on a Super Bowl stage in a symbolic message to America, I'm going to want to potentially take that. And I'm going to still talk to my man, though, and see how he feels about it. But it's so much bigger than some guy I was kind of maybe dating, and I shared a few kisses with and was caught taking pictures. You know, it wasn't like they didn't even really come out and really express how much their relationship was, you know, and you've probably had relationships too, Stephen A, that maybe aren't as in depth and weren't as serious and maybe don't deserve all this energy either. But that is to your point too. She did give a lot of energy to this moment.
But I didn't give a lot of energy to it until everybody was on social media going off. All I did was joke about it on national TV for 30 seconds. That's all I did. And by the way, I got one of my peeps here, want to make sure, because I want to make sure I got to be fair, right? I got to be fair. I got to give the information, right? Oh my God, far be it from me to fail to give the information, right? Drake dissed Serena's husband. This is in the past. So her doing that was also a slap in Drake's face for disrespecting her and her husband. Here was the lyrics in Drake's song about it. Sidebar, Serena, your husband a groupie. He claimed we don't got a problem, but no, boo, it is like you coming for sushi. That's what he wrote, okay? I don't know the damn song, don't care. All I'm saying is, you a dude. Most dude, this is what pisses me off. See, you women, you got men scared of their own damn shadow. So they gotta agree with you even when they know our nature from time to time. As men, most, not all, if you have a woman in your life who is showing extra energy of any kind to an ex, it will raise an eyebrow and elevate suspicion, which is why women who don't want to lose their man watch out for stuff like that. And when they don't watch out for stuff like that, it's because they've reached a point where they don't care because he might have pissed them off.
Let me ask you something.
That's all I was trying to say.
Let me ask you
Tori,
something. Let me ask you something. So you don't think she had this conversation with her husband? They did have this conversation.
I think she did.
Okay, so why does
she did? But why do you keep ignoring the fact that? But why do you keep ignoring the fact that it wasn't about her? It was springboarding towards the male-female dynamic and how most men would feel if their woman was in that position.
That is
not
true.
Necessarily specifically
That's true.
about Serena.
Okay, no, and I see that point too. It is a gender. There is a point about gender that you're trying to make about how there are men out there that share this perspective, and the ones that didn't come to your defense in social media and basically left you hanging high and dry, acting like they don't feel that way is not true.
That's
There's
right.
definitely men that feel that.
A bunch of wusses. A bunch of wusses.
And they're not
That's
trying to
what
get
they are,
cooked,
Tori.
Steven.
A bunch of wusses. They were
They're not
scared.
trying to get cooked. They're not trying to get cooked like you.
Because is that
That's what it is.
Is that
They
because
don't
it's
wanna get cooked.
Valentine's Day? That's what it is? It's Valentine's Day coming up?
Yeah, they're not trying to.
They're not trying to mess up their
stir the
Valentine's
pot.
Day
They're
weekend.
not trying to stir the pot right now. Things are good. They got their Valentine's Day plans. They
All right,
got the fake roses. They got the chocolates. The last thing they want to hear about is that. They don't want to hear about, wow, so this is how you
See?
feel about that?
So Tori, check out what I'm gonna do. Check out what I'm gonna do, cause see, I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people, okay? So what I'm gonna do, Tori, is I'm gonna look out for all the fellas. On behalf of all the fellas, I'm gonna take this on the chin. I'm gonna act like it's just me. Shannon ain't got nothing to do with this. RC ain't got nothing to do with this. Dan Orlovsky ain't got nothing to do with it. All the men out there on social media, y'all ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm gonna take this on the chin for the fellas.
Steven,
I'm gonna act like it's just me.
Let me ask you something.
When I know damn well it's most of the male species. Go ahead.
So do you feel, you really do feel that way personally? This is your personal belief of how you would feel if in this situation, that because people want to know where you fall in certain place for certain topics. So this is where you feel.
Hell yes. And let me put it to you this way. If I had a woman who was going to perform on stage on a diss track, during a diss track for her ex-boyfriend, I would look at her and go like this. What the fuck you think you're doing? What's the problem? Why do you feel the need to do that? I would look at her and be like, what? Tell me why you need to do that. But that's me. If Serena's husband to do that, that's his business, his prerogative. I'm not insulting him at all. I'm telling you what I would do.
Yeah.
And I would raise an eyebrow. So he affects you in that way, huh? He still got that kind of effect? Really? Okay. Because, I think I'm gifted enough in a variety of ways not to be a consolation prize for anybody. And I would instantly be thinking of myself as a consolation prize if I saw that kind of energy. That's just me being honest as a dude. If other dudes don't want to be honest enough to admit that, that's on them. To the ladies out there, I don't mind being vulnerable. I don't mind expressing myself. Just showing you where my heart lies.
Is it annoying to you because of the message it sends to other people?
No, not annoying. I just think that men are not being honest. I just think that the guys out there that have spoken against it, not Serena and her husband for the last time, in general, the male-female dynamic, relationship dynamic, I don't think men are being honest about that. All I'm saying to you is most men that I know feel that way. Whether they're willing to admit it or not, that's on them. It's a damn shame that I've been left to stand alone on this issue. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, you're going to be alone on that one, Stephen A. You're going to be alone on that one. That's a whole different conversation. You're going to be alone on that one. There's reasons behind that. I did not know this is going to go down this avenue where we just got stuck there. I would have probably not even listened to that shit. So I'm going to keep it a stat. I actually hate these goddamn conversations. But, yeah, he kind of stirred the pot. Had that shit going. Like, this whole, I blame Kendrick, dog. I blame Kendrick. This is what happens when you try to be symbolic. This is what happens when you try to be symbolic. This is the type of shit motherfuckers gotta deal with. Like, it's crazy, but that's just what it is. Let me see. So yeah, I'm about to get ready to play this commercial, and then I'm gonna drop the link, and then y'all can come up and we can chop it up about whatever. I hate dropping the link right before them goddamn gender topic, but yeah. So we gonna get ready to play this commercial, and let's see. Where's my shit at? All right, so I'm about to get ready to play this commercial. I'll be right back, family.
Today we're going to tell you why we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church. So, let's talk about how the Roman Catholic Church contributed in the transatlantic slave trade. First, they instructed Portugal and Spain to invade, murder, and subdue all sub-Saharan Africans. They identified us as black Gentiles, in which took away our rights, and they created laws that told people how to treat black people unfairly. Let's also not forget how the Roman Catholic Church benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. One, they had a huge increase in tithes. Two, they had a big gain of political power. Let's also not forget how my ancestors' land was acquired by the Roman Catholic Church to build more Catholic churches like this one. And let me tell you how my ancestors were affected during the transatlantic slave trade. One, they violated our rights and privileges. Two, they stole our lands and our resources. Three, they destroyed our family culture and our family structure.
And you can't forget how black people are still affected by the transatlantic slave trade to this day. One, we don't have access to our own land. Two, we can't trace back our own family lineage. And three, we can't connect with our own people because our identity is lost.
And after hearing all of that, we're here to tell you that we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
Right now.
Right now.
There you go, family. Links out there. Links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. Y'all know the routine. We're in the building. Let me see. Let me shout out some of the people that came through. Oh, real quick. I just noticed. Shout out to Dee. I appreciate that. Shout out to Dee. Appreciate the cash app. Yeah, I got you, Dee. I got you. Here you go.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Dee. Appreciate that. Let me see. Let me get some shout outs. Some of the people that came through. Let's see. Shout out to 504. Let's see. Black Charm came up in here. Was good. Truth was going on. D was good. Cassandra was going on with you. Let's see. Sirius B was good. Who else? Big Facts was going on. Who else came up in here? Unsunken One was good. Let's see, Wall Street Willie was going on. Jackson 2 times was good. Who else came up in here while I was building? Dre was, I said what's up to Dre earlier, all right? I say what's up twice. JW was good. Let's see, who else came up in here? Anybody else came up in here? I'm sure some other people came up in here. Buddha, what's going on? Who else came up in here? I saw Q Butter up in here earlier. Was good with him. GQ was good. CP was going on. Let's see. Anybody else? I'm back on far. Chaz was good. Deity was going on. Let's see. Swab was good. Shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening. Slide through. If I missed you, my bad. See, you got Sabio in the building. What's going on, Sabio? What's good, Charm? How y'all?
Oh man, coolin', man. I got my perspective about the whole situation, but I'll let Sabio go, but I can dig in real quick. Peace, y'all.
What's good, Sabio? How are you?
I'm good. So first off, I want to tell everybody that let everyone know when I was asked by Domo if he was going to perform Not Like Us, I said yes. I didn't give a reason. I just knew because it's what I would consider California West Side nigga pettiness. That's all that was with Serena and Kendrick. It was West Side pettiness, California pettiness.
I agree with that. I agree with the pettiness part. The only thing I would say about, like I say congrats to Kendrick Lamar for making it to that point. And, because a couple of years ago, he was kind of distraught because he thought he wouldn't never, his career wasn't advancing. So, but then, even still, so I take into account, the scenarios, all the whirlwinds people go through. That's, he started being a Hebrew and all that stuff during this time, right. And I thought he was going, like, if anything would have been symbolic to uplift or be pro-black and all that old stuff, then I would have, like, if the red, white, and blue, it would have been real smart if he'd have switched it to red, black, and green. That would have crushed the whole Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's me if I'm talking about if we looking at symbolism. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he'd have came out with the Star of David or whatever, it would have been promoting the country of Israel. So there's a whole lot. When people start talking about symbolism, and because we over here in this channel and other channels we be on, we really pro-black people and we really deep into consciousness and history and all that other stuff. It's like for the woke people and talking about the symbolism and all that shit, I'm like, man, to hell with y'all talking about. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. And then for Samuel Jackson to come out and play the guy from Django, who that there on that Nad boss, like, we don't give a fuck about no damn Uncle Sam, man. We really tired of Uncle Sam trying to take from us.
Charm, he wasn't playing Steven, no.
He wasn't playing who, Sabio?
He wasn't playing Steven. He was playing the character, Uncle Sam, the black Uncle Sam.
Yeah, but I mean, even if black Uncle Sam, white Uncle Sam, Chinese Uncle Sam, period, we most Americans who understand who the hell Uncle Sam is, and we have to pay Uncle Sam to keep the wheel turning. We understand that, but we like, damn, how Uncle Sam got to dig in our pockets every paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Why Uncle Sam got to dig in our mortgage and our gas prices and our food prices? You know what I'm saying? So to hell with Uncle Sam. Why would you need an Uncle Sam up there any fucking way? So I mean, so for the woke people with their wokeness and talking about, and I like Samuel Jackson being the black Uncle Sam, like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Yeah. So I mean, so and then when you get, I mean, it was just so much wrong with the symbolism and the choreography of it, and to say that you appeasing pro-blackness, and that wasn't
I don't know anything
appeasing at all.
Pro-blackness, supporting pro-blackness. It was
that's what you ain't been watching. You ain't been watching the YouTubes and stuff. That's what they say it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be uplifting the black community.
Yo, that shit didn't uplift. That shit
I know that's what they saying, but no. Yeah.
No. Absolutely not. If you got uplifted because Kendrick Lamar went out there and had Serena Williams and SZA and a bunch of niggas in red, white, and blue,
for real.
there's something wrong with you.
I didn't get upliftment. They didn't give me upliftment vibes. Like it was. I mean, I guess it depends on what people get uplifted by, right? Like some people like that symbolism shit, right? Like some people was gassed when we got Juneteenth as a national holiday. Some people were excited about that shit. I wasn't that excited. So some people was, right? Some people that meant something to some people, right? Like, so that shit is all subjective anyway, as far as like what you take from it, right? That's the whole thing about art, right? You know, art is abstract. You know, like people gonna take certain things from it, whatever they take from it. That's why I don't like abstract art. You know, I like in your face, like, okay, this ain't no, you know what I mean? Like, this is what the fuck it is, right? Like, this is what a motherfucker say. Like, you ain't no reading between the lines. You know, you ain't gotta look all deep and try to, try to decipher, decode shit and everything else. And you gotta get your Sherlock Holmes on. You ain't gotta do all that. It's in your face, right? Like,
You want to know what's crazy, Psycho? What should have been actually looked at was the actual shots that was taken at the artist that he had an actual problem with.
Right. See, to me, it was all about Drake. Like, to me, it was more about Drake.
Yeah, that's what I said too. It said he spent the biggest moment of his career to talk about Drake. That's a big ass moment. Like, I wouldn't have mentioned that nigga. I wouldn't have mentioned that nigga at all.
He had two of his exes on there. He pump faked Not Like Us early in the song, left, and then came right back. They came back to it later and everything else, you know. And like I said, this whole thing was kind of centered around Drake to me.
Yeah, like wow.
Going into the halftime thing, everybody kept saying, "Is he going to sing it? Is he going to sing? Is he going to perform it? Is he going to perform it?" And like that was the whole talk about it. Afterwards, that was the main talk about it. Like, everybody talk about, yo, he said, you saw the way he said, "Hey, Drake," and everything else, and Serena crip walking and Not Like Us, and that was the main thing people was talking about. And then later, everybody started talking about deciphering it and decoding it and all this other shit.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't have spent no moments. My bad. Go ahead, Savior.
Are you good? All I would say was no one paying attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
When it was like, cut the TV off. Cut the TV off. Make them cut the TV off. Huh? Come on, Char. He was talking directly at Drake.
Right. But Sabio, this is my thing. A big moment like that. What's the song where he had? I forget the name of the song where he was switching faces and all that stuff, and it was a real deep song. You know, I forget the name of the song. But if I had a big moment like that, that's the direction I would have went in. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, if you want to put stuff in the white man's face, that's the direction you go in. You know, and have them really talking about
That's what he wanted to do. He should have cut the whole Drake shit out and just did that. And just did that. Yeah, because because the whole Drake shit took away from any pro-black message he was trying to give. Because I'm telling you, I didn't get pro-black vibes from that. I didn't look at that performance as a pro-black performance to people until like the next day when people was all like, "You missed it. You ain't get it. You ain't see the decipher in this and this, that, third, and this secretly meant this. Is this secretly meant that?" And I'm like, wait, what? It was like, yeah, he secretly said Donald Trump shouldn't have won the election. He says the right time and not the right person. Like, wait, what? He wasn't talking about Donald Trump. What do you mean? He was talking about himself. What are you talking about? Like y'all not hear what he said? Like, he wasn't talking about no fucking Donald Trump. What are you,
that's a great segue right there, because when you look at the other side of the political side, and shout out to Israel Doctrine, he had did a show about this. Well, he didn't do a show. He had just did a little short live about it. About Lil Wayne was pardoned by Donald Trump, and Jay-Z was campaigning for Barack Obama, so it wasn't no way in the hell. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the political part of it, was he gonna get one of Donald Trump's pardons to perform for the halftime spot? You know, and I'm like, damn. But then at the same time, Donald Trump did something that no other president didn't do. He showed up. You know what I'm saying? So if you was gonna get at Donald Trump, that was a great moment to get at Donald Trump and not Drake, because he was right there in your face.
Yeah.
He was right there in your face if he was gonna get at him. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't directly get at him, you know. And somebody could have pulled his coattail and said, "No, don't directly go at Donald Trump because he can't shut your water off," you know. So but having a symbolism about it, what the hell? Like, nigga, you got the whole microphone in your hand. I don't have to work.
I don't mind. Like I said, he needed to pick what he wanted to do. Like, if you're gonna do the pro-black thing, do the pro-black thing and leave the Drake song and stuff out of it. I'd have been disappointed, but at least it would have been consistent and it would have stayed with the theme. Because like I said earlier, that shit was cluttered. It was all over the place. It's it was all over the place. It went from having the American flag moment and all this other stuff, this, that, and third, to all of a sudden you got motherfuckers in the hood, crip walking and like us and all this other stuff, and talk about pedophiles and then game over video games and everything. Like this stuff, it's kind of all over the place. Like, can you stay on track? This shit's crazy.
So, Psycho, you said if you would have left the Drake stuff out, you would have been disappointed. So doesn't that the confliction continues then? Like it's like if you would have left
that's
that
why
out,
I think he should have left the whole messaging part up out of it, because like what if that's because like I said, if you're going to do the messaging and just let me be disappointed and just stay to your theme. Like he should have just picked a side, either satisfy the people that wanted to hear the not like us Drake dissing stuff and everything else, or stick to the course of the messaging and just make it all about the messaging.
So what was the messaging though? I mean, because I know they're dressed in red, white, and blue. I don't see nothing about black people. I didn't hear none of his so-called conscious songs. I didn't hear Vanity Flags. Shit, he got a few of them. Shit, I can't think of them all. I didn't hear none of them.
He ain't do none of them. He did Squabble Up. He did songs that, like even though he ain't a drill rapper and stuff like that, he still did. He ain't a drill. He may not be a drill rapper, but he did stuff that, in my opinion, that appeased those people.
About shooting. If you think Squabble Up is about shooting, you tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cycling said, Squabble Up is about throwing your fist.
Right. It had nothing to do with killing and all that shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck.
My thing is like if you was going, I don't know, that to me the side of the fence of the pro blackness, or the black community, or our oppression and all that other stuff. It wasn't. It didn't have any light on it. It didn't have any light on it. You know, as far as now, shout out to the FBA people, because they the ones who really say, see how he took the American flag and it made it about us because this is our country. I'm like, man, y'all folks be reaching like hell, but shout out to y'all though. Oh man, I guess Nasheed made the damn choreography. So yeah.
Is that erroneous to say though? That's not erroneous to say though. To say that this is, I mean, because you got some people who feel like that. So I mean, at the same time, I don't know. I guess I'm one of them. Go back to I guess I'm one of them African dudes. You know what I'm saying? Who really stand on the red, black, and the green, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do it, put it in their face, change them colors up. But for those who with the George Washington wife in the red, white, and blue, you know what I'm saying? Last time I checked, his wife was a white lady who put them colors together. So I'm talking about Crispus Attucks who popped it off. You feel me? Who popped it off? It died.
Revolutionary War. You talking about?
You feel me?
What about?
I'm just saying, we at the forefront of every war. The black man has been. You feel
we ain't
me?
at the forefront of every war. That's not true. That's not true.
Nah, he damn sure ain't. And then he was put on the front line.
You can say that about the Revolutionary War. We was not in the front lines of the Civil War. We was not in the front lines of World War I or World War II.
So the black man
they tried to keep us out of World War I and World War II.
1812. We weren't in the front line of the war.
No, we was involved in 1812. We was involved in 1812,
but we weren't on it.
We weren't bigged up. Yeah.
We were involved in most of the
Amino War was that Mexico and
you mean the Alamo? The Alamo.
Yeah, Alamo.
Yeah, we was there. Yeah, we was at the Alamo. Yeah,
that's about every war this country had.
Yeah, we was there, but not in the front. But when you say we was like there in the beginning of all those wars, no, the Revolutionary War we was there in the beginning. Yeah,
and then none of those wars were our wars to pop off. They still was about the advancement of the white man. You know what I'm saying?
Because Christopher Adams got no bullet for black people. He caught a bullet for that. He was on some community shit.
Okay. Oh, so you say he was a coon?
Nah, he ain't say that.
I wouldn't necessarily call him a coon. I would just say he ain't catch a bullet for black people.
If he ain't on no black shit, then in my mind,
you want to call him a coon? I wouldn't call him a coon per se, but I'm just saying when he got shot. If you know why he got shot, you'll know. Like it wasn't because white people was fucking with black people and he stood up and took a bullet. Like that's not how that went down.
I'm just saying, just the act of him being the first subject to pop it off. You feel me? That's what I mean.
No, he wasn't the first to pop it off. He was the first to get popped off on.
Right. Yeah.
Get popped off on.
That's a big difference. That's a big difference.
Yeah, he was the first body. He was the first. He was the first body.
Casualty of
the country. He was the first casualty of this quote unquote the origins of this country as far as like getting this shit turned into the United States of America.
He said, no, he's the first to get popped off. Oh.
And then another thing, he talking about make America great again. Why would I be, man, with all the oppression and atrocities and the travesties that's going on, man? I ain't trying to be on your side, man, with pumping your flag and going by your duties. Especially, I got the microphone in my hand. I really want to say fuck you, but we on national TV. I mean, if that was me, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all know it's like
I would have made it, man. He supposed to told him the whoever the choreographed person was, like, hey man, we ain't doing none of that. This is what we finna do right here, you know. Now, but I mean, I put it like this: Beyonce didn't have, she probably don't have a clue about who the hell Malcolm X is, but at least she did a big black X in the middle of in all them white people face. You know, she probably didn't know to have a clue on the hell she was doing, but at least she put it in their face.
I would put some money on that. If you
what?
Like you would just put a microphone up to Beyonce just randomly. You know who Malcolm X is, and for her to say no, she don't know who that person is, I would be flabbergasted.
Now I'm pretty sure she know who he is, but I'm saying the whole cause and you know she ain't no dummy, you know. But I'm saying like what it really mean to put that in front of them folk face like that. She could have got her fucking water cut off, you know what I'm saying? But that beehive strong as hell, but you know. It could have went the other way, but her politic game or the people she signed to, they political game kind of strong, you know, and know how to save face. But when they did that choreography or whatever, they did put it in their face though. You know what I'm saying? All black with the X. You know what I'm saying? So if you was gonna do it. You know, because I think at some time, man. At some time when we got that microphone in our hand and a camera in our face, you do have to say, I believe I led my people into a burning house. You know what I'm saying? Now it might get you knocked off, but hey, you got the mic in your hand now. You know what I'm saying?
He said that behind the scenes too. I mean, he said it behind the scenes. But what happened was behind the scenes is where he said the burning house shit, the one that everybody like to say that he actually told that to Harry Belafonte. And Harry Belafonte said that's what Harry Belafonte said that's what he told him behind the scenes. Now what we got on camera saying is him saying that his dream turned into a nightmare. The dream that he had and how his dream speech, he said that actually ended up turning into a nightmare, which is the premise is still the same, but yeah, that's the quote that we actually have him saying. But behind the scenes, that's what he said, the burning house shit.
Yeah, that is what Harry Belafonte said. Because I ain't no footage on him actually saying it, but
right. But Harry Belafonte quoted him saying it though. Like everybody said that that's direct quote from him.
So I'm like this, man. What day? I mean, I know it's just a hypothetical question though. Like when we get that camera in our face and a mic in our hand, that we start speaking, you know what I'm saying, to the real woes that we have, with the real gripes that we have with America, you know what I'm saying, and how they've been rocking and treating us, you know what I'm saying, especially with the presidency, and then
I grew up with an understanding of how this country always fucked us over. That was the understanding. I got it. I've had this country since I was a little kid. I still have in this country. That's why all this sudden patriotic love coming from black people is kind of mind blowing to me. Because when I grew up, like, it was, man, fuck this goddamn country. This country that did nothing but do my people dirty since we got here. Since we got in this motherfucker, done did nothing but do us fucking dirty. And then as they print up a little more money, so we get a little more money, and then we can live in I guess better homes, drive better cars, and what we was able, other than having hand-me-downs. Like we still getting fed crumbs, nigga. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. We still getting fed crumbs. They still crumbing us.
Man, we burnt flags, all types of shit, man. Like fuck that.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, man, like fuck that flag, everything else, man. Like I don't know, man. Like we saw like motherfuckers sung the black national anthem out here. Like they did the whole Pledge of Allegiance, all this other shit, but they never sung the regular national anthem without doing the black national anthem with it, right? So
lift every voice and sing.
Yeah, like so, this is like understood. So it's like I don't know, man. I just got a different perception of it. Like I said, all right. So when I hear all this FBA stuff, everything else, like, yeah, y'all sound a little bit too patriotic for my liking. Like, I don't know, man. I don't. That's foreign to me, man. It's like it's loving this country. That means I gotta love all these presidents, all these piece of shit ass presidents, all these piece of shit ass bills that went by, all these motherfuckers in Congress, everything else fighting it, all these dicks, all this fucked up ass motherfucking shit that happened in this country.
Right.
I embrace that shit. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand that shit. I study that shit. I embrace it on a historical level, but I don't embrace the premise behind that shit and what the fuck was actually happening. Hell no, fuck this country. This country's against me, yo. This country is against my ancestors. This country ain't our friend. The fuck am I embracing this shit for? I don't know. It's different to me, dog. It's just different. It's different.
And that's the thing they want to be blind about or deaf about. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know this. If you look at the history of it, I mean, you can't point out one decade that it was just about us, let alone 1 year. Hell, they give us 1 month, and even in that month, it ain't about us. Hell, they try to still do the most dirtiest things they can to us during that month.
Yeah, I really want to do this presentation on Saturday too. I think I'm gonna do this presentation on Saturday. I want to do so. I really want to build on this one thing. It's Black History Month, so I gotta give on my. I guess I'll give on my Black History shit. I hate doing history on Black History Month because it seems like I'm just being sheep. Because I do Black History Year, right? I do Black History Year. I don't need to be told we got to do Black History this specific month and shit. I'd rather do it the other 11 months and let everybody else talk about it this 1 month and get their little history on. Let them have their little time to shine. Because I talk about history all the fucking time, but I guess I'll do some. They ain't right. I like the history. I'm gonna do. I don't know. Y'all know I like to touch on taboo topics. I like to give you history that motherfuckers don't talk about. I don't do romanticizing.
Hey, Syke, I'm about to check on my family, make sure they in the bed good before I hop in this whip and ride out, and I'm hop right back on y'all.
No doubt, y'all.
All right, baby.
All right. Yeah, I do love talking history. See, ponder this. Some of your ancestors were slaves before the white man came to America. Yeah, that's real. That's real. Slavery happened, even though the slavery in Africa was different. Slavery in Africa, it wasn't like chattel slavery. It wasn't chattel slavery. It was actually, that was indentured servitude, and that's what they thought they was putting us in, was indentured servitude, when they was selling us off to the white man and shit. They thought it was indentured servitude. They didn't know it was chattel slavery, like the way it ended up being. They thought they were selling us off to a penal colony. That's what the fuck they thought they was doing. Kind of like what Donald Trump's trying to do now, when he sending these people down there, talking about sending these motherfuckers down. It was El Salvador, where the fuck he talking about sending motherfuckers to? Guantanamo Bay. Talking about sending motherfuckers down there. That's what the Africans thought they was doing with us. They thought they were sending their prisoners off to a different colony, because they didn't, they said they'll house them and they'll take care of them and they'll pay us for it. So they like, it's a win-win-win, right? Like, they ain't got to worry about housing and clothing and taking care of the POWs. They'll take them and they'll pay us for it. So they was looking at it like they was going to go do their time over there and then they'll let them go. That's how they was looking at it. But that ain't what happened. But they thought it was like indentured servitude, prison sentence type shit going on. That's what they thought.
So Africa owes too then, huh?
Huh?
There's a question. Does Africa owe?
I would say yes. Now, I don't like to make that a focus, because I think that's throwing us off our shit. Mm-hmm. And I think it's letting this country off the hook. 1, 2, is throwing us off our shit, and 3, who owes us? We can't sue the whole goddamn continent.
And they didn't benefit nowhere near at the extent, that the white man benefited.
But again, who are we suing?
Yeah.
Like who? Like, because it's not one particular place, it's not one particular area, not one particular tribe. Like, so who are we suing out in Africa? And that's where that gets muddy, right? Because you ain't suing the whole continent, because it's different. It's 52 countries in Africa. We didn't come from all those countries.
But do you think that sort of like, that kind of speaks to the whole, like, not saying DNA is not real, but just like even one.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that.
No, I'm saying one pursuing that and getting that data back. Okay, so what does that do then exactly? Like you just said.
I mean, if you talk about individual cases, I mean, if you talk about
like, how does that?
Because if you talk about individual, because like we amalgamation of different areas of Africa, like West and Central Africa, right? Like most people in this country, most black people, I should say, most black people that are quote unquote FBAs or whatever the case may be, most of them, if they took their DNA test, well, most of their sub-Saharan African DNA is probably going to come from Nigeria. That's where most of our DNA comes from, on average, right? Like, but you're going to have amalgamation of all areas though. Like, it ain't going to just be Nigeria. You have some, like I said, you will have some people have some South African, some people have some East African over there by the Horn. Some people might even have some North African up in them. So it's kind of like all over the place. It depends on each individual. So like I said, so it's like it's going to have to be a case by case basis if you start suing people. And then like mine, I can show you my DNA. Like my shit is like I ain't got no North African in me. Most of it is Nigerian. 33% is Nigerian. But the rest of it, the rest of the 80% is all over the place in Africa, all over from West and Central. I even got a small bit in East. I even got a small bit by the Horn. So yeah, so it's kind of like all over the place. So like, if I was trying to get reparation from them, who am I going after? I could say the Nigerians because it's mostly Nigerian, but then it gets tricky because who's to say that the Nigerian was the motherfucking the slave catcher, right? The Nigerians could have been the losers in that war, right? And I could have been the Nigerian that got sold off, not the Nigerian who caught me, right? Like so that's where it gets tricky. You know what I mean? So like trying to sue Africa for reparations, I that's all. That's next to impossible task. So that's why I say I don't even really like even focusing on that. But I mean, if it was an easy way of doing it, I would say yeah, they would. But it's so hard to do because you got to pinpoint who sold you off and who did that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just crazy.
And you see, there's many elements, but this particular element that we're talking about as to why there's a segment of Black Americans, you know, that feel, not even just, I don't like saying feel, but that are passionate based off this landmass due to our contributions. You feel me? But also, what I want to say is primarily this element is that basically damn, bro, I literally just lost my train of thought, man. I was speaking about, hold on, I got okay, so we was talking about Africa, and oh, boom. So yeah, basically we know how much work we didn't put in up here, and we know at the end of the day America owe us. So I can see that element of like, okay, this country owes us. So that is what, you know, among many other elements, is what ties us to this, you know, to this land. You feel me? So it is, and the primary element, I mean, I would say this one of the superseding elements would be redress, you know, knowing this country owes us. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know.
True, what's good?
Habari Ghani, I don't know what you talk about. You want to start some shit on Negro History Month? North Africans. Let me find out you's a Kemite.
Who?
Goddamn North Africans. Who? Where?
Who, me?
Yeah, let me find out. You said, oh yeah, we might have some North Africans. I'm just messing with
No. I ain't no motherfucking North African. I don't know. I said, but some people do got some North African in them, like when they do their DNA. But that it'd be a small percentage though. It's not more than yeah.
So you're gonna have what's the interesting one is some people are gonna have Madagascar.
Mm-hmm.
That tells another story because the Royal African Company and some other companies had stopped certain people from going to West Africa to get Western Central Africa to get Africans, right? So what they did was they became pirates. The only difference, I think I've said this before, but the only difference between a privateer and a pirate is a permission slip. So when you lose your permission slip from the mother country that's giving you the basically permission slip, you become a pirate. So Captain Kidd was a privateer, and so was John Hawkins. At certain times, they lost the permission to do it, so they became pirates. I say that because where they would go and get the Africans from was Madagascar. So you had even up, it was up in the Bronx, even it was they went to a couple places in Jamaica, whatever, but it's a very small percentage. You see what I'm saying? And that's because the Portuguese had it over there, and that's a whole nother story. But yeah, that part. But with the other part, there were some Africans who knew what was going on over here. I have records of some actually coming over here. And so they have a slave coast, bro. A slave coast. I put it in that private chat right here. You can see it. So it's clear. So you're right. It's Nigeria. Then you're gonna see Guinea. You're gonna see Ghana. All the countries. You know, the countries didn't exist, but those areas. Mm-hmm. And then if you see people with lineages of things like Congo and Angola and stuff like that, those are peoples who may have some lineage. They come earlier on. You see what I'm saying? Because of when they start taking a lot of Congolese and Angolans is early on. There are some that come to the Caribbean and America, but also Brazil. A lot go to Brazil early on because of everybody trying to exploit Brazil, and the Kingdom of Congo had gone Catholic early on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And culturally, you see it where it expresses itself in things like capoeira, right? Because the two main houses in capoeira are Capoeira Congo and Capoeira Angola.
Right.
Those are the two systems. And then you see, obviously, the wokes like to point out in the religions and stuff like that. But my point more, what you're showing on the screen, is just that. And there's a whole slave coast. Like, they had it mapped out. And you see right there by where the coast is, you have Guinea.
Mm-hmm.
This whole Negro land, this is what the Negro Jews play with the maps with the Negro land. That's whatever.
Right.
And also Benin. So Benin comes up, the homie, and they are heavy into, it's like a, they're set up to get, enslaved people.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's one more I'll give to show you, like, there is involvement with the West Africans who got corrupted. There's a few actually where you see it. So when you look at Nigeria, you're looking at something called the Arrow Confederacy, right? And that Arrow Confederacy, here, I'll give it to you, is they was down with like a Queen and Zinga type of thing. They was down with all of that stuff until the story flips on. Then they became, against the slavery. I put it in a chat right there. I'm gonna find other things for you. Because I'm with you, but listen, bro, I deserve a check from both sides of that water. And I got a whole, I will prove it. Yeah. Yes, they know. And Africa. You owe me too. We the only people we need 2 reparations checks.
Now, I like I said, I'm not somebody who says that they wouldn't owe. Again, just trying to figure out who owes and how that works. That's a harder task.
Oh, 100%. But if we're gonna go back and say, now you want to do DNA, that also works one way, because you said you have percentages of Nigeria, right? And then you do lineages and you see, okay, well, that may exist in a certain area, where your people from, right? And it's not going to go, they came from Nigeria straight to, if it was South Carolina, no. But what I'm saying is you're going to be there for a while, a couple of generations, and you know what I'm saying, in those places. So, but what I'm saying, okay, you got Nigeria, well, that's saying something, right? Because if that's the case, did they really do it going into, I don't know, the 1830s, where they was getting Africans directly from Nigeria? No, because of what had happened in 1807. So the dynamics change. You know what I'm saying? So if it's 1807, 1808 that they say in law and theory that the transatlantic slave trade won't happen, so that cuts you off for the most part. Although we know obviously there was other ships coming, right? So you got from 1807, 1808 to 1865, 1868, whatever. There ain't no new spear chuckers coming like in great numbers like that. You know what I'm saying? So okay, then you probably came prior to 1807 somewhere in there. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
Let me ask you this: when that dollar came into play?
Who? Ghana?
The commerce money, dollar, $1, $2, $5, $10. When that money come into play.
They have commerce a lot, so you look at, it depends on how you want to take it, but you look at what they call it early on, and we were called pieces, right, or pecas. right? And then it goes, and in some cases they call us Guinea, right? And you saw in that map you just saw, there's a land called Guinea. Well, Guinea was the people, and then it became the coins, a name for the coin. You see what I'm saying?
I'm talking about that American dollar.
Well, dollar itself comes from the great state of the New York Giants. Hold that, Psycho. You lost 2 this season. And when the Dutch come here, so the Dutch bring the word dollar. That's a Dutch word.
When did it come into play, and when did it become a big thing?
As far as the word or the concept of money?
The concept of trade, of using it to trade with. I think that's what
yeah, that's a whole story of
I think that's what most of the whole. I'm talking about in America. I think when people talk about reparations, they're talking about when that came into play, when it wasn't about trading with cotton and apples and just different little things like that. When it come about, mainly about that money. You know what I'm saying? Having this money to buy the land, having this money to buy the horses and cows and stuff like that.
It was all about exploitation. And so we have this concept that they came with this whole pilgrims thing to colonize, and it wasn't. That wasn't what the mission was, right? Initially, the mission is to exploit the resources of the land.
Right.
It wasn't
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. It was always about money. It wasn't go, hey, let's go find some place to, for the pilgrim. No. That's not.
Right. So this is my thing. When people talk about, because this is my concept on reparations. If my slave master was worth $1 trillion and your slave master was worth a blank, we don't get the same amount of reparations, dog. They got to break down that way. You know what I'm saying? But if everybody want to put it, when they come out the same pot, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I mean, you can only go back so far, you know what I'm saying, before you get to say that everybody was in on it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was in on the slave trade. Everybody was in on the cotton trade. Everybody was in on the animal stock trade. You know what I'm saying? So, but then when you get into that money, everybody didn't have no money. You know what I'm saying? Some people had, little stuff that they can trade with, and they use human as some of their stock to trade with, but they ain't have no actual dollars.
Yeah, but that goes on from.
One second. Yeah, Charm, you got some background noise. I don't know if that is some clicking going on.
No, that's my bad. Let me mute out, man. I'm driving. I got the windshield wipers on. My fault.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Whatever it is, it's consistent. It's like click, click, click. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, humans and labor has been going on since probably the beginning. Lucy probably had a slave sometime. I mean, that was just, now you get into what people put value in over time, and that's a whole, 74-day series. But yeah, humans was a part of that, and this is why you had to devalue the human for even to make practical sense in your mind, right? So then you get into the whole other end and making them a thing or whatever, and then in this case, we were just a tool, a thing, and related to horses, right? Where the function of, horses in some regard of how they exploited us. So where you in the newspapers, when you run away, are on the same pages as the horse that got loose. When they want to sell you, they showcase you in the ads just like they're selling a horse. When they want to name you, they give you some names early on. You got names like Jumper and Hoppy and attributes of horses. So yeah, you're the money. But like I said, I was over in Africa, I was over in Rome and China and Mongolia.
Not the Mongolians.
Yeah, not the Mongolians. But yeah, so that arrow trooper right there. Wait, hold on, because this is what I'm trying to say. So that's where you see Arochukwu, right? So how it's done, since it's, here you go. Give me 1 second. How it's done is they corrupt the spiritual systems, right? And so the spiritual systems get corrupted. So now it's intertwining the culture and it's dictating how people. So, okay, I got beef with Psycho. I want to get him out of town. Hey, you did me wrong. So now you have to go before the court, in a sense, right? For you to be judged. And part of that judgment was, here, let me see if it's in here. If it's not, there it is. I'll tell you the story. But this is where you get the long juju from. And the long juju was what Oracle was, and this is where you would go. It's like going to court, basically. And then it would be by the river. You would follow the river. If you went to court, you had to go in the cave. And then if you were found guilty or whatever the case is, your family will never see you again, and the river will be filled with a red, like a blood. So in this cave, and one side you go, and for your judgment, if you were found guilty of such, well, guess what's on the other side of the cave? Well, there were boats taking you to bigger boats to take your ass to slavery. And so now it's trying the long juju, and the British in particular do this or whatever. So now you got this part in the culture, in the religion, tied in. The corrupted people now use it to do, what humans do and corrupt stuff. Okay, I don't like this guy's up out of here. This one's accused of doing, some really heinous stuff. Boom. That's how it's now. Now you see it in West Africa. That's how it happens. So you have Arrow, you see the religious aspect right in front of your screen. I'm sure it might be some Nigerians in the chat. Right? Look at it. Long juju. That's where the juju and all that other stuff comes from. It's the spiritual system. This is a UNESCO site, y'all. This is an actual UNESCO World Heritage site where this took place. And I say all that to say, as far as you say, Negro, I know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the niggas right there. Give me my check.
I feel you. I feel you. I mean, like I said, I ain't mad. People say, Africa owes certain Africans owe us money. Can't just say they can't paint with a broad brush. But yeah,
Look,
certain.
right there. I'm sorry, right there, Psycho. I'm not amazed at UNESCO's, and what does it say? There was also the throne of judgment, the dark presence, the holy of holies. Those who were found guilty walked into dark tunnels, and those found innocent returned to their relatives. Right? And so, like I say, along there, you would go. Your family would see the waters turn a blood color, and know that was a rat. You wasn't coming back. See? And the red water flowing down the stream would be a sign to the relatives that the victims were dead.
Right.
Right? And read the next part. Now, blindfolded, walk to Ono Asu Baki, the European beach. You see it right there. That's the process. So now on the other side of that tunnel, after you've been judged by your religious system, say, oh no, your ass is blindfolded and we'll be picking cotton tomorrow. Or sugarcane, or take your. And now you see the arrows, which I gave you previously, was the Arrow Confederacy, and you mentioned Nigeria. This is what I'm saying. But now it's like I'm saying that the ill part is. Go ahead, bro. Huh?
No, I'm gonna say, we gotta remember, and I think a lot of people don't put it in context. We got ancestors that still was over there, right? Like our whole tribe didn't get sent over here. Certain people got sent over here, and the other tribe members were still there. And so,
Yes.
So when people got all this angst for Africa and everything else, you gotta remember, we got split away from our families. Like we got torn away from our families. Like same thing that happened in the South, where our families are getting ripped apart and split up, and everything else torn away from. That's what happened when we left Africa. We got torn away from our families and everything else. So our family members are still out there. Like our ancestors are still out there, and like
but the you also is not the same you. And what I mean by that is when you left, you were Nigerian or whatever nation or tribe was the one who was, unfortunately, I call them slow-footed and got caught, right? Mm-hmm. But you now is an amalgamation of all of that Western Central Africa. You may have more because, let's say, for instance, this is why the islands are different. This is why the Gullah are different, right? Because isolated people are islands like that, and they take people to have them from particular places, right? So in the case of Jamaica, it's Igbo and the Akan who are heavy, right? And by you being on isolated plantations, whether sugar, cotton, or whatever, who are you now, quote unquote, mating with? You mating with your other peoples for more generations, just like the Gullah, right? And so you start to see certain people from Gullah, they got certain facial characteristics, right? You could look at, it's not, 100% nothing, but you could look at people from the region and be like, oh yeah, that's the Gullah, right? So that is the closest we'll have in America. But, you know what I'm saying, that's the process that happens in island countries or whatever, where you might have a lineage longer, right? So what I'm saying is, in practice, Akan, and that's even, there's diversity in that name. But say, a Cromanti, right? I can't even use that because that's now an amalgamation. You see how quickly this get crazy? So Jamaicans, to give me a live example, and a lot of Americans, it's Cormanti, right? Cormanti, like it's a people. Cormantine is around where they had the factories that the Portuguese set up to enslave the people. So a culture develops, it's like a slave trading town almost, right? If you look it up, that's where Corman. So people now, because the people are there and whatever, they become a somewhat distinct people called Cromantes. So that's mixing all in Africa before you get here. But Psycho, what I'm saying is, okay, you're looking, or we're looking for a tribe in Nigeria or Benin. That's you when you left. You wasn't with the Beninians all these generations. You was with Mali and Congo and Angola and Guinea and whoever else is in, and people you come across, and the white folks and the Indians. So on the other end, like, I'm saying we hold on to it great, like, okay, I got my thing back, and look, y'all, I'm Malian.
This and I'm that.
Right. So now your return home is what? You're gonna cut up the percentages of you and put them in each of those places.
No, that's that. Nah, you can't do that. But I did have like a thing where I was like, because I do want to make a trip back to Africa. Well, not back to Africa. It'd be my first time going, but trip to Africa or whatever. But I was like, and after I got my DNA last year, I was looking at the DNA. It was like, I want to kind of, I'm gonna go visit where most of the percentage is, and that's not. I was like, I guess that's Nigeria, but it's like, but it's all these other percentages everywhere else too. It's like, it's like, where would I really go? Like I said, Nigeria is the most logical place. Like, I got a whole bunch of other stuff too. It's all over the place. Like, see where I can show it.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, we're, and I get it, where people looking to put the pictures back together, but it's not as cut and dry for a number of reasons. If they took you and they took you from Angola and put you in Louisiana and that's what was a pipeline. Well, actually, it is in an airway, but anyway, that's a pipeline, and that's for generations. Say, then you have a much better chance, like weed or the Angolans, right? And then, okay, I got my thing, I got my DNA. It says I've got 65, 70% Angolan, like we them people. That is gonna be red. We're gonna have percentages just like you got.
Right.
You know, a Caribbean may have a little bit more in one place or other because of those, you know, factors I talked about.
That's my joint right there.
Right.
It's all
from the
over
same
the place.
era. Makes sense. Boom.
Right.
So
My
now
bad, it's
Nigeria-
31% Nigerian. It's 31%. I thought it was 33. It's 31.
So Nigeria,
Yeah,
and then
say
you got 15% Ghana, and we see where that makes sense for Ghana, right? Because of the Ashanti and what's going. Where's your people from in America? Like mostly where they've been? South Carolina? What? Where?
Oh, yeah, South Carolina, yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So then you got South Carolina, and that all makes, you know, just looking at it. Right. Senegambian and Ghanaians gonna come later for the most part. They're there the whole time, but as far as, you know, really America or whatever, that's gonna come. So that's gonna be.
Right.
And then what did you ever ask yourself? How am I broadly West African? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You are 11, yo, son. I'm a broadly West African. 11%. That's what I'm talking about.
And don't sleep. I got some Adbo up in me too now.
Uh-oh.
Don't sleep. Don't sleep on me. I mean, I always been here now. Don't get it fucked up.
Facts. Facts. Yeah.
I mean, just for the record.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, what do you do with the when you get the DNA and all that? As far as like, if you plan on like making trips and everything else, you're gonna have a hard time with that.
I mean, even still, like just the thought of going to West Africa, you're from amongst those people. Yeah, I'm still all for that now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm still gonna go down there. Yeah, I'm
somebody telling you like, look, we gonna go back and trace your tribe, like. Even
That's
like the
awesome,
connections you may have, which are sincere and real through science, with the DNA thing, and then they tell you you related.
You can narrow it down. You can narrow it down, but yeah, it's hard to do though. But you can narrow it down. That's the best you can do.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm okay, fine. It's not like. It's not a stretch for a lot of other people when you look at it, right? There are thousands of Chinese tribes or whatever. We just look at them as the Chinese, right?
Asians, but yeah, I got you.
We look at the white guys like, oh, he's just like that. I think it's Irish right now. At some point, he may have been English, and before that, he may have been some Sephardic, right?
Right.
Acting like they were just white all the time. Like, nah, that's what happened when man starts going around this globe and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some white DNA tests that's been like 100% like Irish or Scott, like right out there, like Irish, Scottish, Irish, some shit like that, like or like 99%, like certain areas. And I've seen white people who shit is like scattered all over Europe. You know what I mean? So yeah, I seen, because I be staring at DNA tests and everything else, like just looking them over, seeing how these things lined up for the most part. And yeah, I seen white people who shit is like I said, like 100% European, like 98% European. Actually, they got little admixture when it comes like Asians got little admixture too. Like they don't have a lot of admixture. Depending on where you're talking about Asia, I should say. Let me say that. Depending on where you're talking about Asia. I know the Irish motherfuckers, they do not have a lot of admixture either.
Right. Well, makes sense. They're isolated. They're shunned in the other lands, right? In Britain, and wherever they're the servant class. So being mixy with them don't help your social status, you know. So they mix with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But what's interesting, I found in my life, anywhere you go around the world, you'll find two people, somebody from Brooklyn and an Irish person.
Right, that's real.
Right?
That's real. Especially that Brooklyn shit. Oh my goodness, I always said that. I don't care where the fuck you at, you're gonna find somebody from motherfucking Brooklyn. I don't give a fuck where you at, and that is true. That is the truest statement ever. Always somebody from Brooklyn. I remember I had to call. I caught somebody slipping though. I caught somebody who was false flagging out in Texas. I caught their ass slipping. And I was like, I went to a pizzeria, and I was like, and I was asking, I was messing with them like, y'all got some good pizza up in here? They was like, yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good. I'm like, I don't know, I'm having a hard time finding good pizza out here. It's like, where you from? I was like, Jersey. It was like, oh, yeah. You'll like it. Yeah, we from Brooklyn. No, matter of fact, no, they didn't say that. That's matter of fact, no, that's how I caught them. They didn't say they was from Brooklyn. They said they was from New York. And I was like, y'all from New York? He was like, yeah. And I was like, what part of New York? He was like, Brooklyn. I was like, okay, y'all full of shit. Because that's what, and you already know why I know they was full of shit, because they would have led with Brooklyn. They wouldn't have led with New York.
There you go, champ. You know that. You know that. That's how you can tell, right? Like,
yeah, they would have strictly, like, maybe your great grandparents was from Brooklyn or something like that, or whatever the case may be, or whatever. But you ain't from motherfucking Brooklyn. You're not from Brooklyn, because if you was from Brooklyn, you would have led with Brooklyn. Right. Ain't no way in motherfucking hell. Oh shit, get the fuck out of here. Let me make sure this is
facts.
Say this is. Well, we got a special guest about to come up here. 1 second. If this is who I think it is, let me make sure I got. Yeah, let me make sure ain't nobody trolling, because people like to troll.
Let me get 911 ready.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no, that's him. Okay, that's him. All right.
Yeah, big up your blood clot, what I'm doing, man.
Somebody call ICE.
Let me there, man.
Somebody call ICE.
We got Buddha on the motherfucking pedal. What's going on, Buddha?
Nothing, man. Me there, man. Big up yourself. My true story end up here, so me did have something to ask him.
All right.
What up, y'all?
True story. Are they missing the point on the Superbowl thing, man? Because when I seen Samuel L. Jackson in the thing, I saw triple entendre mockery.
Let's hear it.
Well, you have to understand that Uncle Sam, the way he's depicted, is a minstrel character.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but he was used as a draft. He was used as a way to draft.
Listen to me. I'm trying to explain to you. I want to ask true story and a question right now, and if you see it the same way you see it. So when I seen Samuel L. as Uncle Sam, and he's Samuel L., there's so much mockery going on of the minstrelization of the character, and him being in the game show was him locked in the game box, and him playing the gangster image against what the minstrelization of the culture wants you to be. That's how I saw the performance when you talk about it artistically. So I didn't see it as Uncle Sam being representative of America per se, but more as a mockery of the minstrelization inherent to the depiction of the Uncle Sam character.
My boy said inherent. Jesus.
It definitely was a minstrel show feel to the whole character, how they portrayed him. Yeah, definitely. But do you feel like that was a reputation of white America or the Uncle Sambo's?
No, I think it was a whole concept of the way culture is structured right now, where you're only responding to images that were adopted as realities that became selves. So the whole thing was so much mockery intended to push you to the point of absurdity, where this new thing I got called hyper irony. It was hyper irony. It was so ironical that it pushed you to the point of absurdity, because in this world where you are so structured around the hyper ironical, you can't figure out what is actual. And that's what he was trying to express in the show. Is he a gangster? Is he a love rapper? Is he this? Is he that? Because he's playing a game, and what he has to appeal to what the Sambo is, because everybody's a Sambo because they're in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I saw the performance. When I saw the red, white, and blue,
I saw
like
that Hollywood. You think it was like
Hollywood Scripts, Bloods,
You share
and
my
the
screen. There you go.
So you think it was like a Hollywood shuffle type thing going on?
So this is from the late 1890s. I have other ones of them in full gear, right? So it's also around the time we got Statue of Liberty coming on, all this other stuff. So the symbolism is changing and it's coming to the forefront, because before the Statue of Liberty, it was Columbia. And Columbia was the main one. She dressed a certain way. So it comes from this whole thing from like Jesus, Buddha, ISIS Most Wanted said, is that it's from the minstrel show. Now, you mentioned something interesting. I love when people do it. And I realize you said it. It's like during the debate that Domo and Taz had said, you used the words interlocutor. You said the two interlocutors. Well, an interlocutor comes from the minstrel show. And the interlocutor is the master of ceremonies. He is the straight man, pretty much, right? Okay. So when you look at, I'll just type it right in front of y'all. I think y'all can still see my and I'll type it. I'll show it to you. He's a part of the minstrel show along with there we go. Right? He is the leader of the minstrel show. You see? Interlocutor in the minstrel show in a semicircle with the interlocutor in the center. In the end, I told you, the tambo, he plays the tambourine, and Mr. Bones plays the bones. I can show you other pictures, but this is the setup of a minstrel show. And you see in the middle, and you see the striped pants, and you see the top hat and the tails. Mm-hmm. That came from the minstrel show. And that's where you dress like that, because this goes into the master ceremonies, even things like when you say, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated, that comes from the minstrel show. Things like that.
They say, ladies and gentlemen, please. Oh, that comes from the minstrel show. I didn't know.
Well, in parts, yes, because this is how this goes. So,
because there were no ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and it was a mockery,
right,
of the higher culture. Because ladies and gentlemen,
it's all a mockery of higher. It's all layered on 1,000 different levels, bro. This whole thing we're looking at, a Family Guy has elements of the whole culture. Whenever you see that broad performance like that happens like Broadway, that you think, well, that's a part of the minstrel show. You see, look at it. That looks like the Family Guy. We'll do the Family Guy. They go up the stairs and the whole bit, which is that's from this part right here. So this guy in the middle is the interlocutor, right? See, I ain't making it up. This is from Britannica. And that's what. Then you can see how it goes. See, what does it say? The program opened with a chorus often as a grand entrance. In the conclusion of the song, the interlocutor gave the command, "Gentlemen, be seated." And that's the cue for the audience who may have been up watching. It's not, good to, but they did. They would then go and sit down, and then the people behind them, who's the rest of the minstrel show, would sit down. And then that's when Mr. Bones or Mr. Pantambo might say something coonish, and that's how the interaction jumps off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Samuel L. was what? What was Samuel L.? The interlocutor.
I didn't, you know what? Since you brought it up, I could tell you I ain't see the game or seen none of this nigga stuff.
Oh shit! True. Yeah. Boo.
You haven't heard me say one comment on it. So you haven't heard me speak on Kendrick thing or the game.
You ain't even go watch it on YouTube, my G. Come on, now. All this everybody.
True story. That's why I did join the panel. True story, and I thought you did see it because if you would have seen it, you would understand my interpretation. Because a lot of the people, what was rendered artistically went over their heads because they don't know all of this that we know. So they didn't understand what Samuel L. was actually representing because they don't understand the dimensions of the mockery that was going on.
I didn't even know.
You got to remember that Drake was in blackface.
Until you mentioned it, that Samuel was even in it. I did not see it. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I heard people on the panel already earlier degenerating the performance and not understanding how to decipher the images that was presented to them and reacting based on the rhetoric of Ridge and not an understanding of what was really trying to be depicted artistically. And so that's why I just think we can have an intellectual conversation and teach the people something, but you haven't saw the team, so it don't make no sense.
No, I can tell you that I don't need to see it, and I can tell you just by what we're talking about and show you exactly what it was. Just from knowing what he did, I saw a picture of him and doing that, and then Reem doing the Crip slide, and I mean, I get it. I mean, but I don't have no great comment. Whatever.
All right.
I'm just sick of people at 1,000.
I was going with the interpretation one time.
I'm gonna keep it. Here's the interpretation. I want to know, like, people acting like after that song, that they knew any of the thing that Kendrick was rapping about.
No, but you gotta even understand how the whole show was delivered, even when he came out, and the fact that he had a Regal up there, and he had the people running out the Regal the same way the gangbangers jump out. And these people is running out, and people think they're just in red, white, and blue, but that red, white, and blue is symbolizing the Crips, the Bloods, and the neutral people. But it's also, like I said, the triple entendre, not the double entendre, the hyper irony, to where it gets to the sense of mockery and absurdity, because you're looking at it as representative of the flag, but that representation of the flag colors is also represented in your gangbanging culture.
Man, that nigga Jay-Z told that boy, "You gonna get this for that," and he did that.
And the way he had the dancers dancing in a rebellious, violent dance in the beginning, because that was the squabble up. I'm gonna squabble with the gang, but that ain't gonna work. So then they tried the revolution, where they put the fist up and they were still and they were orderly and just marching in unison. Like, he went through a whole thing. Then that shit failed, and he went through where you running down and you wilding in the streets, running across the stage until he got caged in. Then he had to bust out the cage with the love songs. Once he bust out the cage with the love songs, people's like, well, that's not genuine. What you really want is the dissing of the Sambo, and he came with that at the end. People just didn't understand what was being depicted. That's what I feel in the expression.
I understood what he was trying to do. I felt like it was cluttered, though. I felt like it was cluttered.
Psycho, I got it.
I would give you that. Yeah. But for people to act like he wasn't trying to deliver a message, and somehow he was promoting America when he was on a game show, and you call this the game. Everybody's like, you in the game. and I don't understand what people didn't see. He's
from
telling
what it
you I'm in the
sounds
middle of a game and I don't know which way to go. I don't know whether to do squabble up. I don't know whether to be artistic. I don't know whether to mimic Drake with the love songs. But I know I got a lot of love for the same thing that Denzel got a lot of love for. The song that denigrated and fucked up somebody. But my other artsy songs, nobody gave a fuck about.
Nobody in that stadium knew nothing after They Don't Like Us. You talking about the Budweiser halftime revolution show. That's what I'm gonna start calling you. The revolution is a halftime performance.
I gotta defend the West Coast. And I've seen the young, and I'm not a Kendrick fan. That's what's crazy about it. But I understood his artistic vision. And I just don't like the pushback people's giving to him without adding an artistic interpretation to his art. They're adding social commentary to the presentation of his art rather than actually interpreting and expressing his artistic relevance. You understand?
Yeah, he knew he was going to be controversial, had a stage to do it, and El Presidente. It all made sense for him artistically and career-wise, but, I mean, I didn't see it like I said, so it ain't shift no numbers on the block and in the hood, so...
He's never gonna do that. He's not played in the hood,
right? And it's not
it actually officially went down as the most watched Super Bowl halftime ever.
In that regard, yo, bro, and it's from what y'all describes, even somewhat revolutionary. Okay, cool.
I don't feel like it was top 5 in my humble opinion, but it went down as the most watched though. It definitely is the most watched. Numbers on y'all.
And
like I said, I'm not even a Kendrick fan, and I grew up over there in the West Coast, even though I'm Jamaican and all of them something there. But I'm just defending his artistic vision because I don't like the fact that people just commenting on what they expected the social commentary to be without understanding it's embedded in his artistic expression. If you understand American history.
Yeah, but it's also embedded that he knows the.
So why he ain't put up the Star of David? Then why he ain't switched to the red, black, and green? And why he ain't do them songs about the pro-blackness of it? Was a whole lot of missed.
Why wasn't Harriet Tubman?
Because he was doing a mockery of a game show. And why would you put the pro-black and green?
So he was making a mockery of the Bloods and Crips.
They're caught up in the game show.
No, Serena was. I thought.
They caught up in the game. So he making a mockery. He making a mockery of where he from.
The Bloods and Crips are outgrowth of this society.
Because he put that in their face. So he was making a mockery of them by putting it in America. Who was being mocked?
No, what he was saying is that he came from this culture on the West Coast, and this culture is a culture that's trapped in the game, like every other culture, and trying to express itself within this context of the game.
No, I don't get that.
He was speaking for the people.
I didn't get that. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was talking about earlier today, man. Early in this conversation.
You didn't understand why he had Samuel L. Jackson dressed as a minstrel.
Man, listen.
It set the whole show as a minstrel show.
What's a minstrel show? Oh, the Super Bowl's halftime show was a minstrel?
Yes. By definition, it's minstrel.
Man, that man rapped about Drake and did Crip walking and smiling and everything,
by definition, man. Performing at the halftime show is a minstrel event.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing it. He wasn't doing it as no mockery. He was doing that to get paid and promote his album.
Samuel L. is playing Uncle Sam. Do you see the?
But that's the sauce you putting on it, boo.
That's the sauce I'm putting on it. That's what it is.
Well, it ain't. Nah, that's the sauce you putting on it. Well, because if that were the case, Samuel Jackson dialogue would have been something else different than you got to come harder. You got to come. His whole dialogue would have been a lot harder.
It's not the same.
Yeah, the dialogue would have the whole script itself would have been. The script itself would have been with a portrayed song. They got the Buddha. They got the mic in their hand and the camera in their face. They supposed to put it. They ain't do that, bro. Now you can put some extra sauce on it like everybody else doing it, but that ain't what happened.
Understand art? He did that. He did that exactly by the mere fact that Samuel was dressed as the minstrel of Sam Ward, Uncle Sam. Straight up.
Man, no, bro. No, that ain't what happened. That ain't what happened. That's the sauce y'all. That's the sauce y'all trying to put on there, but that ain't what happened. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. So Serena Williams crip walking, and Sizzle gyrating. That was who they were mocking. Then man, come on, man. And then for the fact that he didn't represent no red, black, and green. He represent red, white, and blue. Who was he mocking?
Wait, you don't like SZA gyrating?
I just told you what the red.
Nah, I love it. Hold on, Truth. Hold on now. Let's get this understood. Shawty fine as hell. She fine as hell. Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen. I understood everything that was put right in front of my face, Truth. You know what I'm saying? With the girl. Hold on, Buddha. I understand everything that was put in front of my face with SZA coming out there with her sexy red uniform on, gyrate. I understood that the man had to do the hottest song. You know what I'm saying? Which was
that's her name. SZA J. Blige. She's the Mary J of our time.
You did what I mean.
But I already explained all that.
Hey, listen. That man had the bigger moment in his. That man had the bigger moment in his career, and he rapped about a nigga from Canada. Come on, bro. That wasn't my.
Did you miss Squabble Up?
Nobody know no other song.
Hey, listen. Hey, he got too many other good pro-black songs he could have did, man.
Bro, don't nobody.
Yeah, I watched the whole show. I watched the whole game. Buddha, you know I hold on. I DJ at one of the biggest clubs in Atlanta right now. And so I was doing the game, I was doing the play-by-play at the game, and when it was going to a commercial, I played music. So I watched the whole show. I had to keep the whole crowd entertained, so our bar can stay. People can stay buying shit at the bar and all that stuff. And a lot of those people, especially the women, they didn't come to watch the game. They came to see the damn halftime show. And guess what? They did not like the halftime show, bro.
Did they know any other song besides They Don't?
And that should show you.
That's it. That's the only song they not like her. That's the only song. That's the only song.
That show you that he was successful, because I don't think you should have liked that.
Hey, listen. I think he had. So in my opinion, Buddha, he had other songs. He didn't have to do no successful song.
Yo, Char, listen on.
Yeah.
You were a fan of regular pop culture. The messages embedded in the halftime show should have went over your head, and you should not.
Nah, man, bro. Man, Michael Jackson, man. So you don't get but 13 to 15 minutes. You don't get but 13 to 15 minutes. Michael Jackson stood silent for 2 minutes, bro.
America presented to it, and he told you that.
Hey, you heard what I said, True. The man stood there for 2 minutes silent.
Halftime of all times. Yeah, Mike still has the greatest halftime of all time.
Facts.
He stood there for 2 minutes silent, didn't say not a word, didn't make not a move.
Facts.
And they had to respect him. The TV, the NFL, everybody had to respect. I'm just finna stand here. I'm gonna take y'all time up.
Wait a minute, hold up. What are you doing right now?
You was singing Thriller.
Because you got the mic in your hand and the camera on you.
And comparing him to a modern hip hop.
No, Michael Jackson is beyond an R&B singer. He a funk singer. He a jazz singer. He a soul singer. He's beyond that.
Mike is a pop. Mike is the king of pop.
Right.
Yeah. So, but hey, listen. Hey, so what you call the song with the Buddha? What you call the song with the Luther Vandross song? The Luther Vandross sample. Is that not a pop song?
You want to compare pop stars?
No, we just talk about halftimes. We just talk about halftimes. We just talk about half because they all did halftime Super Bowl.
Yeah, they did halftime. That's what I'm talking about.
The music, the genre of their music.
Okay, now we compare genre of music. If we compare genre of music, if we compare it,
halftime show. If you have a band,
the man did. They don't really care about us doing it halftime show.
If we compare it genres of music,
15, 20 years with historic hits. And you
right.
Do a
if we compare it genre of music, I would take. If
you are a hip hop star.
If we keep it on just hip hop, I would take Dre's halftime over Kendrick. Totally take Dre's over Kendrick.
Yeah, if you're talking about
Lil Wayne got more. If you take Dre rapping by himself versus Kendrick rapping by himself, I'm
talking about just the halftime show. I'm just talking about the halftime show.
Wayne got more.
He had a better halftime show.
Other stars on his show.
Yeah, well, that's
man. Yeah, Dr. Dre had everybody on there. He had 50 Cent, Snoop, Mary J. He had everybody.
So of course his show's gonna be. You can't compare a single artist to a fucking producer.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Usher a single artist.
It's a hip hop halftime show.
Usher's an R&B artist. We comparing hip hop artists.
That's why I had to say.
You're saying that if Khalid did the show and he had all the artists he ever worked with perform with him versus one single artist that has a hit.
I don't know if he could top. I don't know if he could top Kendrick.
So that means Kendrick Lamar should have brought out Kodak Black and some more folk he did a song with.
Khaled halftime show would have been better than Kendrick, and I ain't see Kendrick, but I can guarantee just by him having all them people come out. And he got Super Bowl. Kendrick don't got no Super Bowl songs, man.
That's why I'm telling you. I'm not saying that. This is why I'm trying to explain to you. The show was artistic. And if you don't understand the artistic message, it went over your head. Because he's not Michael Jackson. He's not none of these people with this longevity of hits, with this generational records.
That's kind of what people want.
That's so much point. That's the halftime of the Super Bowl. Just paid $25,000 for these goddamn
people want to hear some classics. Yeah, people want to
give me something.
That's why I said that it was incredible what he did by even putting Samuel L. Jackson in the minstrel costume. That shit to me was incredible. I seen that. I was like, oh, this nigga's clowning. Right from the get-go. Oh, okay. West Coast, let's clown.
Like Travis
you don't
Scott.
give a fuck that it is the Super Bowl.
Travis
You're
Scott.
about to clown. This is
Everybody
a game
in the
show.
crowd, I'm like, bee.
And it was a game show.
It's the Super Bowl.
And people act like they didn't understand that he set the theme of what he was about to do before he did one song. He told you, I'm about to express the game show. I'm about to play the game.
Right, I got all that. That's why I say game over at the end. I understood what he was trying to do with everything. I mean, like I said, it was kind of, it seemed like it was all over the place. It was just like he was trying to do something. He definitely was trying to do something. He was going somewhere with it. But it
was a minstrel show. The minstrel show is all over the place. It's chopped up into skits. He told you he was. You got to remember, Drake was in blackface. Y'all forget it.
Yeah, I understand that. I know. I don't let Drake get that down at all. But yeah, I got.
He may have been over artistic with it, which lost. But when you try and not see it in its artistic perspective, and you just want social commentary, it's embedded in what he was doing. The social commentary is there, just by having the Regal and niggas jump out the Regal. Y'all don't understand what that meant for the symbolism on the West Coast. Y'all think that was
the Grand National,
but the whole nation is watching, not just the West Coast.
If you drove that car on the West Coast in the 80s and the 90s, nigga, you getting pulled over. The first block you hit, you're getting pulled over and you're face down on the ground. The police know every
step. Did he
show that? Did he show that? I missed that part. I missed that part.
I've been in the car. It had happened to me.
Did he actually show that?
On the Grand National. No, you don't get pulled up. I owned one when I was in high school.
I would have liked to see him actually show that if that's what he was trying to articulate. I would actually like to see him.
No, he showed that by the niggas jumping out the car, coming out in masks.
Super Bowl?
That was a gang banging concept. You never
you gang banging in Super Bowl, huh?
You've never had a Cutlass or a Regal pull up on you and
not at the Super Bowl.
And 7 Crips jump out asking you where you from.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I never had that. No, I never had that.
No, I jumped out my Grand National. Nigga want to have a music playing contest. Nigga want to compare reverse 8. You know what reverse 8s is, Booty?
Yeah.
You know what 30s is?
No.
Nigga, so you either have so if you had some reverse 8s, that's what. See, I'm from
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about rims. I had to get my mind back into the car.
I had that. Listen, man. I know he a kid and he, you know what I'm saying. He fascinated by the Grand National, Monte Carlo, Regals, and all that. Yeah, I had all that little stuff when I was in. I got a '69 Buick right now. You know what I'm saying. So, you know,
I had a Cutlass. I had a
you was getting crunk.
85 Cutlass with a Euro clip on Dayton.
Nah, see, I'm a little older than I did get crunk. You know what I'm saying, but I'm a little older than that crowd right there.
Oh, so you was playing Goody Mob?
And so what I'm telling you, that just by him having
that car, man, I was playing
the West Coast by
when I'm coming up, we were playing Rodney on Joe Cooley.
Damn,
I was playing Rodney on Joe Cooley.
Got me. I don't know that one.
Rodney on Joe Cooley, the sample that Kendrick Lamar and Future used for the song Future had, that was Rodney on Joe Cooley.
Okay.
So I was playing
Everlasting BS, right?
Like we were playing shit like I was playing shit like like Rock the Bell when the 808, you know what I'm saying, or playing Paul Revere, you know, like Beastie Boys and shit, pull up playing it because it would knock down the block.
Yes.
You know, like you had, yeah. So it was before the 15 came out. We used to have like 412s.
Yeah, throw a kick drum, man.
Yeah. Remember cats used to put 412s in their trunk? You probably don't remember the 412s.
Let me ask you this. Is it we don't like that heavy bass music because we wasn't really dropping cars like that, Psycho?
Say that again?
Shit, why y'all put it in the music then? Cause listen.
Like
Run DMC, like that Dumb Girl. Dumb Girl beat so hard. You ever heard Dumb Girl on some beat?
One second, Charles. What'd you say, Joe?
Is it like that? You know, that Miami bass or that heavy bass type of music is car music.
Dumb Girl.
Yes, that's car music. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It don't really when you.
You talking about like that Luke's like Too Loud Crew type shit and anything else?
Yeah, because it seemed like they just put the
that's car strip club.
That's a different kind of bass music, too.
Yeah,
right. So
that's a different kind of bass music. I'm talking about that hit, like Posse on Broadway, Dumb Girl by Run DMC.
Yes, that's when BS was the team.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have Serwin Vega and all them someday in your car.
Yeah, you talking about you already know what's going on, Buddha. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about that's when you pull up playing some reggae, you turn it up loud because it's gonna beat down everybody. It's gonna knock the pictures off the wall.
Better not play no reggae.
Trying to
turn that bongo clock music down. We don't try to hear that.
They like a lot of bass. They got bass lines up in their shit.
Music about down the place. Everybody in New York wanted to go to Biltmore and then place there.
I've been to Biltmore. I've been to Starlight.
Dancehall was killing it up there. I ain't gonna lie. In the early 90s,
Biltmore, Starlight.
That's right.
I've been to Empire.
I've been to Africa House. I was there, Buddha. I seen Super Cat and all of that.
Early 90s, dancehall was competing with hip hop.
What? You think I wasn't at Biltmore? You thinking I wasn't at Starlight and them place there?
Niggas don't know about that. Empire.
By the mid 90s, shit changed though. It wasn't hip hop won that war.
So you had Eric Sermon in them, and then it just got too much.
Hip hop bass took over dancehall bass.
With Redman and that whole, they just got too funked out.
But EPMD used to hit so hard. That's why I don't be understanding where up north cats be talking about. they went into the base. Well, why EPMD had so much 808 in they shit?
Oh, nah, that's different type. That's different though. That's
yo. Listen me on, Sean. I tell these niggas that EPMD started the West Coast funk movement when they dropped More Bones.
They down so did. DJ Quick just turned it up a notch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they the first one to sample Zapped
ran the West Coast. That was more.
They're the first one to sample Zapped and all that. So yeah.
Relax your mind.
They weren't the first one to
and I'm
sample
telling you right now,
that.
if you're in the West Coast and you're in a house party and they drop that EPMD More Bones song, you might as well leave because somebody gonna start gangbanging.
Because Serena gonna come through crip walking.
Boom, boom, boom,
boom. Yes, I. Real talk. Niggas gonna start gangbanging. Somebody go throw their stand up and it's a wrap.
Oh, whoa. Yep. That's that Zap shit.
That's a classic gangbang song to this day. You could turn out the West Coast with EPMD. Yeah, classic gangbang song, B. Classic
gangbang song.
You know, it was my shit from the West Coast in the early 80s that everybody seemed to forgot about was that I think they was from the West Coast. That Jam On It shit.
JJ Fad.
Jam on it.
Yeah,
I thought they was from like Jersey or I thought they was from like Jersey or New York.
That's Jermaine Dupri. That's Jermaine Dupri singing that. You know that, right?
That
That's
is
Nucleus.
No, that's New York.
Where's Nucleus from?
Nucleus
from? Jermaine Dupri was in elementary school when Jam On It came out.
Yo, look it up.
Yeah, Atlanta. Oh, I thought it was West Coast. Okay.
I never knew Nucleus was from Atlanta. They was doing it. They was like the last of the electro funk. They was like the last of the electro funk.
No, I believe you.
No. I just want to make sure I'm right.
I thought they was West Coast niggas though at first. Okay, all right. So they was from Atlanta. Okay, all right.
That's crazy because they was like the last of the electro.
Nah, he's talking about that. Psycho talking about that boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Jam on it. Jam on it. Jam on it. Jump. I thought those some New York cats that did that, man. I think they was before. I think they was the same time. Soul Sonic Force. I think they was like them and Soul Sonic Force was going at each other.
This is like 84.
Nah, Sonic Force was before them. You crazy?
This is like 84 or some shit like when Jam.
Yeah, I know they was before that. I'm talking about where they from though, Buddha. I thought they was from I thought the cats who did Jam On It was I thought they was from New York.
I'll look it up.
No,
they from LA.
They was like the last of the electro funk because you had Mantronics. You had the shit that Africa Bambaataa did.
That's what made me think of it was you talking about that sound and shit. Yeah,
and then you had Twilight 22 with Electric Kingdom, all of that shit. And then you had
I thought those all New York cats.
And you had Nucleus.
Those
were like the five.
That's why I was trying to think of that sound. Yeah.
Look, okay, Nucleus was an American electro and old school hip hop group, blah blah, in the early '80s. Jam On's Revenge. The group. Oh, I'm gonna hold the L right now. Damn,
where they from?
I'm gonna hold the biggest
Brooklyn
L ever.
Best night.
Bedford-Stuyvesant, New Brooklyn.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Where's Bedford-Stuyvesant? That's New York City, right?
What? Brooklyn?
No. That's not New York City.
That's LG. That's Brooklyn. That's Sumter.
Wait, hold on.
That's Lafayette Gardens. That's them niggas.
Wait, a
That's
precursor
Jay-Z.
to the group as Jam On Productions was formed in 1977 in Brooklyn and included Cosmo D. Yeah, I remember Cosmo D.
Yeah, so that was before Soul Sonic Force. Yeah. So that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That's who Africa Bambaataa was competing against.
Hold on.
Bambaataa started first.
We always wrong. We always wrong.
He
should have known that.
Yeah, I know everybody. I never knew. I knew everybody else, but damn. Wait, but hold on. Now do I got the song?
I never knew
song is
Nucleus was doing
So
that.
Ben Stuyvesant
was doing electro funk in the middle of the 80s.
Yo, son.
Yeah. So what that city at?
Radio station and stuff. Like actually had the radio station for the whole summer that one time.
Yeah, but something was out. It was what was out? What was the summer? Was that 84?
Sugar Hill Gang.
No.
Whatever summer that shit came out, that shit was killing the whole summer. That shit was like the #1 song for the whole summer. Like whatever summer that was.
And Kraftwerk would beat 122. Y'all remember Kraftwerk?
Yeah, Kraftwerk was out because they were part of the electro
it says
movement.
Jermaine Dupri is on Jam on. No, this is the song with Cardan. He's on one of them songs as a little kid. I keep thinking. I keep saying.
Oh, you talking about with Run DMC and the Grandmaster Flash though. But that was what he was rocking with them cats because they had him on tour. His daddy was the manager of them. His daddy was manager.
There you go. What group? What song was that? It was one of them Jam on It songs.
I forget the name of the song.
Come on, Psycho. You know what I'm talking about. What are the roles? Come on, man. Jermaine.
Yeah, I forget. But see, that's the thing. Like
Jermaine Dupri was a dancer for Houdini.
Yeah, that's who it was. Houdini. Yeah, that's what it was. Houdini, not Grandmaster Flash. I mean, it was Houdini.
Yeah, he was dancing for Houdini. Yeah.
A lie. I never knew that the blood cloud.
Yeah, that's how he got. That's how he. Well, I mean, cause you got to know, Buddha. Like when LA and Babyface came down, when they moved to Atlanta from California, Jermaine Dupri was already plugged in. You know, cause Houdini was living down here, and he was already plugged in as far as. Like already having equipment.
Houdini from Atlanta. I always thought they was
Houdini is from
Jersey.
And you know what's crazy is that Jam On It song, that the beat on there does sound like a Houdini beat. Like go back and listen to Houdini early beats. Like it has that same feel to it. Like his Houdini has like his beats is always different. It has a Houdini feel to it. Yeah, like listen to
I understand. You talking about the bass line?
Yeah, like it has a Houdini feel to it. Yeah,
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, don't catch it jamming. Okay, that's when black music was before sampling and shit. Niggas actually got on the keyboards and created their music, created their own little flavor and stuff. When them sampling came out, boy, it was over with for them. Cause a lot of them rap groups back then had bands.
That's a damn
all
lie.
them joints with samples they was using too.
That's a damn lie. What you saying?
They took the straight drums from
what you saying is a damn lie.
All of them songs.
Why is it damn lie? Cause listen, when Dr. Dre came out with Out the World Class Record Crew during that man, when that sampling started, niggas wasn't playing no more. All niggas had to do was sample.
Hold on now, Todd. Let me show you something. Let me show you this. Because I've been wanting to get into this conversation. Let me show you this, man. The breakbeat era gave way to the sampling era, right? Once you got the sampling era, and then they came with the sanctions.
It wasn't no more playing, is what I'm saying, Buddha. The band stopped.
They came with
you said it was a damn lie. I'm saying the band stopped. It wasn't no more bands. It was still a few bands around, but they weren't building bands like. They weren't building bands like they was like Soul Sonic Force would have a whole band up there playing that stuff, and Houdini would have a whole band up there playing that stuff. When by the time we get to NWA and Outkast and all that other shit, it was over with for the band.
They had a DJ.
Yo, Tom, can I tell the people the history if you allow me?
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
All right, now listen to me now. All right, when the DJ started and they found the break, all these different genres of music, and they did the breakbeat thing, right?
Yep.
Once niggas started making songs, the very first minute they started making songs, it wasn't just the breakbeat. It was now they took a break from what was popular, and they took that studio. And because of the licensing, the bands at the time, Sylvia Robinson, I think David Robinson, the other nigga that had the studio up in the Bronx, but they're not related. Both of them had house bands. Pumpkin was one of the drummers they used to pay at the house bands, and what they would do is replay the breaks.
Right.
When they first started recording the music, it wasn't sampling. It was the house bands replaying the music. It wasn't until the Fairline sampler came on.
That's true. All that is true.
The actual first sample record using the Fairline sampler for hip hop, because it was used in other genres of music, but other than hip hop. But for hip hop was Curtis Blow, because he had the budget, and they used one of his first singles for the first, and that's when sampling came in, and that's when the concept of break beats changed. Now breaks.
All that is true, but I want to see what a damn lie is though, because I was talking about when I was talking about with sampling, when the Roger Lynn became consumer based, the bands was over with.
Now I'm going to get to where you're talking. Now the breaks that were shorter and all of this, they got into the chopping and manipulating the breaks. But then when De La Soul and them niggas got sued for using other people's music, that changed the game to where now the producer said, we're gonna play our original music. But before that, no hip hop music was based on no niggas playing original music, B. It was because it
was actually before De La Soul though, boo. It was actually before De La Soul when they changed the timing, when they said you can only sample less than 4 seconds.
I just use De La Soul as the
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, they got took. All their money got took from sampling and stuff like that. And then and what made it so bad was well, I ain't gonna say made it so bad because it did lace up James Brown pockets though. When he found out everybody that sampled Funky Drummer, they had to give him at least 10% of their song.
Yeah.
Funky Drummer, the most sampled song ever.
Stop it. Like people, and what's so funny about that, I'm glad you said that, Charm.
What about Impeach the President?
A lot of people confuse the Funky Drummer being sampled from Funky Drummer being a breakbeat. And it wasn't as popular as a breakbeat because of how short it is. It didn't become popular until the sampling era, to where you could sample it, chop it up, slow it down, and do all of these other things.
Look up those drums from Impeach the President is probably in more songs.
Facts. So I'll give you that. But a lot of people, they don't understand. They always get that shit confused. They think break beats and sampling is the same shit, and it's not. It's two different eras. And then what happened when the break beats when the sampling started getting sued is when they went to original production, and musicology came back into the production skills, to where samples went away, to where if you old school, unless they sample a rendition of a record that was sampled, you don't really hear them sampling like that anymore.
People went sample crazy for about 20 years.
Yeah, longer than that.
Digging in the crates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You had to find every sound that could be manipulated, to the point to where people gave up and started making their own sounds, just recording water dropping and all type of shit.
Yeah. That's why I said like the mid 2000s things started, like around 2000, mid 2000s sampling really wasn't as much of a thing as it was like the 90s. People was murdering sampling. Mid to late 80s, because killing the sampling. Even the early 2000s, people were still doing a lot of sampling, but by like the mid 2000s, 2010s, people really wasn't sampling as much.
And this is why people hated Puff, because when he did it, he went and blatantly got, you got the poppiest stuff to sample. That's why they was mad at him. Because like you really took Diana Ross and all this other wild shit, and that's why they was mad. He messed that up.
That motherfucker though, that son of a bitch sampled a motherfucking joint around the same time I did too, like independent of each other too. Grabbed the same motherfucking joint. I made it. It was one of the early tracks I made too. And it was that Made Men song. I don't know if y'all know that Made Men song and everything else. I can tell you exactly where he got that sample from and all that. He got it from an old Fat Boy song.
So let me ask y'all this. What was y'all use? I used the SP12. What was y'all using?
I was using MP2000 at the time.
Oh, see, yeah, I was sampling way before you then.
Oh yeah. I got it. I got it.
I had MPC 60. Y'all remember MPC 60?
Yeah, I know.
With the
Yo, Charm, I'm gonna see how much you know, Charm. The producer.
Nigga, I was sampling. Yeah.
Charm, the producer in our group used to use the Roland W30.
Oh man, yeah, I had the Roland W30.
That's how broke we were.
I had Roland W30. I had Roland W30, ASR10. I used to actually have to use those together.
That's what we had. That's what we had to do.
Yeah.
Until we got. Yeah. We never had no NPC, none of that shit.
Had Triton too.
The Triton. Triton. So Triton had the W. Let me say, Korg had Korg W. That was the first one, and then when they came out with that Triton, it was really over with. You know what I'm saying? Because you could do all the sequencing and everything inside that. Right. Inside that Triton, yeah. That Triton was the deal. Yeah. So see, Buddha, I was around when they had when you used to have to go to the studio and you used to have to bring the 2-inch reels. You had to buy your own 2-inch reels.
Yeah, I remember that. And you want to use
and then
on that blood.
You ever use the VHS tape?
Oh yeah, the ADAT. Yeah, I had
ADAT. That changed the game. When we got the ADAT,
So I've been doing music forever, man. That's why I'm talking to people about it. I'm like, man, I remember the days of. The ADAT. When they after the ADAT was the DA88. I had one of the first Pro Tools ever. The first Pro Tools 1. I had the first Pro Tools ever when it first came out. But a lot of people don't understand. Pro Tools was actually discontinued. The first time Pro Tools was introduced was on this computer. Y'all, some of y'all may be listening, may be old enough to understand. They had a computer called a Atari computer, and that was the first, and it was discontinued. Pro Tools was on that at first. It wasn't called Pro Tools then, though. It was called Music Composer, and then they changed that after Atari went out. Then they come out not with Cubase. What was this? Cakewalk. They come out with this. Cakewalk. Yeah, so that was one of the computer sequences, and then around like 1997, like 96, 97, they come out with Pro Tools. That sounds old as hell talking about shit. Some people weren't even born then.
I know, right?
Gospel trap.
Yo, Charm, the first time I did a digital recording, I used Vegas.
Oh yeah, I remember Vegas. I remember
Studio.
Vegas. Yeah, I remember Vegas. Yeah. So when they changed that 2-inch reel though, that when people stopped using that I knew the game was changing then. I knew because to me, like the recording on tape was something warm and not too imposing on the ear buds to record on that. But then when people start recording on digital, it's like it has a brittleness to it. Now you can add a whole lot of plugins to kind of dumb it down a little bit to bring it, but it still has its digital edge on it to where to where like some people still think they sound natural coming back, but I still can. Me myself, because I've been doing it for a long, I still can hear the artificial sound to recording on a computer as opposed to recording on tape. People probably don't even know what the hell tape is. Like recording on tape, nigga, you crazy? Pro Tools, nigga. Yeah, all this stuff done changed. Even with filming, like filming on
what you gotta use vinyl, man.
Yeah. Oh man. That vinyl, just having your record printed on vinyl is something, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
that was something special.
Yeah.
That was something.
That was something special because you can make so much shit at home that feel like an album. But if you from our generation, if it's not in the sleeve and on vinyl, it's not no album.
Right.
It don't feel the same, right? Literally, it don't feel the
same. I got a whole lot of albums that I don't consider albums. You understand?
Yeah.
So people been putting out mixtapes that's digital for what, 20 years now?
Yeah.
20? So let me say 2004.
I mean, maybe 15 at least, right?
Nah, because
like they don't feel like
we was putting CDs out in 98, 99. CDs were being printed.
When you create a playlist, you don't feel like you making a mixtape like you did back in the day when you were sitting in front of the radio
and wait for Mr. Magic because you knew the sequences and how the DJs talked and when Red Alert was going to play.
That was a skill. Right, that was a skill set.
Pause button, Psycho. Come on,
right? That was a skill set. That's exactly.
You knew it, Mr. Magic. We're gonna do this and do that.
Exactly.
Okay, get ready.
You had to, because it was no rewind and edit that part.
Shot, Psycho.
Yeah, exactly. What? You have to be on point. Like, yeah. So like when you make your playlist, that ain't what you doing. Like you.
let's paint the scene, people. We talking about you might get an hour of hip hop, rap, whatever, an hour tops all day, and it wasn't every day. It was the mix master show, Mr. Magic show. So it was like on a Friday night or something like that. That's it.
Man.
Yo, true. This is a fact. When my Jamaican cousins used to come visit LA in the 80s, I didn't give a fuck about the dancehall tapes. That was regular thing. I wanted the Mr. Magic. I wanted the Flex and Bambito. I wanted the
Stone Love. Come on, man. You had
because the dancehall tapes, that shit was easy to forget. But that New York radio, that me wanted.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. So with
that's what made a lot of those artists stay hot though, because it's like you felt like if you had the New York radio on tape, you felt like you was ahead of the game. Like a lot of people did. A lot of people weren't able to get to it. They weren't able to.
That shit was like crack. That shit was like crack for us. That shit was like, that shit was next level for people outside the area. Like we was fiending and we was getting it every weekend. But motherfuckers outside this area, they had to wait for that shit to go mainstream. For them to get anything.
Like, you know how much money I made on dub?
They missed.
Nah. You gotta give me $1 to dub. I need $2 for a dub. Nah, no.
Right. Yeah, they were niggas was charging $20, $25 to dub a tape for you and shit.
Yeah, it's going down.
I used to go down south. South Carolina. I swear, I tell you, I used to get bum rushed by my cousins. As soon as I got out the car, they bum rushed me, grabbed my bags, everything else. They wasn't doing it to be cool, like, let me help with your bags and shit. No, they wanted to know where the tapes was at. Where the tapes at?
Right.
Like, I was going down there with all that video music box shit. So they seeing all the videos, right? Like they ain't seeing none of these videos. They like, where the fuck are you getting these videos from? Like I ain't never seen this before. Like, because Ralph was shooting his own videos. Like back then, like all those Rakim videos, cool, like all those everything else, like that was Ralph shooting those shits. But like he shot
because it wouldn't air down here like that. Like if it aired on our video station, we had to. we had to get
This
some
before,
like in
this before
between
your
channels.
MTV raps. This before your MTV raps, so y'all wasn't getting none of that shit. So like,
nah, we had a it's like okay. So you know how they got like pirate radio station? They had a pirate TV channel. Sometimes if you can fix your antennas, you can get this jukebox channel, and then you can, you know what I'm saying?
Friday Night Videos. That was the show. And that was the national show, but it was the white show, and they played one hip hop video. So what happened was ABC. You could go look it up. They made a show called Hot Tracks. And Hot Tracks came on, and that was initially starred Angie and Jesse from All My Children.
Yep.
Then it became, I believe his name.
That was the original black. That was the original black video show.
And the reason I mention that is because those two shows were national. So Friday Night Videos, I think that was NBC.
Wait, Hot Tracks was national? I thought that was local.
Yes,
That was
Hot
national?
Tracks was because it was an ABC show. So what happened? They allowed, not allowed.
They came on Friday nights, and they came on Friday nights.
Yeah. So they allowed.
What was?
Hold on.
What was the show you used to have to pay? Used to have to like steal your parents' credit card and put in the credit card, and then
that's the box.
You can,
that came later. That came way later.
Box,
That's the box,
right.
yeah.
This I'm talking 80s.
He's talking like 82, 80, like 80.
Oh, okay. So what
ABC,
what ABC did was allowed
after
ABC
midnight.
allowed ABC affiliates to syndicate it. And so Hot Tracks or whatever, but it didn't really, like it was short because I think they tried it with what was the dude name? It was a Spanish dude from the radio station who ended up hosting it after Angie and Jesse because Jesse was a cokehead in real life. And then they tried.
That's why he got killed off on the show.
Yeah, he was a cokehead.
Oh, okay.
And then what happened was then hip hop starts coming up, and so now you have a show called Pump It Up come out. And who hosted Pump It Up?
That came later, but the D-Bomb.
Nah, it didn't come that much later. Let's look it up. It didn't come that much later. Look
Well, Pump It Up came out. Didn't Pump It Up start like 88?
That's what I'm saying. Look at Hot Track. You see what I'm saying? Hot Track.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
Hot Tracks is still
we
going
didn't
on.
get that.
No, Hot Tracks is at I think probably 86, 87. Come on, we getting old.
So we got Hot Tracks, but you had to like go in between channels and fix your antenna just for it to show up.
Because y'all was snatching an ABC affiliate from somewhere else. And you may not have been an ABC affiliate in your town. So you could go. That's what I had to do down south.
Yeah, because it was an ABC show. It was an ABC show, so yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't get a lot of that stuff, man. We had to pirate a lot of shit. But then,
in 88, 89, did y'all watch The Party Machine?
I remember
we
that.
couldn't get it.
I remember The Party Machine.
Yeah, we couldn't get it down here.
Was it, who hosted that? Was that not Paul Abdul?
Y'all can see me on episodes of The Party.
It may have been Paul Abdul.
Was it Paul Abdul? It was one of those.
Paul Abdul was the host of that.
Yeah,
it was Paul Abdul. Okay.
I was there. I'm in The Party Machine. I was dancing and shit.
Doing an old lad dance.
You see me there, nigga.
Oh shit, that's hilarious.
Doing an old lad dance. I ain't gonna lie, I used to do them dances too, man. I had to go to, man. We had to have like this club called Club Excess, and they used to film it and then show everybody who showed up that Friday night. Boy, they played it that Saturday morning.
That was the importance of Video Music Box, because they used to have, and then if you was at a party and Video Music Box was there, and you ended up getting a shout out on Video Music Box, literally.
That was the show you had to pay for to get the video played. You had to request the video. Video music.
You thinking about the box. You think about the box.
You think about Video Music Box. And interview so you could give a shout out, because then the whole city was like, "Oh, that's dude from." I swear to you, son.
Yeah, Video Music Box is the first hip hop show ever, in the history of hip hop. A dude named Ralph McDaniels. They used to come on up here in the afternoons right after school, and
31.
He filmed a lot of the videos too, right, Psycho?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
what I said. He created a lot of videos. Yeah,
Psycho, let's bring it full circle. What was the song that they played when they came on?
What you call the message?
Nope.
Not the message. Houdini.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Houdini. It was Houdini. Not the message. Houdini. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't get a lot of that stuff, man. That's why I guess that's why people felt like we were just country and late because we didn't get that stuff till late. Somebody pirated or something.
Yeah, that's why I said my cousin used to like. I used to come down with all that stuff. I used to come down there south once a year with all that stuff. These just like,
my family came from New York, but nigga, I was rushing it. I didn't care about the dancehall and all that because I already had that. Because my dad or somebody that went to Jamaica and got that shit.
I tell you, that shit was like crack, bro.
All the hip hop.
They had shit set up, everything like, yo, we got it set up, man. We got the VCRs because these had like 2, 3, 2 VCRs, and everything else to dub the tape.
Oh yeah, to record from one to the next one.
Yeah. So they used to do that and everything else. And of course, they dubbed all the audio tapes and everything. But yeah, so they used to get their fix from me and shit. Like I said, I was like the dope man. I wasn't even selling it to them, but I'm sure they was able to make a whole bunch of money off that shit down there.
What? Glad to hear you talking about too much money.
I was getting my bread, my loot, straight. As soon as they went back to New York, I was selling tips. I'm not ready. The hustle. Get
now, let me ask y'all this. And what we talking about, this some black culture shit. The other people want, I ain't trying to be racist and shit like that, but they wasn't doing it. We talking about sharing hip hop around America from one to. Now I feel Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe and all them, but hey man, as far as spreading the word or the new songs, the new videos and shit, that's how we had to get it out, and that was some black shit.
I'll give you this, John. When I was in college, right? I was in philosophy class. I had a white brethren, and he went on to become the head of the philosophy department in Santa Cruz. Me and him was brethren, and I used to bring all type of music, and he would hear the music, and he got infatuated with the music to where he became a supporter. And I got most of my music free, but he started buying shit that I didn't have. You understand? He became a supporter just because of our little network. Like his exposure was because he knew me in college, and once he got it, he went all in. You understand?
I think
that's how a lot of people got that, is because of our exchange. If you understand what I say.
Yeah, but the others wasn't doing it as much as we were. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm saying most of them got it because they knew one of we that was doing it.
Right.
We may have had a few of them that was there and doing their thing, but for the most part, it came because they bumped into a brother that was at college or at high school or someplace that was doing this, and then they got into the loop. If you understand.
Right. Because you go to those record stores, Turtles and all them, Peppermint and all that. They might have some cool records in there, but they didn't have the exclusive like when you go to the mom and pop record stores that had the cassette tapes that had some graffiti written on it, and you like, where did the tape come from? And they, you know what I'm saying? Shit, that was our thing,
Yeah,
that was our thing.
I'm in high school, right? And I might put in. I remember it's like 1989, and I got a Bodyguard cassette, and I put in Bodyguard. All my LA brethren, them niggas say we playing video game music. Pew pew. Y'all pull up that and re. They don't understand what's going on in the culture. But from being in my car and driving around and being like, after about a year or two, the whole of them became fan of dancehall music. They start understanding what's going on. And they like, where's you getting this from? Like, I can't buy this. I'm like, well, this is our culture. This is some Jamaican shit. Like, you can't buy this unless you know where to go. This is not mainstream thing. This is Inner City. This is Bodyguard. This is BS Odyssey. This is Kilimanjaro. This is sound system business. Like, you understand? And you have to be in it to be exposed to it. You just not go.
Did you just
find
say,
it.
and
You
this is
understand?
not Inner City? Man. You
You
heard this
don't
nigga,
know
this is not-
nothing about Inner City, man. You don't even know when Tony Matterhorn a DJ from Inner City, man. Where I chat about, man? Stop it.
Oh, that's a group called. Okay, I thought you meant like Inner City as Negro Town.
No, Inner City is a sound. Inner City is one of the major sounds that changed the sound system from the old school sound systems, from early Kilimanjaro and Volcanic and Gemini and Star Drive and early Radigan and all of them man there, all them old school man there that had them sound there back in the days in Yard, where they was pumping PMP music and Supercat and Josie Wells and Billy and
we got my man Half Pint, yo, and Yellow Man.
Yeah, Half Pint, Yellow Man, but yo, and Tennessee and all of them man there. That's what I wanted the name. That's why I got stuck. It was Tennessee. And Tennessee and all them man there upon the sound systems, because different sound systems had the DJ. And the man name would play a popular tune or American tune, then flip over and play the instrumental. And the DJ then would take the mic and do whatever they would do upon them style. That was an old dancehall style. But once you start get Bodyguard, Inner City, BS Odyssey,
you better
Kilimanjaro, LP International, Earth Ruler. Once you start building them sound there, and you start building Biltmore Ballroom and a different thing, a whole different city in the dance hall come in. And like if you not in the culture at them time there, or if you're not in a New York, you're not in a yard.
How you feel about David Ruffin?
If you're not Jamaican, you don't know nothing about this music. So when you hear it, you like, what the fuck is this?
That's a lot. I know about that Bomber Pop music since I was a kid.
It's on there, Bounty Killer.
What you
and
mean?
Beanie Man and them there is doing the original dub tape. And them niggas is 16, 17, 18 years old.
So what? They went and turned that Bomber Clock music down, and so we had to listen to it. What you mean if you're not Jamaican? Y'all didn't have no respect for the law. You blasted that shit my whole life.
Yeah, man, that's how sound do it.
Right. So what you mean?
That's the whole point of the sound
You
system.
wouldn't know. I'm not Jamaican, and I know every Bomber Clock song you talking about. What you talking about? Because you wouldn't turn it down, and your goddamn parties and stuff started at 2:00 in the goddamn morning.
Yo, to this day, B, I don't even start get dressed to go out till midnight. You know how much people look at me crazy, like, nigga, you getting dressed at midnight? I'm like, yeah, man, the party just soon starts.
Yeah, that's East Coast shit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't get dressed at midnight.
Bottles all over the goddamn place.
What you mean get dressed at 9 o'clock? That don't make no sense. Suck your mama.
It's crazy. Wouldn't turn it down, psycho. You can't imagine. First of all, we had to learn the language because you know they don't speak English. As a kid, you don't know what they saying, and then you learn it, and then you gotta figure it out. And they start their parties at 1, 2 a.m. Psycho. And speaking of bass,
come on, daylight thing, don't. Daylight thing around the place, don't.
Imagine that all night long. Doom, doom, doom.
I heard it. I used to live
goddamn night.
I used to live right upstairs from a motherfucking Jamaican pub. Yeah, and man, boy, let me tell you, boy, all night. Well, until closing. Yeah,
and it don't really close because then they got some old ethnic after hour spot somewhere.
I don't mind dance hall music, so it ain't bothering me too much. But yeah,
I don't mind.
I kind of got used to it. But that shit do be blaring all night.
You don't blare all night, they blare all morning. We don't start out the morning, and then in the sunlight. So I'm morning the way I chat about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is
practice morning. What to you?
Listen, what I'm saying is we got to understand that we're battling for airtime, and that's where some of the discrepancies come in as kids, right? So the sounds of the streets is what now you're battling for, right? That's what's happening. Those are the cultural classes that we got as youth that we start to see. You get past that because you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to a Jamaican party and see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. But just think about that. Now, if you're outside, because now you're talking about 86, 87, 88. Do you know the hip hop that's coming out between 86 and 88? And now you got to compete with boom, 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 boom on the streets and on the airways. That's tension. That's cultural clashes.
Yo, be the sling ting rhythm change dance hall. You know, before that it was all rubber dub.
Under me sling ting, under me
sling
sling
ting
ting.
coming out the building, and then the pepper seed coming out the building, and certain
Hip hop
coming
changed.
out the building.
Hip hop changed.
But what's crazy about it is the shit is like I was saying before.
I heard that, Psycho. Shots
it's
fired.
back to the double entendre type shit, because those rhythms came because of hip hop.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hip hop swayed the way dancehall sounded. Like dancehall changed in the 90s as far as like the sound.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it totally changed, and it had more of a hip hop feel.
Do you know? Watch this. Do you know the Roots got paid off Sim Simma?
No.
The rhythm to Sim Simma, part of the rhythm. Ask Dave Kelly. Go look at the interviews with Dave Kelly. Part of the rhythm to Sim Simma is a sample from one of the Roots songs. Sim Simma, who got the keys to my Beamer? That's why it has such a hip hop feel, and you hear that in all hip hop clubs to this day. If they want to play a dancehall set, them niggas go play that song.
I dare you show me a hip hop club, my nigga. Where that's at?
I mean a rap club.
I dare you show me one of those too. Where that's at? This ain't the 90s, nigga. Ain't no hip hop club. You making that up?
There's a rap club. I've been to them.
Yeah, it's a rap club. That's what it's called.
Yeah, man. That's why I had to correct myself and say a
Think
rap
about
club.
that. Ain't no clubs like that though. Well, I mean, nah. You gotta. If the white folks like it, then they playing it, right? So you get Travis
if you
Scott.
go to a hip
They not like us.
if you go to an authentic hip hop party, it's international.
Right. And about
black people will be
is
the
they not like
minority
that.
in the
I thought
party.
hip hop clubs. I remember growing up, shit. But hip hop clubs.
I'm talking about now. If you go, I know
a lot of them.
like Psycho.
What a
If
lot
I
of
take
them.
you-
The ones
no,
I
like
been to,
Psycho for
that's
real.
it.
If I take you to a black party that's not Caribbean on the West Coast, right? The majority of the people go be black, and they go be playing rap music. But if I take you to something that's called, it bills itself as hip hop.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's what I'm talking about. Like
The
that's what I'm
majority
saying.
of
Like I'm talking about old school though. I'm talking about old school.
No,
Yeah.
listen
I'm
to
talking
me
about
now.
like
the majority of the people on the West Coast in that hip hop party that builds itself, they're going to be Mexican and Asian, and you will be the minority.
yeah, that's what I said. Like, well, they,
And the
it
best
is
people-
like that in
And the
2025.
best
I
people
doubt it was like
outside
that.
of rapping.
I doubt if it was
now
like
watch
that
This,
back in-
now. This shit is crazy too.
Yeah,
Because the
I
best
doubt if it's
people
like that back
outside of
in.
rapping will all be Asian.
I doubt if it was like that back in the day though. Like that's what I said. Like I know back in the day.
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
like
what I'm talking about. Like hip hop clubs I went to back in the day. Because like True said, it really ain't no hip hop clubs per se anymore. Because most of the clubs all play hip hop anyway. Like the hip hop clubs were needed back then because nobody played hip hop. So like but back then when they did have hip hop clubs, they was prominent. Yeah, like they was hole in the walls. Like they was gutter as fuck. Like the Sensations, the same club Redman got discovered by EPMD and shit downtown North. Infamous club. That's one that everybody used to get robbed every time they went down.
Say that's where everybody used to get robbed at.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you went to real hip hop music, you
Like,
had to be tough.
You ain't catch
going
nothing in there but black and some Puerto Rican, maybe a couple of Puerto Ricans up in there. But it ain't even a lot of them. It's
Going
niggas.
to an authentic hip hop club in the 80s was like going to jail because you was in there with niggas that just got out of jail.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Motherfucker, and the stick up kids was out. Stick up kids.
I've been going to the club since 13 years old. Name them. Red Zone, Mars, Paradise. Y'all don't remember Home Base? Home Base, look it up. It was open.
I remember Home Base.
It was open for like a month tops. I saw, who did I see? I saw LL perform. for some reason he performed with the Foosh niggas. I don't know what that was about. Of course I seen, but the shit was so live. Speaking of that, Buddha, the shit was only open.
Y'all had the Palladium, the Tunnel.
The Tunnel on Sunday night, but that's later. Tunnel.
Yeah, that's the latest shit. But that Tunnel, that wasn't even a black club though. They had hip hop nights. Yeah, they had hip hop nights and shit. Like, but they did a bunch of shit there.
It was a Jewish chick named Jessica, and Jessica had this shit called Stress Entertainment, and she started leveraging the fact that she was getting flex gigs. So she was getting flex gigs and then renting out the clubs as it's going. So Jessica then gets the Tunnel on Sunday night because the night was Saturday for them. So that then she's like, oh, fuck it, I'll take the Sunday, and that's why Flex did it, because Flex was a part of her. It's a Jewish chick, part of Stress Entertainment, and that's why that go. Now you got the applause with the labels, and now it's something different because they got the crazy, like, okay, you got a hot song out, then niggas gonna be at the Tunnel, and that shit was just bananas, yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all some LA underground hip hop history outside of the gangbanging, even though there was gangbangers around all of this shit that I'm gonna discuss with y'all right now. But watch this. Y'all don't know that Zulu Nation between, I think, circa 86 to about 89, Zulu Nation had a club off Sunset and 1 block away from Western Boulevard in LA, California, called the United Nations. It was like this big thing that at the same time, Dr. Dre and them was transitioning from the LA Green Tea and all of that shit. They was getting rid of the Jerry curls and about to do NWA and all of them fuckery and them something there, you understand? So at this time, the Zulu Nation had a club called the United Nations, and that's where the first time Tribe Called Quest and all them type of groups performed in Los Angeles. They all came to United Nations. I was like 16 years old and I had a fake ID and I used to sneak in out of blood clot, whatever. And they had Zulu Nation security and they was strict on gang banging and it was all type of fuckery going on at the club because of the security fighting with the gang bangers and all of that shit, to where the club by 1989 got down. But no, listen to me. This is the important part. Because of United Nations and the way it was United Nations. It was Los Angeles. It's a mixed community. All type of people came there. So when that separated, there was a group of Filipino people that kind of took the name, the concept, and they created what was called the UK, the United Kingdom. And they made the UK. And they drew dances in the Asian part of LA County. But it was hip hop dances. And everybody was welcome. And they had all type of artists and this and that. They became big. Those same DJs, y'all know them as the beat junkies, as Redmatic and all of those LA Filipino DJs that became
because Asians getting involved in hip hop. That's the West Coast.
That's what they call LA trivia for y'all. Y'all didn't know how Zulu Nation influenced the underground atmosphere in Los Angeles.
Asians is fucking around with hip hop, like the b-boying thing, right? Like they got into the b-boying thing before they started doing, like, they still really ain't rapping like that.
Speaking of Asians, R.I.P. Planet Asia. He died like a month or so ago.
You lying? I know Planet Asia. That was the brethren. He died?
Yeah, he died like, I think, in December.
Blood clot. Rest in peace, PA. PA know a lot of my students and shit. Me and him were supposed to do a few songs together, but it never happened. But I know PA. That's my nigga. He from like Northern California and moved down to Southern California to build his name. But yeah, that's the brethren.
Yeah, like I said, Asians really, it started in the West Coast, really, more so than the East Coast.
I'm telling you where it came from. It came from the United Nations to where they built the UK, the United Kingdom. When the United Nations,
they had some. Didn't they have some Mexican rappers from Texas early on? It was Mexicans rapping in Texas early on, wasn't
Mexicans, maybe. I was talking about Asians, but yeah, Mexicans. Yeah.
Well, ain't that the same thing? My bad.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah. Kind of, sort of. Yeah.
And the Asians that started it were all Filipinos, and they lived in a city called Cerritos. Like I know the whole of them. Like I know all of the beat junkies, all of them niggas. I know all of them.
He ain't dead, Frank. Am I making shit up? I thought I saw this nigga die. I ain't gonna try to put that on that man. I'll clean that up right now. Planet Asia.
True. I remember Asians out here doing graffiti before they was b-boying.
I made that up. No, I didn't. One of these rappers died. I swear. I'm all off tonight, yo. Thank you.
That's what I said. The Asians would have told me if PA.
No, man. If one of these Northern Cal niggas just died, son.
Nigga,
and it was somebody. I thought it was
about Mac Dre. That was.
No, I mean like in the past couple of months. This nigga said Mac Dre, Eazy-E.
That was 20 years ago.
Eazy-E just died. Hold on.
True story and lie story. That man over there lying. Yo, PA, big up yourself, PA. Me know say you still there, breathe oxygen in him some man.
Last year. List of dead rappers.
I told you, Psycho, I was gonna come back and join your show, man. What happened to you, man?
Yeah.
You want a cookie?
It took a halftime show to get you up here, but we got you up here.
Nah, it took people disrespecting the art of the West Coast. You understand? from an MC that I don't like.
Rich homie.
No, I wasn't disrespecting the art as far as like I get he was trying to do something and everything else, and I get like I said, I understand some people's interpretation. Like I said earlier, art is subjective, right? Like abstract art, and that was abstract. You know, like he kind of left it up to the viewer to kind of figure it out. You know, and that's cool, I guess. You know, the artistic part of it was a little bit underwhelming.
He's an artistic rapper, though. His fucking.
I understand.
I
get it.
His group is called the Hip Hop.
Sophia. Thank you, Pure. Sophia. I know one of them. My bad. Thank you.
What are they called? With Schoolboy Q and them, the some hippies.
Who? What you say?
Like his crew is called the some hippies.
I don't know. I know he's like a backpacker. I know he's like a backpacker type MC or whatever. So like, I get it, you know. And I mean, he like I said, it was kind of. It just seemed like it was just all over the place. And that's all. Like I wish he would just like pick one side or the other he was going to go, and he kind of was trying to do a little bit of everything, and it just seemed kind of cluttered.
Yeah, Psycho, this is kind of relevant, but it's off the hook. I understand we talking about that again, but I'm gonna give you a story. Damn, I gotta tell the whole story. All right. Through a certain situation, I was able to buy a house in Westside Piru because a smoker basically traded his deed to another hustler I knew, and the hustler didn't necessarily want the house. So he basically wanted a certain amount of money because he had the deed signed over to him, and they signed the deed over to me, and I gave him the bread. I don't want to tell you how much money it was because we got it from a smoker and he didn't give a fuck. So I got a house for like
$30.
Nah, it was some thousands of dollars, but it was under 50 grand. It was the first house I bought. I was like 18 years old. But the house there so was in Westside Piru. And it's funny because I just got off the phone with my cousin because my cousin was there with me. He actually went to school with Bob Marley children. He know all of them niggas and whatever. But anyway, my cousin had just come off the plane and come to America.
You don't get no points.
Yeah, been here maybe about 6 months and all of them something there. And I get the house, so he come to live with me. So we in the house, we in there doing work, fixing up the house, all of this, something. So and I knew about gang banging, but I wasn't thinking, and I didn't even really know where I was in Compton at the time like that. So when we walked to the store, remember we had been doing work, and we had bandanas on our face to cover up the dust. He had on a black bandana, I had on a blue bandana. So we pulled them around our neck, and we went to the store to walk for drinks. And so we walking through West Side Pyru. It's two Jamaican with red and blue bandana around their neck, walking through the Pyru hood. You know them niggas pulled up on us? Quick in the motherfucker, B. Them niggas jump out the car, and when they heard we talk, they already knew we wasn't, you understand? They knew we was, because we was like, nah, they was like, hey, y'all can't be wearing them this and that around. And I was like, oh, I'm in the blood neighborhood? I didn't even know. They was like, nah, this Pyru, this West Side Pyru. And then they end up, actually, we got in the car with them. The niggas drove us to the store. We bought some Guinness.
Wait, you got in the car with the motherfuckers?
Yeah, we went to the studio with them, all types of shit. Right? Came back, they dropped us off at the crib.
I don't know if I'm getting in the car, motherfuckers who just try
to. Yeah,
I
was. This
motherfuckers trying to G-check me about the colors. Wait,
no, this was about
1994. Let me give you credit. Let me give you. I don't know if to give you credit or whatever. I'll call you batshit crazy, but one of the other.
They knew he wasn't gang
No, I know you wasn't get. I'm just saying that the motherfuckers clearly asked you, like, you know, or at least to let you know, like, yo, you can't be wearing those colors and everything else and that third, like G-checking you, and then a motherfucker like move like that towards me, and then I'm not getting in the car with a motherfucker who just was on it like that with me, because I don't know where the fuck they trying to drive me. What the fuck going on? Like they
Buddha using his non-FBI privileges.
He might think them motherfuckers might have thought you was a Crip and just tried to, like, you know, I don't know. I mean, nothing happened, luckily, but I'm just saying, like, but that was
by the time we got in the car, we had developed, like, you understand, they had been laughing, they had been, you know,
non-FBA privileges.
You understand? And I had took the blue rag off my neck, niggas, you know, understand all that shit.
This nigga ain't got no shoes on. Psycho.
You know what I mean? They had become like, you know what I mean? You meet somebody and instantly
smell like
y'all become brethren type of vibe. Like we became brethren. Yeah, we went to their little studio and
he just put on his strongest accent. Psycho. What you mean, Dre? Huh? Oh my God! No way.
No, we was just walking, and when they jumped out the car, and they was like, "Where you from?"
Started bogling like a motherfucker.
It was funny. We looked at them and we said, "Jamaica," and they just started laughing, like, "Yo, what you mean Jamaica?" I was like, "Look at Jamaica. What I mean?"
Exactly. See, Psycho, non-FBA privileges.
Yeah, the West Coast motherfuckers don't know that about no Jamaicans, man. He
said, "What part of Africa is that?"
Yo, that was fascinating. I'm telling you.
I bet that probably exactly what they was thinking too.
That's what I said. He used his non-FBA privileges to get out of that situation.
West Coast motherfuckers don't know nothing about those Jamaicans.
If you was the FBA, you are not getting away with that at all.
Where the fuck you come from? Like Jamaica, motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, that was one. That was right there in the middle of West Side Pyru, right on the CM Street of the food for less. When you come out of the hood and you look on the food for less from anybody from LA, I forget the name of the street, right, there, so. But you know what street we talk about when you come out of West Side Pyru hood and you look on the food for less, right, there, so. Where the fish market and all them something there and all the shopping center in them place.
Let me ask you a question. Is it any like out here, right? It's a little bit weird out here, right? I just want to know if it is like that out there. Like out here, you could have a neighborhood, right? That be like a Crip neighborhood for about 6-7 years, maybe even 10, right? And then you can go back to that same neighborhood 10 years later, and that Crip neighborhood is now a blood neighborhood.
And it's
that ain't happening in Los Angeles.
Okay, that was about because I was about to say that.
If anything, you can go back. No, Psycho. You're not gonna like this part. Real quick, anything, you can go back to a neighborhood, and now it's a Mexican neighborhood.
Oh wait, so see that's detrimental because these sets are named after the blocks, right? Like that's what these sets are named after. You know, Rolling 60s, Pyro and
Street.
Yeah, like these that Grape Street, all that stuff, like all this stuff.
No, that's not how LA go no more. That's how certain sets.
And that's what I'm asking.
No,
right?
You got Mexican gangs that have cliques, so you can have a Mexican gang if they seriously like 18th Street. Nigga, 18th Street is everywhere, and they'll have a clique.
See, and that's what I was asking. And that's what
nowhere near 18th Street. But they still 18th Street. They 18th Street in Long Beach.
And that's what I was asking. That's what I was getting at. All right, so Crips could be living on Pyro.
No,
Crips can't be living on Pyro.
No, they'll have to take that over if they living over there.
And that's what I was saying. So that stuff like that don't happen then.
With Mexicans. This is what I'm
with
trying
Mexicans,
to explain
not with Crips.
Like.
Not with Crips. Like a blood won't take over a Crip neighborhood. A Crip neighborhood don't take over.
No. That's war and murder.
Okay.
Or niggas just don't live there no more, and they moved in, and it's a new generation of people.
Well, so again, I'm not saying okay. So it can turn into a different set. Then like I said, so Crips can live on Pyro then, like you were saying, like giving the whole generation or something.
Well, but that would be on like a borderline community. If that community was traditionally Crip, like for instance, if you move into the A-Trade gangster neighborhood and you from New York, or you from, let me see, North Carolina, and you don't know nothing about gangbanging, the minute your children go to school, guess what they gonna know? They in A-Trade gangsters.
Right.
And I don't give a fuck how many niggas don't live in that region.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Right.
There's still gonna be people at that school and people that know that area as A-Trade gangster. That's how LS did.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Like you're not moving into some neighborhood that used to be Pyro and just all of a sudden Crip it. That's not happening.
Like I'm not talking about like overnight. I'm talking about like you was talking about like over a generation or something. like in like 2005, this was a Crip neighborhood, and you come back down 2025 and it's now a Blood neighborhood.
The only way you can have that is weak sets that die out, that don't recruit, and have new people coming out of set.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe some new gang moving out of place. But if that gang is active and they recruiting and they got OGs and people in jail and all of that, no, that's not going to happen.
It's not happening. Okay, right.
No, it's not happening. No, it's
That
not
sounds like a fun way to grow up.
No, it's very dangerous. It's just like Jamaica though.
So
like
is it so dangerous that you should Crip walk on Super Bowl? I'm just playing.
There wasn't. See, that's what y'all don't understand.
Oh,
this
God,
is what's
here we go. I don't know why I brought it
I'm
back
gonna
up.
explain-
Will you
I'm
stop?
gonna
No, please. God damn it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it back up.
Any real gang.
No, don't do it. I'm
Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all niggas. If any real niggas from LA will tell y'all, they were not doing the Crip walk. They were doing a dance affiliated with gangbanging. It's almost like, let's say you up rock before you break dance, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing the up rock part. Because in order to Crip walk, you got to spell out your set. You got to spell out.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Yeah.
You got to spell out your set. That's what Crip walking is.
So it's like a spelling bee?
Yeah. And if
Yeah,
you do blood walking,
spell it
you're
out.
going to
Yeah,
spell out
you're
your
supposed to spell
set
it out.
and you're going to mark all that out. When you see them
Yeah,
jumping across the floor
each
and
step
shit,
has a purpose.
They're,
Yeah, each step
they're
has a purpose.
spelling shit out with their feet.
So they're like urban sign language specialists.
Yes, exactly. And if you're not spelling out a set, then technically you're not crip walking. You're just doing an LA gang culture dance, but it's kind of neutral, if you understand. That's the white part. That's like everybody in LA, right?
So can they speak to deaf people?
If you was in LA, I don't give a fuck where you from. If you Belizean, if you Jamaican, but if you know, just like if you in New York, there's a certain New York culture. If you in LA, nigga, you know the crip walk. You know that dance.
Can deaf people understand gang signs?
But listen to me. You know not to spell out crip. You know not to spell out blood if you're going to do that dance. It's almost like a tribute to just you're from LA, if you understand what I'm saying. But you know,
do they do a drive-by after
the dance? A certain way, and you start drawing up your set and really crip walking, nigga, you better be ready to defend that. If you flip the crip walk into the blood walk and throw up your set, you better be ready to defend that. But if you just like, oh, my cousin's a crip, and I know the dance, but I'm not about to, I'm not about to spell out 11-8 block crip.
So at some point, like,
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So at some point, am I wrong for saying, hey, that's fucking stupid? I'm supposed to be okay. No, it's just the culture. That's the part I'm supposed to be.
Well, that would be like saying, hey, yo, from Brooklyn is stupid.
No, it's not. That doesn't correlate at all.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
Because that's nothing to do with saying you're from a place that has an association with gangs, like you just articulated.
All right.
So, hey, that's
okay. Hold on. I'll give you that the association with gangs, but when you're doing it in the capacity of a neutrality, because this is the style. This is what's popular.
Okay, yeah, right. So what's popular is popular in the same
you can do certain. Listen to me now. You can do certain dances that don't necessarily represent a side, but still express the culture. I'll give you a perfect example of a person I'm talking about. Ice Cube.
Okay, what
Ice Cube is not from a gang, but his attire, music, his appearance, his dress, his whole style is LA and gang affiliated.
Right. Okay.
And so if Ice Cube was to get up and start to do that dance, what you would call the crip walk, he would not spell out the set, but he would be doing the dance the same way he's wearing a Raider hat, the same way he's dressed in the style of what's the culture.
Yeah, that's called cooning. It's called cooning. Are you not clear? Like, that's what it is.
No, I agree with that. You already know. I told you that's why he started the show with cooning. Because
so, like I say, I wouldn't be wrong for saying, hey, that's fucking stupid.
Why is that stupid?
Because it's cooning.
They had no choice but to coon. You know that.
You have a choice.
I know that.
You don't have a choice now? Come on, man. I ain't with
all
that.
They're not as educated as we
You
are.
ain't got no choice.
I'm not. Come on, man. You're making me defend popular.
Yeah, I feel that Afro. Shout out to the gangbangers. So don't
but
get
you
mad.
already know that these people
gangbanging
don't have the understanding that we have, and that's why you had an artistic expression of that.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, like, it's like why y'all like to play the tightrope? Just say you all in there, and that's just what it is. Niggas gonna kill each other. Niggas gonna see everybody got an excuse. This is the funny part. Oh, this is not cool, man. That's the culture. Now get the fuck out of here. Just say it is what it is. Why you?
That's funny because that's what his whole halftime show was saying.
Yeah, so own it. That's okay.
That's what the halftime show was saying.
That's why people like
own that.
That nigga's a demon until the end. Will tell you a demon to the end and say he's smoking on a Gotti pack the day he died. Damn you, the devil. And he gonna ride it all the way out. That's a real nigga right there. All this wishy-washy, you gotta understand this, son. Get the fuck out of here, Buddha. Come on, man.
You already know I said me know that true, so why y'all come at me like you know
that? I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking in general, man.
You already know, say me know that. I already know I'm cool and this and that and red, but I have to explain it to the people then to make them understand.
I ain't tripping, man. What I'm saying is,
Yeah, I don't agree with none of that dumbass shit. How the fuck is that Conan?
What? Yeah, because you sitting up there doing dumbass shit and he just described all the shit that is
Okay, well, hip hop is Conan.
Well, then, okay, you not hurting my feelings.
I mean, you ain't hurting our feelings with that
You
shit.
one said it,
Because
not me.
that cause how is something coming from black culture Conan? Because
it is.
you
Just 'cause
because
it's
you don't like
black
that
culture,
shit.
like every culture,
You know what I'm saying?
is
Because
cool
if
as
you can say it got murder and all this on that shit, but
Right.
that's not everything we do. Don't nothing move in this world move without fucking murder
Right,
and
so that's
violence
what
and
I'm
all
making
this
an
old
excuse
shit.
for it.
But when we do it, oh, it's a
You're
problem.
making an excuse for it. This ain't got nothing to do
No,
with
it's not
nobody.
an excuse. I'm telling you what it is. No, I don't make no excuses for what the fuck I do. I stand on everything I do.
Okay.
You know what I'm
That's what I'm
saying?
saying. So stand on the fact that that's some shit that's fucking weird.
It's not because it comes from black folks, black people, and us dancing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
man,
if you're gonna say that the Crip Walk is cooning, you gotta
ain't doing
say
that shit
all
in
the
no
hip hop
Blood
is cooning
neighborhood.
because
you
that
dancing
shit
like that
come
in the
from
Blood
hip hop.
neighborhood?
What?
Is you dancing like that in the Blood neighborhood?
I will. I have
And
on
your
blood.
ass is
What do you mean?
much
Like I
On
told
blood.
you,
On
you
GD,
can do
on
the
Vice
dance.
Lord, on
It's
God
not the
Clip.
Crip Walk until you spell out your set.
Yeah,
It's
Now,
just
I
a
Hoover stuff. First of all, I Hoover stuff
representing
and I
the
Crip
vibe
Walk.
of the
So,
culture.
shit. You know what I'm saying? No.
You gotta
All
spell
that
out
shit
your
come
set.
from black folks. Cause like, I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about with some Conan shit. If that's the case,
I don't
every
think you
dance
never
we
been
do
in
is
the
Conan.
gang party.
Well,
Every
if that's
dance
the case,
we
how
do
you
is
gonna take it,
Conan.
then so be it. If that's how you
Yo,
take it,
true.
then so
If you've
be
been
it.
in the
Every
gang
dance you do
banging
is
party,
Conan.
you
That's
will
not what I'm saying,
understand.
but
Like
that's how you
people can
interpret
do
it.
that dance and not spell out they set and nobody's tripping.
Oh man,
If
just
somebody
own
can
the
start,
shit. I'm doing the
Pookie will tell
gangster
you,
dance, and that's
somebody can
that.
start feeling themselves and they start spelling out they set. They start throwing their hand sign in the air and it's on and popping because now you gang banging.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily. They're like that's not necessarily true. You know what I'm saying? But no, I'm saying like you're not gonna necessarily offend somebody because you're doing that.
You ain't doing it in no
maybe
Blood
be from an
neighborhood.
opposing set or be
If the other set is in there,
that's what I'm saying. Even if another set is in there, like people just don't people just don't
You're
get
gonna
out
have
of
a
crazy
sign
just
language
for
battle.
people doing dances and shit like that. No, it's usually shit
you
fight and all that shit start from stem from somewhere else.
I'll give you that, Pookie. You got to be putting extras on it and antagonizing.
Yeah, you got to be antagonistic with it. If you're not antagonizing nobody gives a fuck.
Because you just representing. I
Exactly.
Great.
I've been around gangbangers, true story. You understand?
Really? Tell me more about that.
I understand this.
I've been around all types of people in walks of life, and there's just certain things that you know what I'm saying. You just have to have an understanding for it when you're around certain people, no matter who they is or what walk of life they come from.
You just understand it, right? And it's just what it is, right?
No, it ain't just that. That's what all walks of life for people.
I had to understand.
What the fuck? Not just with a gang banger. That's the most basic motherfucker you got to understand.
Okay.
Yo, B, I had to understand them to teach them. What happened to you, Truth? Why you see that, man? I didn't have to condone what they was doing, but I had to understand certain aspects of the culture
understanding it is understanding.
In order to find a way to reach them.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a gangbang.
So you make an excuse because you understand it. Got it.
How the fuck
I don't make excuses. I call shit for what it is. See, that's what I don't like. Excuses. Man, get the fuck out of here. Nah, I call a ball and a strike.
Right.
If you're wrong, you're wrong, and you're right.
Right.
No matter who or why you are.
You can walk the line and do it as long as you don't throw the hands up, right? Fuck out of here. You ain't doing the hands up. Come on, man.
I'm not lying to you.
Serena didn't throw the hands up, so she wasn't really doing it. You know how crazy you niggas sound right now, man.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't care about her. To me, her doing that shit that's just a dance. Like why people panties in a bunch about a motherfucker doing a dance?
Say what?
Like,
I don't care.
that shit
I
is
don't
weird.
I really don't. This is
Just because you pop your feet a certain way don't mean you crip walking.
There you
nigga.
go.
You
All
gotta
right,
spell
man.
out
You're
the
right.
spell.
You're right. She just made that up. She just made that. Let's call it Serena.
No, I'm telling you, B, that's the
It's
same
the
as
Serena
you-
dance. I got
she
it.
was like doing
To the who
upright
song.
or the
It ain't crip
Yes,
walk.
the
It's
Serena
the
dance.
who
That's what they
song.
should name it, right? They should now from now on call it
Okay,
Serena
my nigga.
Super Bowl Shuffle.
I'm just letting you know, Star.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be mad if they did.
Right. So from now on,
At
it's
least
no
that'll
longer,
take the
hey, that's
stigma up
maybe
off a
gang
fucking
dance. No,
dance.
it's the
B,
A regular average dance. That'll take the stigma up off if we call it the Serena Shuffle.
No,
Would
Super
that take the stigma up
Yo,
off
if they
of it?
play the right music,
How come nobody was
true story. If they play the right music,
to be
I'll
fair,
start crip walking. but I
why
won't
wasn't nobody complaining when Snoop was crip walking on the stage when Trey was performing? He damn sure was crip walking on
Right.
Snoop, who wasn't?
He got
Snoop
celebrated
is
for it,
America's
actually.
It's a
Snoop
crime,
is
so we should
America's
celebrate.
favorite creep. Snoop is America's favorite creep.
He is.
Right.
He
And we
is.
should
He is.
celebrate
He is.
the crip. Right, I got you.
Even though he's a super cool, but
I'm saying
That's a
nobody
bad example.
complained after he did it and said, "I can't believe Snoop was crip walking on the Super Bowl."
Right, how
stage."
could the gang
Yeah,
guy
nobody
not-
did that.
Why
Yeah.
was the gang guy doing his gang dance? That should have been a question. Like, what?
Why do y'all keep saying somebody?
Oh, it's because Serena did it.
I
So it's
don't
because Serena
understand
did it.
what y'all don't get.
Yes, nigga.
This
Okay,
nigga's
all
from
right.
West Side Pyru.
Okay, Buddha. Which way
He's a blood. You don't have bloods crip walking.
Okay, you got it.
Nobody was spelling out crip.
Right. It wasn't the crip dance. It was the Serena Super Bowl Shuffle. I got it.
yeah, I like the Sabrina Super Bowl shuffle battle. You know what I'm saying? Since it's so offensive, since her
Stick
crip
your ass
walking was
in
so
the blood
offensive.
neighborhood without the hands and say you're doing
ass
Serena Super Bowl.
alliteration. The
Yeah,
Serena
that's what I'm gonna
Super Bowl
start
stuff.
saying. Nigga, I'm doing the
Start
Sabrina
doing
Super
that.
Bowl
Your
shuffle. I ain't crip walking,
your
motherfucker.
alliteration
I'm doing the
was shit.
Sabrina Super
I
Bowl
caught that
shuffle.
shit. Other niggas didn't
Straight
catch
up.
it. Bumba Clyde. This nigga said the Serena
Once
Super
again,
Bowl
For
I'm not
real,
mad
man.
at
I would tell
I'm not mad
motherfucker
at
like,
Serena
nigga, I ain't
for
crip
dancing.
walking. I'm doing the Sabrina Super Bowl shuffle,
No, there you
motherfucker.
go. Thank you, sir. SSS. I'm not mad at her for doing it. All I'm just saying is, why all this? Just own it and move on. Yeah, I'm doing that shit, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I didn't really even care. Be real with you.
I ain't mad at her, guy. You can do what you want. Just like
I
Snoop.
didn't even
Yes,
I
I'm
didn't even
doing it.
watch the halftime show.
Yo, you
Yeah,
don't
I
think
missed
niggas
that
in
shit.
Kelly Park while she was playing tennis and her dad was over there telling niggas to leave his daughters alone while they were practicing them something there. Them niggas was over in the corner pop locking and doing the crip walk. And
Right,
she
because-
over there as a young girl like,
Right, because one of you niggas are gonna grow up to kill my other daughter. You want to keep it real now?
no.
Oh yeah, see how the
They was
move
over there
your
looking like
ass,
his
right?
daddy wasn't there.
Yeah,
I was
nigga. Now
beating
everybody
her up.
on and hooting
But her
and
daddy
hollering.
was over there defending the poom poom. So it was
I mean, she obviously ain't got it all on her heart like that. Y'all got it more on her heart. Y'all got it more on y'all heart than she do.
Nigga kill my sister for the gang. I won't do the dance in the Super Bowl.
I don't
It
know.
makes sense.
I'm not sure how. I know the bullet was a stray. It wasn't
Right.
meant.
Right. It was a stray.
Now, again, I don't know the whole story behind it. Outside of it, I know the bullet wasn't meant for her. Like it wasn't like a hit.
Nah, it wouldn't.
Okay, so yeah, it was acceptable. I got it.
No, I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm just
What are we
saying I don't know how she ended up catching the bullet. Like I don't know how
The nigga
she.
shot a
I don't know
gun,
how-
psycho, and he was a.
I mean, I know she caught the bullet. I don't know how she
Right.
caught the bullet though.
In her
Right,
body.
right,
and died.
right. Innocent bystanders get hit in warfare.
Niggas died.
You know what I'm saying? Civilians always get caught in warfare. So,
Right.
like,
Right.
so when we, so like I said, anything that we do that other people do in the world is penalized against us 10 times harder. Like, what the fuck? Like, civilians get caught off in warfare. Duh. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that if you're not a warrior, you know what I'm saying? People that's outside of being in this warrior frame, in this warrior framework and shit, I can understand how, you know what I'm saying, people not caught off in your shit, getting fucked off in your shit, you know what I'm saying, could be looked at as wrong. But at the same time, I'm not gonna sit here and say like that like casualties in warfare, even people that ain't got shit to do with the warfare, happens.
Right, niggas die every day, B.
Exactly. They're like not just niggas, crackers, the brown man, everybody die every day. Not just niggas.
Puerto Rican kill my sister. I'm gonna be in the Puerto Rican Day Parade the next year, right?
I mean, I don't know your life.
I'm just saying.
So if I knew your life, it probably would make sense to me.
It would.
If I knew your life and I knew your background and where you come from and who you deal with and why you deal with them and this and this and that and this and that, it probably would make sense that you were at the Puerto Rican Day Parade the next year.
You know, Serena's not make that make sense.
He was not in the streets. He was
Say
on
what?
the sidewalk.
Oh, I was outside either way.
How do people know?
He a certain age. Yeah, you can't say that. Yeah, he of a certain age. He from an age that everybody was outside.
I think it's an error for people to assume that she got popped because it was some gang stuff, right? Over some gang shit, right? Like, how do they know?
It was or not? She was killed by one.
Crips kill Crips. Bloods kill Bloods. I mean, like.
Like a motherfucker.
This could have just been over some money. We don't know what this was over. That's what I said. Like, I don't know.
Or even a retaliation from some other shit somebody did to him.
The only reason for saying that is her passing away can have zero to do with him being a Crip. He could have just so happened to be a Crip. Like, but it could have had zero to do with him.
I don't give a fuck. If you get shot on the set, you from the set. You can join the gang.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's
you get shot on the set.
That is real, though.
Every killing the Crip did wasn't gang related. Every killing the Crip did wasn't gang related. Like,
I'm gonna say most killing Crips do ain't gang related. Right. I'm gonna say most of their gang killings ain't gang related. It has shit to do with other shit.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, so him being a Crip could have just been happenstance. Like, he just so happened to be a Crip.
It's like blaming him because he was a Democrat. I get it. Makes sense.
Right.
What?
Fuck out of here. That's it. That is exactly right.
Unless we know something different, we don't know.
Her sister died before she was Crip walking at the Super Bowl or the Olympics. The story came out and it said Crip, all of it. Now,
but I think that was, bro. Yeah, but we don't know if that's why she died. All we know is he was a Crip. Right. We know he was a Crip. And we know that
why would we know he's a Crip?
He caught a bullet from him.
Why would he know?
And now we don't. That's all we know.
Why would we know that? Why wasn't Deshaun Jackson killed Serena's sister?
But no, especially when they try to paint black folks off in a public bad light with the media and shit like that, and they know that you a gang affiliated or join the gang, or they gonna make everything you do this gang member.
The fact that he was a Crip didn't even come out until after she did the Crip walk in 2012. That didn't even come out until then.
No, it came out when the story happened.
No, that shit came out way back. Yeah, he right. That shit came back right when it happened.
Yeah. When the story.
He was mad as fuck because they put hands on him in prison.
Yeah, it was.
But it's okay.
I wouldn't say I don't know about when it came, but I know I heard about that shit.
Why they say the killing happened? Did they find out why?
Like I said, the point
is, I don't remember that part.
Was it over
some he was a bank teller or a Republican? They said he was a Crip right off the bat. Now, like you say, maybe an accident murderer.
Okay, now wait. That person didn't rob the bank. That person doesn't necessarily rob the bank because he was a Crip. He just robbed the bank because he wanted to live.
Killed her sister.
Now he ain't doing it because he's a Crip. He just so happened to be a Crip who robbed the bank.
Accident murderer. That's what he is, and he killed her sister.
Okay, you say that, but I'm saying, I'm not arguing that. My only thing is,
they said he was a Crip.
Gang. How we don't know if it's gang related. Like, how can we?
Why did they lead with Crip and not Deshaun Jackson?
Because that's part of the the same shit they lead. Like, why they don't lead with the headlines of barbecue and Haiti being a revolutionary, but they call him a gang leader. Same shit. You know, they don't they'll get Arabs, Asians, and they'll call any and everybody else rebels, but when it comes to the Haitian shit, they call every last one of them gang leaders. You don't think that that's fucking on purpose?
Yeah, you're right. It's the media's fault.
Yeah, man. You're right. But but that is how they report that shit, though. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't look at what's going down in Haiti as a bunch of gang leaders taking over the fucking country. I look at it as a bunch of revolutions or rebels. You know what I'm saying? Trying to take back over their shit. You know what I'm saying?
Pookie, that nigga named Barbecue.
I don't give a fuck.
Come
that
on,
nigga still that nigga today. That nigga's the man of 2024. I don't give a fuck.
Barbecue.
So
Yo, who's the leader of Haiti? Barbecue,
nigga. Come on, nigga. That nigga. Hey, Barbecue was man of the year 2024. I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
They got the UN, and we got Trump, and who's it? Putin and Barbecue.
Nigga, we got Barbecue, nigga. Hey, we gotta take what we can get. Take what we can get, motherfucker.
Pookie, why is it barbecue? Haitians ain't known for no barbecue. Would you eat Haitian barbecue?
Yeah, fuck up some Haitian barbecue. What?
You a Pookie? You a lie? You ain't eating no Haitian barbecue. Don't do that Pan-African lie.
Nigga, shit, nigga, I eat oxtails. I eat Jamaican food. I tried a beef patty last year for the first time, nigga. I'm addicted.
I don't try barbecue oxtail.
Yeah, feel me? Shit, barbecue, that's the shit.
Does he have like President Barbecue? Like, how does this Prime Minister BBQ? Like, what is going on, bro? They all wearing bootleg Gucci clothes. You see them when they be doing that.
But they evidently though they got to be getting something done because it's like shit. They done ran the UN up out that motherfucker. They done ran Kenya up out that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They done ran America up out that motherfucker.
Right. How's that work?
Evidently, they fighting skills got to have something. They got to have some kind of fighting skills, no matter how they dressed or no matter what the rinky-dink weapons they using.
The problem is their eating skills are suffering. Like no one's trading with them.
I mean, yeah, that's part of global warfare. That's geopolitical. They've been doing that to them since, you know what I'm saying? They freed themselves from slavery.
You need eat and skills. You understand?
Yeah, man. Your leader named Barbecue and the whole country starving. Fuck, make
oh no, he ain't. He just a leader of a faction. But no, it's quite a few of them now. I've been following that little story closely. So quite a few of them now. Yeah, he just one of them.
Hot sauce.
No, I ain't no hot sauce. Nigga said hot sauce.
I just read the story. It said that the Crip dude, they shot up her car and her boyfriend's car because they mistakenly thought that they was somebody else that was a rival gang. So
so it was just a mistake. It's fine.
So there you go.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just to be fair, there you go.
Yeah, but that story ain't telling you that they probably knew that car that done rolled up on them, that done shot up at them for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? So they was just it sounded like a retaliation.
So Psycho, Psycho, would it be fair to say that Serena's sister was killed by a Crip?
I mean, yeah.
And are you saying with that incident where she got killed, he just happened to be a Crip?
No.
He was a Christian when he killed her, yes?
Yes,
thank you. Okay,
she died.
That's why Serena did the dance.
He thought it was a mistaken identity.
Right. So, okay, makes sense. So she was just doing the dance he did before he did what he did. Makes sense.
Well, who said he was dancing before he did what he did? See, now you act
right? Then Jesus said you got to throw up gang signs before you shoot up the block. That's to make it official when you do the hands stuff.
But I hope y'all sweat Marines and Navy servicemen and all them motherfuckers like y'all sweating, like you sweat Crips or blood.
Nah, them niggas help me sleep at night.
They don't help me sleep at night too. Like they don't help other people sleep at night too, though.
Oh well, that's their problem. They need a bigger military.
But
I don't never worry about like, they gonna come and do it. That you neither do you. Nobody in here.
I feel like that on both ends though.
Is feeling good.
I feel like that on both ends though. Like I ain't got to worry about that. Like even from a country standpoint, government standpoint, or even from a street standpoint.
Right. Go
just because of affiliation. Just like I was born in America, and I was born up under that wing of this branch of America. You know what I'm saying? I feel protected either way all across the board.
My country, 'tis of thee. Niggas talk all that shit. Go spend a night in Port-au-Prince. Go ahead.
Why would I? I'm not for Port-au-Prince. Why would I? I'm not trying to go spend a night in Beijing. I'm not trying to spend a night in Tokyo. I'm not trying to spend a night in fucking Luxembourg. What the fuck? Why would I go to Port-au-Prince to spend a night?
No, I go to Tokyo. Why would you go to Tokyo? That's nice.
Nah, I'm straight on Tokyo. To me, them a bunch of white Asians that don't like niggas. Yeah, the Japanese that don't like niggas. I'm cool on Tokyo.
You don't like Nintendo and karate though?
Oh hell yeah, I like Nintendo and from from the comfort of my own home.
Damn, son.
Or around some other black folks in the comfort of their home. You know what I'm saying? But going over to Tokyo to enjoy Nintendo, fuck Nintendo in Tokyo. Like the fuck? Them nigga hating ass motherfuckers.
Damn.
Oh yeah, they don't like black folks, dog. Straight up. I know black people that done been over there and done lived over there that call themselves, you know what I'm saying?
Where in Japan? In Japan?
Yeah, trying to ingratiate themselves in Japan culture and shit and all that, and straight reject. Get your dumb ass up out of here, nigger.
Did they happen to be people like military folk or just people?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I ain't too big about going up to the hill. My own country don't fucking like me. What the fuck I think another motherfucking country gonna be accepting of me?
I bet you sleep safe and not worry about a terrorist coming to kidnap your ass. I bet you that.
Oh shit, we headed toward World War III / Civil War. So like shit, I don't know how safe that shit is anymore because
you's a liar. You ain't never thought about no terrorists coming to snatch you out of your house. You ain't never thought about that.
Nah, but I'm thinking about it now though. I have not thought about it, but I'm thinking about it now though because like for the simple fact, like we're itching towards World War III, or if not, possibly a fucking Civil War or both.
Don't be scared. Your team.
No, I ain't scared, but hell no, I ain't scared. But I'm just saying, like,
Pookie,
I think there's a more possibility now, motherfucker, come snatch you up out your shit or trying to snatch you up out your shit than it has been any other time in history. At least since I've been living.
With the big guns, fortunately or unfortunately, don't worry. That's why you sleep safe.
Oh no. I'm talking about the Civil War, man, and World War III.
I see
that. Yeah, I ain't listening to that truth either.
I seen our buildings get torn down in real time. I'm not listening to you, bro.
Here we go. Yeah. And so did I. It's like, you know what? Yeah. Compared to all the other world's tragedies, I know people
that New York skyline ain't been the same since either, by the way.
But it was a blip. And it's unfortunate. Like I said, I know people died in the whole bit, but I'm talking about as far as a whole, what's been going on in the rest of the world. And you see them bombing, and they bombing Paris and all of England and all that other stuff, like religiously. Oh, you sleep safe at night. Pookie, my country, 'tis of thee. Come on, bro.
Yeah. He can't be paying attention to what's going on in American politics.
Why are you singing that?
I've been sleeping safe so hard.
I don't even know. I couldn't think of nothing else.
British anthem.
I don't know. I couldn't think of nothing else. It was on the fly, man.
Knock off British anthem, man. God save the king, man. You don't get that crap out of here.
You say he'd have been better off spanking Star Spangled Banner, man.
That's
you know that's fucked up.
The fact that we tried to remix that crap is even more disgusting. They wouldn't let Britain go, man. Wouldn't let the funny wigs go. Wouldn't let the anthems go.
Well, that's that.
When did this place really become America? Because I say the 1700s wasn't really America yet. It was still Britain.
So they say the Jacksonian era. because then you start to have more people who are actually born here. And after that 1812 war, but really like that from 1815 on, and this is when you start to see a push to something that's looking for uniquely American culture.
The Know Nothing Party.
So now, culturally, what you're seeing is that's when people really start to reject. This is where you get the classical stuff. Think about it. All the stuff that's classical comes from old Europe, right? The classical music, right? Opera, all the stuff that we hate as Americans is that. So now you reject that and you start to build other forms of entertainment, right? And so I tell you, this is where who pops up. The Ethiopian or the blackface performers. That is something that is, although they had blackface performers in Europe, they did not have the minstrel show. That's uniquely American. It's the first art created in America. That's exclusive. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm trying to say to you? That's an American art.
Oh no, that's true. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was the very first. Yeah,
and that's what happened. But all the other stuff is why we don't like certain things to this day, because it's the American establishment, to your point, of rejecting the mother country, right? What is classical music? All the shit we don't listen to, like I say. We ain't going to watch no fucking opera. We watch ballet, but we ain't really no ballet. That's old world stuff.
That's bougie old world shit.
Right. And so what we did to make the transition is we start doing Shakespearean plays, and they do burlesques of Shakespearean plays. And so you still say, okay, that comes from England. Well, in between the acts of a Shakespearean play, what do they have? That's right, the black-faced performers. And that's how they enter the stage. They become, in between the acts, they perform.
Right. Yeah.
So 1815, around then, that war's over. We're looking for things uniquely us. That's not England.
Yeah. Because, like I said, we were still closely linked to England for a long time. For at least another generation or two.
Mm-hmm. But then you start having politicians and other people who are native born. We begin to make our own myth stories behind Mike Fink and Paul Bunyan and even John Henry.
That's why I said the 1800s. That's why I said the 1800s is when it really became America, what we know.
Right, because we start to build our folk stories with those type of larger than life figures. And Mike Fink, I think, is like the Midwest version or the Ohio Valley of like a Paul Bunyan type of character.
Mm-hmm. You said John Henry, right? Yeah,
John Henry, same thing. So that's that whole comes out of that whole looking for stories and culture and people, you know what I'm saying, characters that are uniquely tied to the
American folklore.
Yeah,
American folklore.
Right.
Yeah, and then too, also a lot of American authors started to take off too around that time, because that's when you start to see a whole lot of Americans, like a popular American literature and shit. That
Washington Irving.
That around that time
Tom's
too.
Cabin. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's when, like, around that time.
So Washington Irving does two things. He's the one that puts Columbus at the center of this American narrative and how the story is told. Because prior to that, Columbus, as far as the American story went, didn't like whatever. And that's because of the Protestant versus Catholic roots. But Washington Irving writes this book about Columbus, and then Columbus becomes the center of how, you know, this whole American experience starts. You know what I'm saying? So he does that, and then he does a story about New York, and this is where you get the Knickerbockers from. It's a character in Washington Irving's book called Daniel Knickerbocker, and so he starts to create those type of stories and whatever, and Washington Irving, you know, starts to, you know, become essential and all that stuff. And then I think I saw Afro. Yeah, you got Mark Twain comes. He's coming a little later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he came a little later.
Yeah, but it's around the same time because Mark Twain actually goes and
he had a lot of racist stuff in his literature too. Yeah.
He did, but to me, he's one of my favorite authors from that time period. At least white ones, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this
famous book.
Yeah,
he probably the most famous author from that time period.
Mm-hmm.
One of them. Oh, he one of them.
Right. His story lived a long time, test of time and shit. Like,
oh yeah, and that's because of, you know what I'm saying, the way that they analytically broke down, and then with the I'm trying to think of the shit that got them in the Huckleberry book. I mean Huckleberry Finn shit, but cause that's like only like an installment to that shit. That's like the second. But what was it?
Yeah.
Tom Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And the I'm trying to think of the title of the books and shit like that. But like a lot of that shit is broke down analytically to basically break down the psychology of the people, especially of that writer and the people in the times and people that was reading that shit. You know what I'm saying? Reviewing that shit and all that time to pretty much compare it to off into the day or throughout time. I mean, throughout history since it's been published and shit like that, though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they just, to me, that they study from a psychological and from an analytical standpoint, as far as how, you know, people take it and reads it and shit like that, which from a literature standpoint, I can understand it because it is a part of American history. And at a time period when people was writing, like when you read, goddamn it, Uncle Tom Cabin, that shit was wrote, you know what I'm saying, during, you know what I'm saying, when they was trying to free slaves and shit like that, yeah, during that time period and shit like that. So it was wrote for a white audience.
They used that book as propaganda to support for freeing the slaves.
For which book is this?
The Abolitionist. That's an abolitionist book.
Uncle Tom's Cabin. The reason is her brother is a reverend from Brooklyn. And his name is Henry Ward Beecher. There's a statue, actually. It's downtown Brooklyn. And in his church, he had a church called Plymouth Church. They actually had a piece of the Plymouth Rock in it. So Harriet Tubman spoke there, Frederick Douglass, and her nickname was Pinky. So you'll love this, Psycho. But she was one of those girls who could pass for white and damn near out the room. And he showed her at the church, and the people felt sympathy, like, okay, and then they felt like they were enslaving white people. And then, you know, he was in charge, you know, and involved with abolition movement, right? And so what he did, he started sneaking guns down to the South to help them. And how he did it was he would put them in the crates that they would send Bibles down South. So guns were known as Beecher Bibles, right? And then so much so that they have here. I'll show you because I know y'all think I'm just making this up. Can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah. Hold
on. Let me show you this wild stuff. Now remember, I ain't going nowhere far from what y'all was talking about with Uncle Tom's Cabin. There you go. We're gonna do this in real time. Beecher Bible. Right? Look. Beecher's Bibles was a name given to the breech-long, sharp rifle that was supplied and used by the anti-slavery settlers and combatants in Kansas during the Bleeding Kansas period. This is her brother right here. Right. So this is her brother. And so what they would do, like I said, they would put these sharp rifles and carbines associated with New England minister Henry Ward Beecher. Right. That's her brother. So much so that they have a Bible and rifle church. I think this is the company, but it becomes, see, the Beecher Bible and Rifle Church. Because they're sneaking the Bibles down there, and this is whole Underground Railroad and all that stuff. So he is doing that in his church. I think that they might show it in this article. He has the people come, like Harriet Tubman, whatever, and they tell her a story. He's doing awareness for the cause or whatever. See, he became the first pastor of the Plymouth Church in Brooklyn, and this is where that's abolitionist movement, right? And this is how his sister gets involved and does what she does with Uncle Tom's Cabin, and what's going on because of what he is doing.
Oh, okay.
Very
His
fascinating.
siblings included author Harriet Beecher Stowe. See?
Yeah. I mean, they got the same name, so like, because that ain't a common name.
She got married though. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like,
same.
You know of Harry Beecher Stowe, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Harry Beecher. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's not a common name. So for them to have that name like that, either they married or they siblings or they, you know what I'm saying, they related somehow. But I didn't know that backstory. That's dope though, and it make a lot of sense too how she wrote the book and why she wrote it the way she wrote it. Even though I definitely don't agree with, you know what I'm saying. I don't like Uncle Tom's Cabin. I never have. But at the end of the day, though, I understand it now. I have a better understanding on why it was wrote the way it was wrote.
We got
Right.
bastardized over the years. Like Uncle Tom got the character himself got bastardized.
Right. All them characters. I don't like none of them characters in that book, man.
Sambo was actually the coon.
Right. He was a villain. I don't like none of them characters. What was the female's character? The one that was
Topsy.
Topsy, yeah. Topsy. That's it. Yeah, I didn't like none of those characters. The way that she illustrated none of those black characters.
Uncle Tom refused to snitch on the slaves and got killed for it.
All right, Psycho, since it's Black History Month, can I share my screen one more time?
Yeah.
I'll give y'all this one. All right, let me know when you can see it. You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, let me plug it in real quick. Then I got to get off of there. I'm going to give you a Black History. What the hell? All right, just give me 2 seconds. Plug it in. Boom. All right. So what you got to look up is, y'all can do this at home. Tom, since we're talking about Uncle Tom and we're talking about entertainment, let's go and see what a Tom show is. Well, Tom show is a general term for any play or musical based on what? Uncle Tom's Cabin. Stick around, it's going to get crazier. The novel attempts to depict the harsh reality of slavery, blah, 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 and the pejorative term Uncle Tom, blah, 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 right? Even though Uncle Tom's Cabin was the best novel of 19th century, that's number one, far more Americans at that time saw the story in a stage play or musical. That's number two. Are we clear? How are people learning about you and getting culture? From stage plays and musicals, more than even the best-selling novel of the 19th century. We understand that?
Yes, exactly. So that translated up to today.
Hold on, I'm getting it. In 1992, it was reported that 250,000 of these presentations had already been performed. Before anything in 250,000 performances of Tom shows. Some of these shows were essentially minstrel shows that utilized, this is why Uncle Tom sticks in our head like this, of Black people, right? Thus inverting the intent of the novel, Psycho, to your point. The Tom shows did this and flipped it on his head with Uncle Tom, because this is what? The biggest entertainment. Stage plays on Tom shows began to appear while the story itself was still being serialized. A number of the productions also feature songs by Stephen Foster, who is, I won't get into all that. Right. He writes My Old Kentucky Home, which ends up becoming what? That's right, the official song of Kentucky. So, to your point,
the people in the South is the ones that bastardized Uncle Tom because they didn't want him to be looked at as a hero.
Right. So some of these shows were basically just blackface minstrel shows, only loosely based on the novel. Yet this is how folks learned about black people.
Mm-hmm.
They would have
things. Reading that part. You should have kept reading that part.
This one, and the grossly exaggerated caricatures of black people further perpetuated for purposes of mockery some of the stereotypes that Stowe had used more innocently, that being Uncle Tom.
Right.
The shows flipped it on his head when we said, "Oh, that nigga's Uncle Tom."
Yeah.
The show, not the book.
That's where we got it from.
Shows.
Right.
Because the most popular way that people even knew about this was
the shows.
Even though it was the most popular book of the 19th century.
Kind of like most people get the information about Malcolm through the movie.
Most
right? They didn't read biography.
Correct.
And you also have to think about it too, because most people in America weren't literate then. You know what I'm saying? So they had in order to get the information, they had to watch it through a stage play or get it secondhand from somebody that did know how to read.
It was easy to absorb through the stage play, even
Exactly.
white people, a lot of literate white people too.
Look, y'all, the film and the movies come out in the late 1890s. By 1903, you have, okay, let me show you where we are. Film adaptations. By 1903, here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, here's 4, here's 5, here's your Topsy and Eva. Those are women in blackface. Here's 6, here's 7. I'm just leaving that right there. By 1927, you have 7 Uncle Tom films. So now you have the most popular book, the most popular shows, and by the early birth of moving film, you already have 7 Uncle Tom films.
Before you even had sound.
Right.
And look, and I'm noticing that also predate birth of some of those films predate
birth of a nation.
Nation, exactly.
So then when you go and you see the stereotypes being drawn out, that's when you get to Topsy and Eva. And then what they make when they start doing the pickaninny advertisements and stereotypes, guess who that's supposed to be? It's supposed to be Topsy. So when I go right here and I go,
they topsy turvy. This is what they talking about.
There you go, Topsy.
Oh, I know. Hold
on. Uncle Tom. I'm doing this so y'all can do it at home. There's no sleight of hand. And right, a young slave girl who is portrayed as naughty and unintelligent. This is where the pickaninny starts to come from. Well, here you go, Topsy, who they marketed in the Tom show. Now you got Topsy being marketed in the Tom show. They come to see Topsy doing what? Dancing, shucking, and jiving. That's a woman in blackface, by the way. And that character from Topsy gets exploited to become the pickaninny that you know today in the shows. This is another thing, so how they perverted and twisted the characters in Uncle Tom's. So now the pickaninny look and characterization is associated with Topsy, right? And so now when you see years later, even this, and signification comes into play, now you get it. And then this is how the Duncan sisters look. These are 2 sisters, in blackface. Now, people weren't reading a book. They learned about black folks and their characteristics from who? That's right. White folks in blackface.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Crazy, man. Very interesting history, though.
Yeah. That's how they mold the Negro.
It's not just mold them, but also mold the hatred that's passed on throughout, you know what I'm saying, this country, throughout the different cultures and ethnicities, even down to us, ourselves.
So
that's how that shit was formed, because it's like...
From day one, Pookie.
Hate us, boy. That shit is weird.
from day one, it has been about control of the black body. And then when you hear that, everybody wants to scream pause a million times. And I know it sounds crazy, but the point is literally control of you physically,
mentally,
control of not only mentally, but your voice. They created they should see and hear from black people. The first black people on wax are white minstrels doing black voices. Amos and Andy became popular on the radio. Those were two white men doing that.
Right.
Yeah. People learned about black folks in the early 1800s from who? The minstrel show, which is white people in blackface. So you literally don't have control of your own black body and image. So what does this mean in real times? Now, when you want to come to the stage rapping or acting, you have to fit into a mold. That's the only way you're going to get on, because they created what a nigga is or a black person is. I'm telling you straight up. And this is
I agree.
It's hard when you step out of the box and get conscious or get this or anything else, because no, that's not what they created. They told the world and created that the black character, male, female, and child, is this. And if you want to get in this game, Stephen Fletcher, Fetchit, Burt Williams, or any of the other people, you got to fit into this mode. If you want success in this, we want the image of the gangster thug, because this is what we're comfortable with, because we performed you in that manner. All of this woke head wrap shit you doing, we can't relate to that. You understand? So it's a control of our physical voice and image. We don't own it.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of agree. I agree with that, but to a certain extent, though.
Yeah.
No, during that time period, we didn't own shit. We didn't own.
I mean, during that time period, but not today. You know what I'm saying? Today is a lot different.
But okay, so that would then go to say that the only voice that is in rap or hip hop is the Joe voice. And I'm just going to play the extremes for the sake of the conversation, right? Because we've been so inundated with that for the past X amount of years. When we know that there are other voices that can be even marketed or put forward in a certain way. But overall, that's not the case. Why? Because that drill fits the same mold that Cops, which has been on all about for most of you guys' lifetime, except for who is it? Me, Afro, and a couple of the older people. Cops has been on for most of your lifetime. You understand?
Yeah,
that?
since I've been born, my entire life.
Understand that? Cops has been on your whole life.
Right.
The original reality TV show.
Right. Is what? The Fugitive Slave Act, damn near, right? Chasing and hunting niggas. Think about it, y'all. Your whole life, Pookie. Bad boys. What you want? What you want?
It was a brilliant concept, and it worked, boy.
Yeah, slave catching live on TV. Because your pain and what you go through is entertainment. Why do you think the newspapers have your face as criminal? That's entertainment. Not for us, obviously. It's fucking crushing to us, but it's entertainment for them. Just like the bang bang.
I think that's just America in itself, though. American culture in and of itself. America loves fucking gangsters.
But the thing is,
of all ethnicities, of all races, throughout all time periods.
The problem is you don't have any redeeming qualities. All them other ones do. That's what you gotta understand.
And no. I shouldn't have no redeeming qualities to somebody that's outside of my people, but to my people, I should have redeeming qualities.
No, it was a fraternity.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you this, it's a fraternity for them, Pookie, because the Italian wasn't in the fraternity and the Jew wasn't in the fraternity.
And that's one thing about us, like, fuck what they feel about, you know what I'm saying, what's redeemable and what's not redeemable was amongst us. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm trying to say is, in as far as popular culture, all the people that you talk about that may have this, well, they got Italian gangsters too. Well, they also have redeeming qualities where they're loving, big on family, and make great fucking pizza. You get what I'm saying? And then it might be the Jewish stereotype, tight with money, blah 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 blah, but they're good with financing X, Y, and Z. Or it used to be for a while that the German was the big dumb German, right? And they used to call them Dutch shows. It's not Dutch is German, but because they did that, so forth and so on. But they're the big O's. But they have redeeming qualities because what, they work hard and they're big, stout, strong people or whatever. All of those people eventually, all their
Dutch was a wild boy too, by the way. But yeah,
he was.
All of those people at some point when they get white in the eyes get a redeeming quality, just like the Spanish is going to be, you know, as the hard-working family person too when they get tired of exploiting them. Right.
They do that now. That's the image they paint them in now.
We have never been given a redeeming quality outside of soul food, which means that you're good at dancing and singing. That's what you get. That's the problem with all of this. Like, okay, y'all didn't do everybody else. Yes, you keep saying they got their bad, this, that, and the third, which we see, but they have something redeeming. They basically tell us you don't have any.
I feel like we have redeeming qualities too.
Nigga, I know we do. It's not what we think about us.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, but I get what you're saying, but it's like, man, I feel like a lot of this shit too, like a lot of the things we go through in the Uncle Tom, that go back to the Uncle Tom stereotype and shit like that, is because people feel like other people that's outside of us, they know it's a culture of us being able to be used against one another for other people to gang or exploit or do whatever they want to do with us and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And that goes back to, like I say, the Assemble and the Uncle Tom and the Topsy stereotypes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So like now amongst us, fuck what another motherfucker think, because like if we have redeeming qualities and we stand strong on that shit, other motherfuckers gonna respect it. They don't respect it because we don't think we are redeemable neither. If we feel like nobody else feels like we're redeemable, so we're not redeemable towards one another either. And I think that's bullshit.
It's fine until you realize that it's a search for validation and credibility that a lot of folks are seeking from them. Because you're not validated until you get recognition from them, whether it be Grammy, high five, or $1 million check they give you. Then you feel validated, because then you can go run back and tell all the other Negroes in the village how much you got.
Man. You're right, man. I said, really.
That's where validation comes from. It doesn't come from us. It comes by, look, I got this trinket and this thing from them, and now I'm somebody.
Man, we gotta stop that shit, though.
No, what you do is need Jesus. You niggas rant wrong. You and your psycho-atheist buddies. You left the goddamn church to go and run around here thinking you can do it without sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah.
Soon as you nappy-headed niggas walked out the church, then life go wrong for you. You started walking around with your fists in the goddamn air, them tight-ass leather jackets, and you ain't been right since.
Niggas done lost y'all mind ever since, huh, man?
No, the problem is we got away from the leather jackets. That's the goddamn problem.
Shit, I still got, nigga. I keep me a leather coat, a black one. I don't do the brown, but I got a black one. Yeah. I got that bitch out of Dillard's. You know that bitch real. A real Black Panther leather, nigga.
You ain't get to wear it like 3 times a year.
True, but hey, I got it though. True, but I got it though. That bitch fresh too. I ain't gonna boy, you can't tell me shit in my motherfucking back leather coat.
All right, y'all have a good night. Psycho, I gotta go watch. I gotta do a catch up on the gang hood rat video channels. Afro, you'd be happy to hear this. Yes, I don't have no woke channel. subscribe besides the UNQ. Most of my stuff is 050 and Zip with the Drip and listening to gang people tell their tales. I'm not.
Oh no, I go drop your channel in the chat. I subscribe too, man.
Mine is
you got great information, man.
I appreciate that, Pookie. But
Real talk.
what I watch is very ratchet YouTube about.
Oh, you watch Ratchet? Yeah, I don't watch Ratchet.
No, my channel is
from
straight Negro nerd stuff. But what I watch, I don't do all that shit. Just like I don't listen to no goddamn conscious music. Don't get it twisted, nigga. I ain't with all that. Like my music ratchet as hell.
Boy, Ratchet YouTube crazy as hell.
Yeah, I'm with all. Afro, you could laugh. Now my whole shit is filled with gang YouTube warriors. Yo, I know all of the business. That 9 Trey is gone, and La Brim done turned Republican. I know it.
They be turning up too over on Ratchet YouTube. I be like, man, I'm not dealing with this. But
so you all in them DJ academic circles, huh?
Nah, I used to, but he's too like I'm not with the.
No, it's a whole other sector. I know what sector he talking about. I know the sector. Yeah, these street niggas is on here now.
People a sector like, I know him. He just came home. I know he came home. Yo, I knew he was G Shine. I'm one of them type of niggas.
Oh yeah, street people on YouTube now, Psycho. Yeah, it's a whole from a few years ago, like there was, black sectors, this sector, manosphere sectors. Now, it's a whole street from I'm talking about all sides of the country too. It's a street nigga sector.
I thought, okay, am I some like academics type of dude? Then I started watching the things. I'm like, nah, I'm not really into the. Oh, this one said this on Instagram, and this one. No, I want to see who got shot.
They be incriminating each other.
Yo, Spooky, that's the best part. Self-incriminating.
Man, Ratchet YouTube is hell.
These niggas is all coming out of prison. How we in the world know what's going on in our
No, ain't true. No, some of these niggas are going live in the prison. Some of these niggas are building YouTube channels in the prison.
I seen that.
Man, look here. And I'm talking about all sides of the country. So these niggas got phones in the street.
Remember I showed that shit
building whole channel.
Remember I showed that shit that one time up into the music video in jail?
Yeah. It's going down.
Did you pushing P?
Man.
That was the sign. It wasn't the kids doing pushing P. That was the jail niggas when they pulled out the big ass sword.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember. It was like a couple of years ago, but
they pushing P. I keep trying to tell you. I know what you talking about.
Yeah. True know what he talking about. He know what he's talking about.
What y'all thought? Come on here and talk about Martin Luther King. I don't watch that shit.
See, I try to stay away from it, but it just be calling my name. Cause I be all in my tab, so I got to click on the video.
I try to do the whole Shea Butter series and man, fuck all that. So who got shot?
I ain't gonna lie, they ratchet asses be lit too.
Yo, and it's bad because the nigga go on a death spot, and you know what they do, especially I can't lie, China and a couple other ones. They're so engaging that they get the whole time because they cut up the videos. Now he makes 12, 15-minute versions, but it's so engaging that the view time is crazy, Psycho, because you watch the whole fucking thing.
Man, it's a nigga that just got them. A nigga on the West Coast, he just got them. He just started going live like 2 months ago out of his prison cell. Man, this nigga already got 15,000 subscribers. Look, every time this nigga go live, this nigga got 1,200 to 1,500 people in the chat, and the chat be going up.
Yo, it's one that I watch. I can't remember. It's on my feed too. It's one out in Cali. What is it, Between the Lines or something like that? Yo, You talk about scared straight. I'm 50 years old. Ain't got no plans of going to jail. That shit scared straight. That's why I watch it. It'd be like these 18-year-old niggas talking about, oh, I got life. Oh God. Oh God. And niggas talking about, oh, I got 75 years, but I'm gonna try to do this on appeal. And I'm like, oh God. These niggas be young.
It did, but like I feel like though, why they channels be popping like that though, is because they tell a whole lot of their stories and they war stories and the shit that they go through or been through behind the walls and shit, and people be interested in that shit.
Okay, so I said I was gonna leave. I'm definitely gonna leave after.
No, stay, man. Stay, man.
You can blame Pookie for this one. Can I just show my channel? My screen real quick, please.
Yeah.
You could blame Pookie. I said I was about to leave.
Blame me, man. Blame me.
Here you go. This was what you want. Slum tourism.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise called poverty tourism. It's also called poverty porn. So when you're seeing those things, it's a whole thing that's been going on for quite a while. We got London and people walking around the hoods in London before America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at Black folks in these conditions, especially as poverty porn. And this is just a prison
Harlem.
of it.
They do it in Harlem.
Right. So
yeah, they do it here. Shit. Where I'm from.
See, look, poverty porn. I'm not making it up. You see? So now what we're looking at and what gets our dopamine rush going is the violent version of this poverty porn. And I guarantee you when we watch it, our dopamine levels increase significantly.
Oh, I agree.
And this is the rush that people get. It's the rush when people, ever heard the term slumming?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that comes from slum tourism. That's these people going to these are people in Manhattan.
Oh wow! Oh yes.
Started by the police, being showed the slum. This is actually New York City. And
I agree.
To see the poor Irish got it by the policeman. It's actually a scene in Gangs in New York as well. If anybody's seen the movie of them walking the skimmer horns through
showing how the people living and everything else. Yeah.
Right. I
mean, they think like I said, we still do it in Harlem. Like those little tour buses, little double dutch tour bus, anything else. They go all through downtown, midtown, anything else. They go all the way up to Harlem. They be all riding through the hood and everything else, staring at everybody. It's just weird.
So when you were going through your situation in Nolans and Brad Pitt and all the other ones coming down there, it began to trigger what? Disaster
tourism. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. I did that in Katrina. After Katrina, I went to New Orleans. Yeah, that totally was like disaster tourism.
Right. And then here you go, Psycho. What is
I mean, but like we do even do it on a basic level though. Like what he's describing, because like when you go out of town or you go to a new town, what the first place you want? Take me to the hood. Let me see the hood.
Right.
And niggas ride you around the hood and so you hit a few blocks.
This is like 2006. Katrina happened in 2005. I went there in 2006. So it's like a year after. So it was still fresh in everybody's head and everything,
Oh, hell yeah. 2006.
So we have these insights, right? And so what hip hop and cops do, allow them to be in the areas that we grew up, allow them to get those dopamine rushes.
That's a tourism.
Without the goddamn trauma that we have from it, right? Without the loss and tragedy that we have in our aura because of the way we grew up, right? They feel like the dopamine rush in a half an hour or hour episode and can go back to fucking hopping scotch in the backyard or whatever. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes a thing. So they can then, this is why the image that we have of a little white kid sneaking in his room, listening to NWA and trying to do all of the Serena dances he can do. Shuffles. He can do.
Serena shuffles.
Right? Because why? That dopamine rush, that feeling, that anti-culture in a sense type of rush that you get from as well. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They can experience that without all the pain and violence and trauma that comes with it. And so this is that same feeling that you get with slum tourism, dark tourism, looking at you can't stop looking. What is it? The dark underbelly or whatever. You guys
right, dark underbelly, yeah.
Right. You see what I'm saying? We can't stop watching it. But it's poverty porn. It's this type of
that's kind of like how everybody slowed down after a car wreck. Like the whole everybody like wondering why the traffic is moving, not moving. That's because everybody got to slow down to look at the car wreck.
Yeah.
Right.
Same effect.
So we get that. We don't understand though. It's chemical changes. Bro, I know it sounds crazy, but that's what's really
no, that's a fact.
It's high. You know, so when you hear, oh, bad boys, what you want, and then they had that fast cut, because that's when the fast cuts first came out and the siren going, and they got you being slammed up against the police car, and they act like, oh, a cop just brought to you, blah 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 blah. It's a dopamine rush, man. So much so that for 40 years we know it.
I suffer from safari tourism, right? Like I love animals and shit like that, but I ain't trying to be walking around no goddamn safari.
Hell no.
With those goddamn lions and hyenas and leopards and everybody.
I ain't trying to walk around a giraffe or a gazelle. I'm scared of them, let alone a tiger.
I like National Geographic, man. I'm cool. I'll keep watching National Geographic. I'm fine.
You ain't lying, man. Look here.
I get my tourism that way. I'm cool.
And then, like, especially when you see them videos and they be in a safari and the goddamn lion get to chasing their ass and shit in the Jeep and shit, you be like, oh, hell no.
During the COVID era, I used to watch, there was a black dude who would just drive through certain hoods. Wouldn't even say nothing, put the camera on the dashboard.
Oh, I used to watch that shit. Yeah, he been to Hattiesburg before. Yeah, I used to watch that shit. Yeah.
And that's what it is. And why? Because I'm a victim of exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying, oh, that's how Detroit look. Damn, that shit fucked up. You know what I mean? That's
why I said earlier, truth, like, but even when we go out of town, with our folks or a homie we met, or you know what I'm saying, they live out of town, you be like, shit, what a hood, they take me to the hood. And you know what I'm saying? That's the same thing as that, you know what I'm saying, that slum tourism and shit.
I just want to be around my people. I definitely want to be
I
around
mean,
I do hood tourism.
You ain't lying, me too. For real talk. Like, man, in other words, what a niggas at, man? Let me see what y'all look like over here, man.
How y'all moving down here?
You feel me?
Y'all
you know what I'm saying? And it comes straight from a, you know, genuine and out of love place, not just because but it's exactly that though, slum tourism though. And
he said
that dopamine and all that other shit. Yeah, that's because you do get a rush out of that shit.
D said a hip hop version, which is very true. There's with the DVD era going into YouTube, hood to hood.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's the DVD era. Yeah, and that hood to hood shit that went down in DVD era history.
Right.
Just right along with the battle rap and the smack DVDs and shit. That's up there too. With the hood is up there too.
Oh, a good run, though. Nice run.
They did.
Got one. Okay, another one. Girls Going Wild. That's obviously the porn and whatever, but that same type of early reality TV concept. That's Joe Francis with that Girls Going Wild.
Yeah, that was a brilliant idea too.
Oh, that was a money maker for them.
Yeah, that was a brilliant idea for his time. Yeah.
Before the internet, them motherfuckers ate that shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have things like, what else? Bum fights. Remember that?
Bum fights?
Yep.
Bum fights, I remember that shit.
Porn.
And then you had the backyard brawls. That's what Kimbo got his start at.
Yep.
That kind of made YouTube too.
Yeah, that made YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't lying. People was finding Kimbo, yo. Kimbo was a thing. He needs a movie, yo. Did they have one or mini?
Yeah, they need to make him a movie.
They need to make one for him.
At least a Tubi, right? Damn.
Fact. And he was a beast too, boy. I remember, like, man, being in high school and shit. Like, man, you heard of Kimbo? Man, I ain't watched this shit. The motherfucker pull that shit up. And you like, damn. Like, yeah, Kimbo was a beast.
It was a difference between Endo and Oregano because once he got in that octagon, that boy looked horrible.
Yeah, he looked horrible in that octagon. You know, I'm a UFC fan. Yeah. I mean, he had some good fights that he won against people that wasn't all that either. But no, he just he wasn't a good grappler. He wasn't good on the ground. And then too, you realize too, like he really wasn't a trained boxer too, because like they
right
when he go like, because I remember one fight he went up against a guy that that's basically he growed up boxing and training mixed martial arts and shit like that there. And yeah, he was just touring with Kimbo.
Did that white cop beat him up?
Yeah.
Remember that?
He started wrestling him. That's when yeah. That was the only loss he had on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big white cop and shit.
Does YouTube have YouTube movies? Like, do they make their own? Like,
they do originals. Yeah, they got originals.
I don't understand. Like, why isn't that promoted? Because the amount of time. Like, I got a Psycho. I bought a TV like 2 months ago. That shit's still in the box, bro. I wish I could.
Man, bro, I'm about to say, unless you go hook that up to your computer, you wasted your money, bro.
Psycho.
Video game.
It's looking right here in the box still, Psycho. I ain't even take the shit.
Like Pooh just said, a video game or hook it up to your Wi-Fi, your computer, Bluetooth your computer to it. That's about it, bro.
I asked my kids, I'm like, I'm like, yo, do I need to get cable or what now? They looked at me like I just asked for a rotary phone or some shit. For real, it hurt my feelings. Like they don't got cable, they don't have cable.
I'm telling you, bro.
Cable, like what?
Now, bro. TV is a
internet. That's what you mean.
You remember the feeling when you started to realize the house phone is useless now, and like why do people? Why do I still have a house phone? And it's like, I made this time for me to get that shit up. It's getting like that with the television, bro. Like, why do I still have this shit, dog? I think it's time for me to get this shit up.
Yeah. Yo, so I promise you, bro, this shit, it's what did I buy? Toshiba. My daughters told me to get it. It got some fire TV.
That shit probably cost like $20 right about now too.
Well, come on, man, you talking to me? Like I went there, I was like, oh, I haven't bought a TV in a decade. No bullshit. And I went to Best Buy, and I'm thinking, oh, these shit's $8, $9. I have to spend a G. So that shit was like fucking maybe $300, and I got it.
And you probably got an 80-inch for $300.
That shit just sitting there, like you said.
No, Psycho is in the box.
I believe you. You. Just sitting there, like I don't know what the fuck to do with this shit. I don't even feel like hooking this motherfucker.
There you go, champ. No, I bought the all mount and all type of fire shit. I'm like, man, I ain't promised.
I don't even want to pay nobody to do it. I ain't gonna get my money's worth.
I got you one better. I went, oh, this opportunity for me to go buy a nice drill kit. So now I got this. What is this right here? This I don't know, some brand. What is this? Rio or some shit.
Rhino?
Yeah, I got a whole 1,000-piece drill. Ain't hooked up shit.
That shit just sitting there.
Hey, but at least you got a drill now for when you need it.
Can I work for you? Like, you Negroes who are thankfully handy in the world. Nigga, I'm from New York fucking city. Well, I don't even drill in somebody's head.
Oh yeah. I'm using that.
He can barely put air in his tire.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I got all of that stuff. When I had my cars, all that road stuff, I'm not changing shit.
Yeah.
Damn, it ain't even worth having a TV no more, yo. I swear.
Yeah, it ain't.
It's getting laughed at, Pookie. Like, what? I mean, what do I do? Do I need to get Netflix and what is it, Apple TV and shit? And so they told me. That's why I said. I guess that's what comes with the Fire TV. Is that right? Y'all know?
Yeah,
I'm asking.
but then you know again too, like then I already know you got young kids and shit. I mean not young, but children in they 20s and shit like that. So they about know how to break that fire stick. You know what I'm saying? Jailbreak that fire stick. So anything that's on cable and that's on TV and that's on Amazon Prime, Netflix, you can get that right there on the fire stick for free every month. You know what I'm saying?
Go back to the Ratchet gang related hood videos I watch. There's a gentleman, I'm gonna call him gentleman for the sake of this, named Zip with the Drip. Big time. So big that 50 done put him on this thing. I think he might do an intro for 50 in a whole bit. Corona Queen's on. Zip with the Drip comes on. Says
I done heard of Zip with the Drip. Yeah, I done heard of him.
Similar, remember who's the kid that got bagged? Psycho on me with the Hellcat or whatever? Was doing all the shit.
Yeah, on me with the Hellcat. Yeah, got with the cable shit. Yeah.
Well, Zip got something like that, and I was like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna get that." Well, you can get, I guess, the Fire Stick or something like that, and you got a bazillion channels on the shit.
Yeah.
So he got that now. I think he went like $100 or maybe less for it. I'm like,
Man, but you could do that shit though. So that shit, man, you don't need them niggas. Them niggas is ripping people off. Man, you can do that shit yourself. Then I know y'all dead. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can do that.
Do I need a drill, Pookie? Do I need a drill to do it? No.
No, you don't need no drill. All you need is a computer, my nigga. All you need is a computer. You know what I'm saying? Good internet, good Wi-Fi. You need good Wi-Fi. You don't need none of that shit. Well, I don't know but you know, yeah, you might still need the drill because if you fire break that, you jailbreak that motherfucker, then yeah, you gonna want to hook the TV up and shit like that and hang it up and all that old shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I'm gonna get that far, Pookie. I might just open up, I'll sit this shit.
Man, you should have just got a fucking stand instead of a wall mount.
It'd be cool because everybody like, oh no, you got a hang TV now. You know,
you ain't doing it right. You do it. Don't do it at all, right?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, oh, you got a stand? Ew.
No, they played you, man. They should have been like, nah, man, go and get you a stand so you ain't gotta hang your shit. Cause if you get a good stand, it'll still look good. It ain't gonna look like that wall shit, but it'll still look good. And then to me, all that wall shit don't look good because a lot of people be having wires and shit hanging down from the wall and shit.
I'm not taking this wall thing back. I'm gonna sit. Maybe it'll take me 6 months before I put it up, but I'm like,
oh yeah.
You know what I started thinking? Just what you say. I'm like, hey, maybe I could use this as like a computer monitor. I'm trying to think of everything but.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you hook it up to your computer or whatever.
Yeah, that's what most people do. Use it as a second screen for use it like a computer monitor or a video gaming.
Most of the stuff you watch is probably on your computer anyway. So yeah.
Psycho, I haven't had one in a decade. Of course, all I watch is on the computer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. TV, I don't even know what come on regular TV no more. I used to know what come on every day on all the channels, ABC, NBC, CBS, all that, all the prime time. Man, I don't know what the fuck be on TV.
Yeah, me.
I don't know what the number one show is on TV anymore. None of that shit, dog. Only thing I watch on TV is sports. That's the only thing. More for sports, I wouldn't watch nothing on there. That's it. That's the only thing I watch on there.
That's it.
So you gotta get this one because of this show, but you gotta get the Apple TV because they got this show, and was it the Amazon or Hulu? Because man, I ain't got time.
Yeah, I ain't doing all that. That's why I just, you know what I'm saying. Like I got some, all my fire sticks jailbroke, and so whatever comes on, I don't care what station, what region, what part of the country it is, I get every channel as far as cable goes. You know what I'm saying? Even from, you know what I'm saying, cable to, you know, the satellites and shit. Every channel, I get every channel as far as that go. And plus the Amazon, the Netflix, and all that shit. And I don't watch none of that shit, man. Like none of it at all.
It's hard for me to keep up with Netflix shows, man. I'm still backed up on Netflix shows and shit like that.
So does that mean that the culture is really gone more to what, YouTube? Because that time
I watch YouTube more than anything.
Yeah, online in general. You know, like streaming services, YouTube, shit like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watch YouTube more than anything, and that's only like a quarter of what I watch. But you know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of times I just be reading shit and reading articles and shit when I'm on my phone and shit and headlines and shit like that and shit that don't happen in the news and shit.
Right.
And then when I'm watching videos and shit, I spend like a quarter like YouTube, maybe a quarter Instagram, another quarter, you know, Facebook, and the rest Twitter and shit like that. So it's kind of like I kind of split it up even between all the sports.
But it's all online though. It's all online.
It's all online, exactly.
And so now you see why Hollywood is dead. Ain't no need.
Yeah, ain't no need for it. Yeah.
I mean, shit. All the TV shows that come on TV is online. You can actually binge watch those.
And the ROI ain't what it used to be. So now we can sit and cry.
I think binge watching killed a lot of TV shows too. People that got used to binge watching. Week for week.
In fact, come to think about it,
anymore. Like them days are done now, I think.
I come to think about it, the last 2 movies I watched was on YouTube. Come to think about it.
You get that. Yo, Pookie, I still go to YouTube to watch blaxploitation movies. That's all I want.
I mean, it's a bunch of old good shit on YouTube, man.
Classic shows.
That's how I end up watching. What's the movie with Show Enough and you know what I'm saying? Into the Dragon.
One of the best movies ever. The Last Dragon.
Like, cause I remember when you went back to Love, told me go watch that shit, and I watched that shit on YouTube.
I made a channel.
The Last Dragon.
I made a channel 13 years ago. 13 years ago. Forgot I made the motherfucker. Stumbled across a motherfucking movie I uploaded over there and saw the channel. Was like, wait, this is my motherfucking channel. Forgot I made that motherfucker. That shit. I was like, hey, this bitch. Yeah, so I was bugging off that shit. But yeah, that movie's still up. That shit got some views on it. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that I mean, like, God, what was that? What's that black karate movie from the 80s? With Show Enough and Last Dragon. Yeah, I watched that shit on YouTube.
Cause it's classic.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Cause y'all were like, go watch this shit. And I'm like, man, I don't know. So in YouTube is how I ended up watching that shit. Then I watched the movie. Also, it's I can't think of the name of it at the moment. That's straight off top. But I remember watching it, and it was about like a girl went to it was you know what I'm saying, like a exorcist type of movie, but it was a horror movie, and it was about a girl going to a studio, a late night studio at night on a talk show, you know what I'm saying, something like Johnny Carson and shit like that there, but she was like possessed and shit like that. It was a good ass movie, I ain't gonna lie. And I watched that shit on YouTube.
When you get a chance, watch Cotton Comes to Harlem.
Cotton Comes to
Harlem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
looking it up now.
I was binge watching What's Happening.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely watching this shit. Oh yeah.
Did you get that?
It's free. It's free. This shit free.
You get to the part where Rewind audition for the Gong Show? Did you get to that
for
one?
The Gong Show, I got that. What I was gonna do is I started doing it before. I was gonna break down the video when he joins the Baba Room Babas and start worshiping the head of lettuce.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. Yeah, that motherfucker went full blown pseudo. That motherfucker with Ron Karinga on the motherfuckers. Right. Like,
you remember how they were dressed? What did they have on? Turbans.
I believe he had a turban. Yeah, he had a turban. Yeah.
Right. I was watching that. Then the one where they went to the Doobie Brothers concert and they had the
the bootlegging.
Niggas had the bootleg episode. We didn't even know that was bootleg.
Yeah, we ain't even there. I remember that shit, man. Fucking bootlegging and shit. I was like, wait, what motherfuckers paying for that shit? I mean, that was the first time I found out about bootlegging was through that episode of fucking What's Happening. I ain't never knew bootlegging was a thing until I saw that shit.
You know we affect you when somebody literally sneak in a tape recorder.
A tape recorder. That's bootleg to the motherfucker. Motherfucker stuck there with an old, I don't know. I'm talking about old Pookie. I don't know if you know what the old school tape recorders look like. It was an old school.
Yeah, dude, that shit is hilarious.
That fit the motherfucking shit. That shit fit his jacket. I don't know. Even if you know what it looked like, I don't know if you ever actually heard one of them shit, bro.
No, I ain't never heard one, but I know
that shit is not high quality at all, bro. That shit sound like
you know what that shit remind me of, though.
Like that shit sound like you recording somebody talking from across the room. Like that shit.
Boy, niggas, we the same cross generation. Look, that remind me of the DVD bootleg era when niggas is sneaking in the movie theater with a 2000 video camera and shit. That quality was horrible.
That shit was pretty bad too, but yeah, that shit was even worse. That shit was even worse, bro. Like that shit, bro. Them old school tape recorders, man. You ain't picking up no down with that shit.
Pookie, you just named the whole era, my brother. That you don't understand.
For real.
That era.
I love that era. That's my era, man.
Video in the movie theater that was the classic era. People know, everybody know exactly what they're talking about.
Man, that's straight nigga shit. Man, you know only niggas took a goddamn household video camera, took it in the movie theater, recorded that shit, and sold that shit on the
movie and everything.
Man, I love my people, man. My people to shit.
And they paid the motherfucker to do it too. Like, yo, and they paid these motherfuckers to that shit.
And then you got the nerve to go to Muhammad. Muhammad got the good copies.
Man, that shit hilarious though, but it's real. This shit real.
That's cool.
Here it go. Wait. I got that shit. Got to get bigger. Okay, wait. Yeah, one of these motherfuckers. Let me share my screen. Yeah, one of these motherfuckers. At least something like this. I think this is what he had. I know it couldn't have been that far off from this motherfucker right here.
Yeah, one of those motherfuckers. Yeah, cause you know that what we had to use like in my elementaries and shit like that at school and shit. That what we had, them old big motherfuckers. Yeah, cause, you know we couldn't afford shit. You know it's the hood school, so we had them big old motherfuckers and shit. Yeah, I know.
That shit was
to be honest, $30 is still expensive for that motherfucker.
I know, right? That shit is expensive for that old ass shit.
Nobody even got cassette tapes like that unless you a damn psychiatrist.
Who the fuck still making cassette tapes? Right.
That shit was not picking up no stereo sound or nothing. Like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, what do you mean?
Now,
no, definitely Atmos, no, none of that shit.
Now you going to the concert, you're gonna tape the concert.
The whole concert. The whole concert. And you know they didn't even have 90. They didn't have 120-minute tapes back then either. Back then, they had like half-hour tapes, like 60-minute tapes with big, like long shit. Like
rerun.
Yeah, 60-minute tapes, bro.
See, that's way for my time because, like, even when I was a little kid, I know cause my mom and them used to go buy them shits, you know, them cassette tapes, you know what I'm saying, make them and shit, and have them, they own little bootlegs and shit. So I've always known the cassette tape to be at least 60 minutes, at least have 60 minutes on each side.
Back then, you'd be lucky if you had a 60-minute tape back then. You was balling if you had a 60-minute tape back then.
The album about 60 minutes, you get front and back.
Yeah, but this is a concert though.
Oh, you ain't about to. Hey, yo, the only way you can do that is to record slow. Record slow when you play back normal speed, it'll be fast, but you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta record the shit slow.
You gotta
How the hell you do that, Lance?
You need 2 tapes.
Yeah, you play it back fast, but you record it slow. Now, you can't even because I be recording like streets, you know what I'm saying? Digital sounds, you know what I'm saying? Like birds and morning and time and shit like that. You couldn't do that back in the day without having an intricate mic set up, you know what I'm saying, to get certain areas in certain ways. Now they got digital mics that pick up, you know, ambient sound like it is purity right in front of you, you know what I'm saying? But that shit right there, you couldn't do that.
Hell no.
Yeah, that was horrible. Like I said, I remember them tape recorders from elementary school. You know what I'm saying? Because when we was in elementary, and all like from kindergarten all the way up to like, you know what I'm saying, 6th grade and shit like that. Every classroom had those types of recorders and shit like that, tape recorders and shit, way from the fucking 70s and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but you know what? Some technology came. And it left so quick, like that damn that CD recorder. Or the Blu-ray recorder and CD recorder. That shit came and left so quick, nigga. Didn't even stick around not 1 second before a flash drive
Everything went online. Everything went online after that. Yeah.
I remember back in the day.
It became easy to start burning CDs. Like everybody figured out how to burn CDs. Yeah, everything went online after that.
Yeah, LimeWire. LimeWire was lit.
Napster, yeah.
Napster, yeah.
Hey, that shit went from having AOL on a CD disc getting passed around from person to person to a damn flash drive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but AOL used to deliver that shit to everybody's house, though. They used to give everybody just free. Like, if you got mail or had an address, man, they'll send you an AOL disc.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you get on, that shit sound like a phone. It sound like a fax machine.
Yeah, that was my first experience with the internet as a kid. Like, when we very first got a computer, it was through AOL.
Game up. DVD man was almost out of business with all that shit going on.
When them MP4s came, that fucked him over.
Yeah.
The MP4s, you can watch a good ass movie on an MP4 with about 300 and something 340 something megabytes on their ass. Where before it took a whole gig to get a whole movie on a disc, Blu-ray. The MP4s and the MP3s took that shit down.
Yeah.
But
CD,
then when you start sampling, you realize what's really happening.
CDs and DVDs, all that shit died a painful death. They done.
Oh yeah, they done.
I mean, they still here. It's still here, just in a different form.
Yeah, but they
but they had just a
hold on. If they turn off the electricity, where is it? It's not still here, bro.
Well, a CD is for the crystal.
Where you gonna play it at?
Yeah, okay, Lance, I'm talking about we reached the era where unfortunately we don't, and we should have caught it, we being, people or whatever, that we don't own any physical media anymore.
Right, that's what I was just gonna get to, true. Because there's people still do that shit. Cause like I think I'm gonna start back collecting more physical media too, because I think I've got caught up into the digital shit. Cause like a lot of my video games are digital and ain't none of that shit physical. But when you go off into the terms and license, like you go off into the terms and conditions and licenses and shit like that, and read that shit.
No, he talking
only
about
license for that game to a certain amount of time. When they get the ready to remove that shit, and you done paid $80 or up to $100 for a fucking video game, but when PlayStation or Sony decides they want to remove that shit up off of their shit, you no longer own the licenses to that property. That's what physical media is important at that point.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying?
Here's a scenario though. So you have your photo albums that you digitize and put on lancesphotos.com or Lance's Photos apps. Well, Lance's Photo app goes out of business. Where's your photos?
Right.
We got a tub full of the photos and shit that before I
Okay,
transfer.
and let's play. Okay, whoever Google Drive goes out of business for.
I know what you're saying already, bro. Like anything, because we transferring our entire lives digitally from an analog to a digital, and everything about us, from our social security number to everything, is being transferred into a digital zeros and ones. So if everybody is only taking photos with digital phones, storing them on digital accounts, and you know, if everything has to bounce back to analog, there will be no hard copies of anything.
I could now, Lance, sit down. I probably should do this just as a social experiment and take half an hour and create all text to image pictures of life and situations to look at those. This is how people will be programmed. You might get a set of your favorite photos when you buy a phone now. Why? Because they can be all AI. I can do it on the spot, Lance. Oh, here's me when I went to Dubai. Here's my ex-wife. Here is, and it's all fabricated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can do that now. But some people want that. That's how people's getting paid. Creating these online characters, bro, is how niggas is getting paid. Casanata is an online character. You never see his real interaction with his family and his mom, or him arguing with his brother, or his mean ass temper and Diddy-ish type ways. He's a real character.
Yeah, he's a whole weird. Yeah, even his fame and his celebrity is some weird shit to me. Like,
He created
I
it.
get it and I understand it because,
but he's a character online, bro. He's a real character.
Yeah, that's true.
Paid millions for that character. He's not getting paid for small K, small K, and small C. He's getting paid for the capital K and the capital C because he branded his name. But he's a real kid, a 20-something, 22-year-old kid at home that created a character. And that's what we not doing. We not creating a character. I can get on this motherfucker and boohoo all day long, probably get 1 million characters. I mean, 1 million followers from a character that I created that I'm not on. I'm not this character unless I'm online type nigga. And everything is from movies, man. Shit. What's my man name? Who's Casual? The rapper dude from Casual.
Smash
Rockwell created a whole movie and dialogue through his AI.
Peace, Psycho. Peace to the panel.
Yeah, but you
what's up with it, man?
You didn't mention that Shaka Amos got a movie that just came out. Why you ain't mention that?
I don't know nothing about Shaka Amos.
That's messed up.
I know who Shaka. Yeah, I know who Shaka Amos is.
You never even want to mention a brother. How do you do that, Lance?
I don't know him.
Oh,
he ain't in the circles that I be in.
Yes, he's in the sun of the world. He's the guy who has the one ponytail. He has a ponytail. You know him, Lance, the guy with the ponytail.
I know you talking about the bald head ponytail dude.
Yeah, the guy with the.
I'm saying I'm not in his circle to know what's popping in his life that you tell me about a movie and I'm supposed to be already on the game.
People know him. Egypt was a black man. People know him.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about the Shaka Amos at all.
I kind of have to agree with Lance. So I just know of him, but I don't know what he got going on.
Egypt was a black land.
He a Egypto. He a Egypto.
He may be one of the standard bearers, if you will, for Egyptomania.
Yeah.
12 winter. Anetrok Newt. Nuke Newt. Anetrok Gab. Nuke Gab. 12 winter. Anetrok Shoe. Nuke Shoe. 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 Nuke Shoe. Anetrok Tefnute. 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 Nuke Tefnute. 12 winter. Anetrok Paut in Teru. Nuke Paut in Teru. Anetrok and Boo in Teru. Nuke and Boo in Teru. 12 winter. Twine sir.
Psycho.
Man, that long pause kicked me, man.
Man, why don't none of them niggas ever levitate or don't do powerball out their hands and shit like the motherfuckers do that shit for real?
That's a great one, right?
That shit, man. What the fuck?
Hey, Psycho, they
Ain't
go.
that Jabari? What the fuck?
Psycho, I'll be right back, dog.
Jabari, what kind of weed Jabari smoking? I want some of that shit. That nigga smoking that good shit. He got some good ass weed.
Right too.
That's crazy.
Man, that arm killed me though, man.
Man, his arm was out of key. It wasn't. It was flat. The arm was flat as shit. No power set off with none of that damn omen he was doing it because it was definitely flat.
He was missing his notes on his arming and shit, Lane.
Yeah, bro, the arm is a note that generates an actual geometric shape when it's done properly. That nigga shit was flat.
That nigga shit was flat as fuck, man. You right. I agree. That shit was flat as a motherfucker.
Nigga said,
hey, Psycho, where you get this stuff from, man?
I be seeing things, man. This motherfucker doing things online, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
That was in the crates, bro.
Yeah,
man, that was hilarious.
I thought I had on, but I never seen that one. Right.
Yo, I promise you, I never saw that one.
The what to turn. Like, you know saying with the straight accent, like that's just how it sound. Fuck out of here, dude.
He was in his comedian.
That nigga was
He was
tripping.
doing comedic hokey pokey. It was turning.
Man, that nigga got that some good Egyptian weed, man. Like I'm telling y'all, that what that is, man. That's why all of a sudden
chronic.
Yo, Pookie, that nigga was doing the Amin, what's he called, the Amin Ra slide.
Amin Ra. Man, that nigga. But that pause though, like what the fuck?
Oh, you just gonna let that XL Ankh on his wrist go by like you ain't see that?
Man, that shit crazy.
It's like he was trying to stop some kind of evil forces from attacking him or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
The power of Christ repels you. The power of Christ repels you.
That's not the same as a prayer, bro.
It looked like some kind of meditation to me. I don't know what you
that ain't the same as a prayer, nigga. Like, God, if you real, please do this for me. I need this done. That nigga on some. That's an alien worship type shit. that is, bro. That shit reminded me. That whole thing he did just reminded me of Stargate SG-1 type.
Stargate.
But how is he wrong though? You know what I'm saying?
It could be. I mean,
I don't know. It did sound like it.
Say that.
How you know he wrong? I know he's saying he making all that shit up. Nobody know how them niggas sounded.
I know. How the hell how you know he using the right accent? Like
he sound like he come from Providence, Rhode Island. What to two? Goddamn way, no
man, that nigga wasn't even doing the hum. He wasn't even humming right.
With your kibbit and shit. Like, stop it.
Like, I mean, you wasn't even humming right. You were hitting all the wrong notes on your humming and shit. Like, you don't even know what you doing. Shut your ass up, man.
How you speaking Harvard?
You don't supposed to have no facial hair. That nigga got a whole beard. Supposed to be bald head, bald face, bro.
What to unter?
Man, my bad. I don't try to pick at nobody what they believe in, laugh at what they believe in. Man, my bad, man, because that ain't right.
What do you mean, brother?
Shit.
Unk ang shagugu.
Yeah, that's different, man. That's different.
Yeah, that shit different, man.
Better nectar.
Eep op ork ah.
You don't even know what he's saying.
You know what that's from? You remember that?
Wait, I was about to ask you, where do I know that from?
Yeah, okay. Here you go.
That means I love you.
Or something.
I'm about to tell you.
That means I love you.
Yeah, he know. Remember the Jetsons?
Oh, okay, that's
what that's
He was in love with the rock star.
That was their little song.
Man, I ain't fucking with y'all.
That's what I said. That's a song. I said it was a song. That's why I was like, I couldn't figure out where I knew it from though.
All my references come from the 80s, brother.
Shit, Jetsons, that's the 60s, nigga.
Yeah, that's like the 70s, ain't it? The Jetsons.
60s. Yeah, give me that.
Okay. All right, now, slow down. Ain't that
80s.
I know you saw the replay. I know.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. I thought he was mocking Jabari. Which that sounded exactly like what Jabari was saying.
Language.
Oh man, he up here doggone sounding like the Jetsons.
Hey, did y'all know that the Jetsons and the Flintstones existed simultaneously in the same universe?
No, they didn't.
But
yes, they did.
They're the same
cartoon.
The Flintstones
they was out at the same time.
No, they was from the same universe. The Flintstones was on the ground, and the Jetsons was in the sky.
No. I thought you was finna say that the Flintstones was in the past and the Jetsons was in the future.
No, the Flintstones is on the ground, and the Jetsons
done by Hannibal.
Source up on that, Lance.
Yeah, you gotta source up on that, man. Real shit, Afro.
Hey, Google it right quick. I seen the whole cartoon about it.
Nah, burden on you, Lance.
You
gotta share your screen, Lance. You got to
You must have saw a cartoon where Jetson and Flintstones was in the multiverse or something. I don't know, but
how you gonna have a cartoon reference
how that shit went.
Right. It would make more sense that the Flintstones would be in the past and the Jets or the future. The Jets are in the future, but you tripping talking about they in the same existing at the same exact time.
Yeah, Lance dropped his TV and was looking at it through them squiggly lines. That's what happened.
He is from the hood. He did grow up in Detroit, so I don't doubt it.
Yeah, you dropped that old Magnavox.
yeah, that motherfucker gets a static in.
You said Big Meat is a snitch.
I believe I've been watching that shit. Like people been saying that here. I don't know now. I think snitching third party is snitches. Y'all don't think that's snitching third party?
Yeah, no question. We call that drop snitching.
Yeah, that's snitching straight up.
Drop the slip.
Yeah. Come out, y'all. They got us. Like, nigga, what?
Nigga, they got you. The fuck?
Come from behind a bush, y'all. They got us.
Oh God damn, this bitch ass nigga. Yeah. I put that on nigga, you better PC. Soon as we get in that bitch, we whooping your ass. No, straight up. Like they got us. God damn, this nigga.
Come on, y'all, man. We caught, man.
We caught, man.
It was a good run.
I think they can see you under that
Hold
car
on,
right
hanging
there.
with this bitch ass nigga.
Come on, y'all. We caught, man. Come on, stop playing. Pookie, come on, man. We caught.
No. I swear, nigga, when we get in that man, I'm gonna beat your nigga. You got to run that shit straight up.
said
This
he
nigga
dropped the
tripping.
gun, not me. I ain't dropped
Oh
the
yeah,
gun.
that's a baby motherfucker.
All right, man, they got us, man. Y'all might as well come on from behind out of them bushes. Like, God damn.
Yeah, that's built into the game now.
Oh
man.
yeah, that motherfucker can't come back to the block.
Oh man, we beat his ass. We tripping him out. He getting packed
I
out.
thought they saw you. Nigga, you
No,
know they
how you thought? No. Nigga, you ain't thought shit. Nigga, you just you didn't even know where I was, motherfucker. You really was guessing, son of a bitch.
We was caught anyway. Niggas get real pronoun specific, right?
Oh yeah, niggas. Oh look, that man, niggas all of a sudden they'll philosophize. They got their reasoning as to why they got
Come on, y'all. Come on out, man. We caught, man. There's no need to go back to Hawthorne Ave, man. We caught.
Oh, hey, Vicarious Taylor, come on, man.
Hey, Psycho, you took me back to them giant bags of boo when you said Hawthorne. Giant bags of boo.
Yo, speaking of what, you just took me back full circle. Speaking of watching movies or motherfucking, I stumbled across motherfucking Jersey Drive. I have not watched New Jersey Drive since the 90s, bro. Like, we don't even rock with that movie out here. Like, real talk. Like, be keeping a buck with you. Like,
oh yeah, you
like we really don't even rock that movie too tough out here. People outside this area love that movie. We really don't watch that movie like that. Like, you notice I don't ever mention. I was like, let me rewatch this shit. I haven't watched this shit in so long. Yeah, I hate that movie.
I ain't never like it either. For real.
First of all, the movie wasn't filmed here in Newark. The movie wasn't even filmed here. The shit like that is not Newark.
It was so much weird.
And the whole Heavy D line his one line really pissed me off. They talk about take that shit back to back to Avon Street. When the motherfucker said take that shit back to Avon Street, I remember the whole theater was like, what the fuck is Heavy D talking about? Exactly. Avon Street, motherfuckers are disgusted. Like, get the fuck out of here, son. That Avon Street shit. First of all, it's Avon Ave, motherfuckers. Avon Ave, and we was fucking highly upset. The cop cars, it was not North cop cars at all. So yeah, I hate that movie.
Hey yo, where's is Anthony Avent? He was from Newark.
Anthony Avent, yeah. Well, no, he's not from Newark. He's from where did Anthony? You think he's from South Orange or Orange? He one of the Oranges.
Who is that, Psycho? Anthony what?
Anthony Avent. He's played for Seton Hall.
Oh, he played for in the league for about 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he played Seton Hall. I played against him a couple of times. We used to go work out up in Seton Hall. Used to be up there. We used to play with him all the time. Big motherfucker. He's like 6'9".
Yeah.
Yeah, that's damn near 7 feet.
And where was Chris Gatlin too?
Oh, Chris Gatlin, the homie. Yeah.
Oh, that's my man right there.
Yeah, he's from Irvington. Yeah. He played for Elizabeth, but I remember he had saved the PAL out there in Irvington and shit. The PAL was about to it was about to go under for lack of funding, and it was the only gym out in that area or whatever. And he didn't want the gym to get shut down, and the kids they had no way to play ball, so he went and brought that shit for $1 million, and they changed it to Chris Gatlin. They changed it.
I heard he was a good dude. Mm.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah, he was a good dude. Yeah.
Definitely good dude, man. Word up.
I'm trying to think who else out there. Who's from Newark?
Who's from Newark? Who ain't from Newark, man? What do you mean?
Oh, right. Jesus Christ, man. I'm just trying
to start running it down now.
Here we go.
Yeah, you from New York City, ain't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, from Brooklyn.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's it.
Hey, Psycho, that's low key. That's how we discovered the Chronic early. Because wasn't none of us going to LA, but you know he was. You know what I mean? That's how we discovered that chronic, the chronic. You know? Yeah. 100.
Yeah.
Good dude though. Hold the hood down. You know what I mean? With his paper. 100%.
Yeah, Chris Gavin, a good dude.
Where's Tim Thomas from?
Tim Thomas from Patterson.
Patterson.
Patterson. Yeah, I thought he was going to be better. He wasn't a bad. He didn't have a bad career. He was okay. He was a journeyman, bench, but kind of a journeyman. But he was all right. He was a role player. But I thought he had like superstar potential though in high school. They was talking about him since he was like, I remember hearing about him as a freshman.
Al Harrington, because he was supposed to be bigger Roderick. Al Harrington had a better career though.
Al Harrington's another one. Yeah, he's another one who was big in high school. They thought he was going to be a superstar. He ended up having another one. He was around journeyman.
Yeah.
He played. I mean, he might have got a pension. He might have got 10 years.
Yeah, like I said, he floated around journeyman. Yeah, like I said, he was okay, but I thought he was going to be like a superstar though, because he was kind of before his time. He was stretch four. Both him and Tim Thomas were both stretch fours. Yeah, they both.
Yeah, I thought Al Harrington was going to be a star too, though.
Yeah, because it was before their time, so I thought, like I think if they played today's game, I think they actually be better.
Oh yeah, I agree.
They both was before their time. Yeah. Kyrie from out here, obviously, J.R. Smith from out here.
Yeah, I know J.R.
Yeah, I ain't know Kyrie from out there.
Me neither.
He ain't really from out there.
I ain't know
that. That's like Brooklyn trying to claim Michael Jordan. Kyrie spent about 3 nights in Jersey and Psycho.
Go look and see where Kyrie went to school at. Go look and see where Kyrie
whatever. We go to St. Patrick's in one of them shits. St. Benedict's or something.
St. Benedict's, yeah.
Oh yeah? Wow.
Because where was Danny was at St. Patrick's first?
Danny was at St.
Because he didn't go to St.
Benedict. Danny was at St. Benedict.
Okay.
Yeah, he's at Benedict. That's what Danny the one who built that program up. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Smith played there.
Because it was Irish school. After St. Anthony, it was Irish school for a minute. And then what was that? Bergen Catholic? Something like that. One of them shits.
Mm-hmm.
And then St. Patrick's had came up because Danny went there.
Yeah, St. Patrick's.
And then because St. Patrick started doing so well, that was that Tim Thomas and all of them, right? Then who was it? St. Benedict.
Tim Thomas was already in the league by this time.
No, but it was a few of them. I think who was it? It's a couple of pros that went to St. Patrick's, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. A couple of them dudes from out there went to the league. St. Patrick's School.
You know who else I thought was going to be good was Roderick. I thought Roderick.
Man, I was at Roderick's house. What was it? Sophomore year, every weekend, almost every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
He lived off of MLK or whatever. That shit was scary.
Yeah, Jersey City. Yep.
Yeah.
First time I played against that motherfucker, I was shocked, bro, because we walked into the gym. It was me and my mans and them. Dude on my team and shit, and he's the center on our team, right? We walked in the gym, and we saw this big tall motherfucker over there, big tall 6'6" motherfucker playing and shit at the time. And my man's he was about 6'5", and he was like, he's like, oh, I hope these motherfuckers win over here. He's like, I want to stick that motherfucker right there, that big motherfucker. He's like, watch, I'm gonna catch his ass. He thought he was gonna dunk on him and shit, right? And he wanted to try to catch it because we used to see big, tall motherfuckers like 6'6" and up. We used to always like see who could dunk on the motherfucker, right? He had like them motherfuckers had targets on their back. So so they won, and then we went and played against the motherfuckers, and my man was busting Roderick ass too. Pause, busting his ass the whole game and shit. He ain't getting dunk on him, but he was busting his ass the whole game. And after the game, he was like, "You saw I did it." He's like, "You saw I did, old boy." Right? I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yo, guess what? I'm about to fuck your head up." I said, "What?" He's like, "Guess how old that motherfucker is?" He said, "What?" I was like, "How old?" About what, like 20, 21? He's like, "That motherfucker a freshman." I was like, "A freshman?" That motherfucker, like I said, that motherfucker was like 6'6", and he was good as hell to be a freshman, right? Like,
because he started.
Yeah. I didn't know, like, what you call it? The coach that brought him down to the hood to come work out, out down in North or whatever. So I didn't know I even know he was from Jersey City. I thought he was from out by us.
Nah, because he played AAU. He played AAU with the Central Jersey team. His brother was on his brother Reggie was on some different shit, but he played AAU with, I forget their name. It was a Central Jersey team. That's who he played with. He never really played with like the Road Runners or
right
teams or anything like that.
Right. That's why I say he came down. He was just, it was him and like two other people, and they just came to work out. And they just came. They knew somebody at the gym or whatever. And it wasn't even an AAU joint that we was at, but he had came down to work out at the gym. And yeah, that's how I found out he was going to St. Anthony's. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. St. Anthony's would snatch his ass up.
Yeah, nah, he was there. He was there. And we used to go. He used to take me to. It was some roller skating rink in Jersey City. We used to go. That shit used to be fire too. I think it was over by Seton Hall, if I remember right.
Not Seton Hall. That's not Jersey City.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say not Seton Hall. Somewhere it was. Where's the skating rink?
Twin City, North City, Branchbrook.
Was it one? Wait, was it one in Jersey City? I don't think we went. I don't remember going all the way. Was it one in Jersey City?
I don't know about skating rink in Jersey City. I've never been to a skating rink in Jersey City.
Yeah, Branchbrook and Twin City. Twin City is
Twin City is that's not Jersey City though. That's over.
It wasn't. What I'm trying to say, I know it wasn't too far from where he lived, where we went.
Could be Branchbrook. As I said, it was in North. Could have been Branchbrook. That's the skating rink everybody usually go to in the hood out here.
Yeah,
and it was
22.
It was one. Yeah, 22 Union. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably what it was. That's when I realized, I was like, oh shit, this Jersey shit is just like, these niggas is fucked up. You know how you don't know it till you actually go to a place, you be like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought these niggas had like nice houses and, pools and shit.
Yeah, nah.
If you a Gen Xer, if you was born in Gen X out here, you grew up in the ashes of this fucking city, dog. Like the city got burnt down in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
We grew up seeing a lot. We saw nothing but the aftermath of that shit because nobody came and cleaned none of that shit up. So we saw all the abandoned buildings, all the abandoned lots, and everything else all over the place. Like that's what we saw. I'm just starting to see North getting built back up now, but unfortunately, it's under gentrification. But like I don't like North. I remember, like I said, like abandoned buildings, empty lots, broken glass everywhere. Not to sound like Melly Mel, but yeah, that's what I remember.
All I know is I went to Teaneck when I was younger, and I was like, yo, this shit is like Vietnam. No way.
But when you little, you don't realize that you're in a poor neighborhood.
Oh yeah,
it's just your neighborhood. It's just your neighborhood, right? Like you ain't even you don't even realize it. It's like
I realized it.
You kind of like, well, if everybody's living that way, it's kind of like when you little, I'm talking about, like you really don't, you start to realize it when you get a little bit older or whatever, you start approaching your teens and stuff, you start to realize it a little bit more. But when you like little, like, like 5, 6, 7, 8, you really.
Oh yeah, I knew then at 5, 6, 7, and 8, I knew then like, yeah, this is the
I think everybody got a mattress in the parking lot to do flips on. I think everybody got a mattress in the parking lot.
Yeah. It's like everybody's living that way, so it's like Yeah, it just didn't. It didn't feel no different. It's like because until you left the hood. When you left the hood, you'll realize it. But you know,
Nigga, Psycho, will you stop?
in the hood all the time, you don't realize it until
Yeah,
you leave.
I think that cause we growed up in different eras. I growed up in like nigga crackheads everywhere. Motherfuckers breaking in your shit, stealing your shit. Motherfuckers is dying or getting killed. Yeah, from the time I can remember, that shit was always going on. So it was like, and then plus like the type of media and shit like that I growed up around, as far as the music and movies and shit, always depicted ghetto life and ghetto. So it was like, yeah. Then not to mention when I walked out my door, you saw it. It was there, from the gangs to the
When you grew up,
everything.
Halle Berry and Samuel Jackson was crackheads. Do you realize that?
You said Samuel Jackson was a crackhead?
And so was Halle Berry when you grew up.
Yeah. Right, because at least depicted in movies.
My point with that is, yes, exactly. Well, Samuel Jackson was a crackhead in real life, but I know. As far as depictions that you grow with, it was Chris Rock, Samuel, and Halle as the crackheads.
Facts. Yeah. And then not to mention here, you got people that I'm related to that are actual real life crackheads too. You know what I'm saying? Or dealing the crack, or one of the two.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Everybody knew Gator. That was great. Everybody knew Gator, the dancing crackhead.
Facts. And then in my era here, Gator was a lot of our parents or uncles. You know what I'm saying?
That's what those things registered to do. They hate crack destroyed us as a people.
Yeah. So it was like, I knew from the time I could remember, I knew, this is, we in the hood, we in the ghetto.
some of these crackheads is outliving a lot of regular normal folk though. Some of these crackheads, they still going. Like from the early 80s, I still see some of the same crackheads.
All you saying crack is a fountain of youth.
Yeah, that's true.
Bro, it's just some of them is outliving the
crack didn't kill. It fucked motherfuckers up, but it didn't kill motherfuckers.
Nah, it didn't.
They still going. A lot of them. From the 80s.
It fucked them up.
You guys are saying crack is the fountain of youth.
No.
I'm just saying I don't recall anybody ODing on crack.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I've heard. Now I know somebody that heart bust for smoking too much, but they already had a bad heart and they was on a binge.
I don't know nobody.
And they was on like a whole week binge.
I know people OD'd on dope. I don't know motherfuckers OD'd on crack though.
Right.
I don't. Yeah, outside of that one case, I can't. And then, like I say, this person already had a bad heart, and they was on like a binge, like on a crack binge for a whole week. So they heart busting. It's kind of like
that's not an OD. That's the heart giving out. That's not even OD necessarily. That's not an overdose. That's just heart giving out.
But other than that, I don't know nobody that OD'd on no crack. I'm just being real.
Yeah, like the motherfuckers, the motherfuckers still like Afro said, they still going. They still going.
I know a few. They still going. I see them. I'll be like, man, wow.
Yeah, I know some that's been smoking crack since the 80s and the 90s and still up to this day, and they still functioning and shit like that. But then I know most of the motherfuckers that still around and still living, they don't smoke dope no more. Most of them don't even do dope.
Right. But crack fucked them up, but it didn't kill them.
Nah.
It fucked them up though, but it didn't kill them. Right. It didn't kill them. People thought it was killing them and everything else. I remember that was the premise, that it was killing them and everything. Like, no, it's fucking them up. But they ain't killing these motherfuckers. They still breathing.
Yeah. And then some of them niggas was monsters. Then some of them motherfuckers, them crackhead monsters, like, you know what I'm saying? Like those crackhead bullies and shit. Mm-hmm. Like some of them motherfuckers that was still like kind of like youthful and shit like that there, and still was strong and quick and back in the day and shit like, like that shit. Like they ain't lose that shit cause they was on dope.
Right.
Motherfucking ass and rob you and take your shit. Especially if you a kid just jumping out the porch. That shit happen a lot. That's why a lot of shootings and shit like that will happen too. You know what I'm saying? Over drug disputes and shit like that. Motherfuckers getting robbed by a crackhead monster. And can't defend themselves against them. You know what I'm saying? Physically.
Yeah. Right. There's certain things you can OD on. Like I said, dope, pills. Yeah, crack just ain't one of them.
Yeah. Like it ain't nothing like no fentanyl.
Can you OD on meth? I don't even know if you OD on meth. I don't know too much about meth.
Yeah, I don't know nobody that I ain't never heard of nobody ODing off of it, but probably pretty sure you can. I'm guessing. Depending on how you taking it, I guess. Do they shoot up meth too? I don't know. I know they smoke it.
They smoke it, I believe. Yeah. So I'll tell you, I'm so ignorant when it comes to meth because meth ain't out here.
Oh yeah, it's out here like a motherfucker. Like, oh yeah, that shit, man. You can, but it's like meth has replaced crack around this motherfucker. Then this motherfucker's my age and younger on that
white
shit.
Version of crack. Well, it swooped through the white community the way crack swooped through ours and shit. So it's like. Yeah.
It's black folks doing that shit nowadays. That's what I'm telling you. Like,
just like
my age and a little younger.
Just like crack started seeping in the white community, I hear it starting to seep into the black community because I hear motherfuckers saying that they either tried it before, was hooked on it before, or some shit. Like, it's crazy, but
man, that shit is a trip. Yeah, that shit like growing up, that shit was a right drug, but now. Man, you see so many niggas, like, you'll be surprised how many black folks do it. Like, what the fuck?
It's crazier than
I'm
crack.
addicted to motherfucking weed like crack, nigga.
Man, I ain't that addicted, but I'm addicted.
It is, bro.
No, it ain't.
Addicted. Yes, it is, bro.
Bro, you ain't gonna go through no withdrawals if you don't smoke, bro.
The withdrawals is not necessarily because the type of high that weed gets you is not necessarily going to be a withdrawal type thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You know what I'm saying? But it's because it's not necessarily. Put it this way, dog. Weed don't affect you the same way heroin affects your body. But you build an addiction to it because of the constant provision that you give to your mind to release a certain chemical that interacts with the cannabinoid itself. So if you don't think that you addicted, then quit. Stop smoking for a year. Do it.
No, I'm not doing that, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't saying I ain't addicted, Lance. I'm just saying I ain't if I didn't have it, I won't go crazy or go do some wild shit like a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? To do.
Nah, your ass just gonna be on the floor looking for where you left that big ass crumb that you didn't feel like you had a lot of weed at the time.
Now I have done that.
Go through the motherfucking tray that you had in the car that you had to dip away because
I know I dropped the bud.
You got weed everywhere you been. You got that shit set up for your ass just in case, nigga, a rainy day because you know how that shit feel not to have it. You addicted.
Hey, that is facts though, cause I don't been looking through couches and under the couch and on the floor. Like, man, I know I dropped the bud over here before. I just didn't pick it up that day.
That's just because you want to burn, though. You know, that ain't because you shaking it.
You remember that motherfucker? You get in
whole sweats and nothing like that.
You remember that bitch 6 months in a nigga? That bitch be locked away, nigga. You don't vacuum in that area on purpose.
On purpose. And look, I don't pick it up on purpose just in case. I had to come back.
That meth is worse than crack, though. From what I seen, you know, I mostly see white dudes.
Bad, bro, but listen,
it's all bad, though.
That shit.
Weed don't put its foot on your neck.
No,
you feel what I'm saying?
Nah.
You can maintain and control, but I know motherfuckers. I done seen whole fucking medical personnel go outside and smoke on break, smoke weed.
Yeah.
I seen motherfucking doctors. I done seen nurses, aides, bro, teachers. My brother used to sell weed to the teacher, bro.
Me too. Like, who didn't? Everybody had a
Bro,
teacher.
weed. I don't think that weed is supposed to be smoked, right? Maybe it's because we got cannabinoids, so it definitely supposed to go somewhere in us, some kind of way, or we wouldn't have receptors for it. But definitely, I don't think it's supposed to be smoked. And it's an addiction to it. And I think that eating it in some type of, I don't know, seasoning type fashion, maybe it's supposed to be done. Drinking it, like a herbal tea or something, is supposed to be done. But smoking it, the carbon that's emitted from the burning it alone is not good for you. So I know it's not supposed to be smoked. But definitely, I believe
I'm gonna smoke it too. God damn it!
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke. I gotta smoke, man. I smoke me some weed, man. I mean, I ain't got nothing wrong with eating it or drinking it, but I'd rather smoke it, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm telling you, bro.
I know for health reasons. I ain't gonna say you're wrong. Health reasons why I ain't gonna stunt you, but yeah, I just rather smoke it.
Real shit,
I'm in agreement with you, but the shit is a fucking. It's definitely an addiction.
When I eat those cakes, my cousin make brownies. Them shits mess me up too bad. You know what I mean? The way they hit me, I'd rather burn where I can control how much I'm taking.
Thank you.
When I eat them brownies,
getting hot as you smoking.
Yeah.
Right, but when you eat that shit, you gotta wait for that shit to touch down. That shit might take take 10 minutes, might take a half hour. It shit might take a damn near hour for that shit to touch down. But when it touches, and then you gotta watch how much you eat. You can't eat like a whole cookie or some shit, or a whole brownie or whatever the case may be. Like a little bit of it, and then wait, and then you gotta play the waiting game. I don't like the waiting game.
Me either.
I like I said, I like to feel myself getting high as I'm getting, as I'm doing it. I don't want
so you can control it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brownies come down like a hammer.
You gotta control the brownie portion itself. But listen, even when you smoke, see, right now we OGs, we know to put that bitch out right about now. You put it out.
Hell
right?
Yeah.
Youngest smoke the whole motherfucker and then be rolling up while they about to finish one.
Yeah, I be doing that. I ain't gonna lie, I be doing that's me.
You niggas is highly addicted.
Yeah, I am.
I don't even
weed,
like roll my, I don't
I
like
love
roll
smoking,
my
man.
shit up because it's a trick to me of how much weed that I got. Like I like to leave it in a bundle, like you know what I'm saying, and chip off at it. But as long as I got a whole like a certain amount that can fit in my palm, I'm good.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
After it gets smaller than that,
how much you smoke a week, Lance?
Oh, bro.
In a week, in a 7-day period.
About 3-4 blunts a day.
Oh, that's damn near a zip a week.
Probably about a zip, yeah.
Yeah, cause I do a zip and a half a week.
My brother grow that shit, so I be getting that shit. But yeah, man, and then down, and even if he didn't, it's like 3 5s for 20.
Oh yeah, weed. Oh yeah, gas cheap now. It's cheap. They done got weed prices so great nowadays.
Yeah,
for that good shit. Yeah.
3.5 for 20 now at the dispensary. Good shit. That's top shelf.
Don't nobody out here even, I don't know who go to the dispensary. You know what I mean? A lot of dudes out here still don't go to the dispensary.
Yeah,
we going in the hood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The hood got the dispensary.
Street prices still street prices still better than dispensary prices.
Nah, hell no. I don't know. That shit, in the hood shit is wow.
And then the streets be having shit. Some of that shit on the street be better than a lot of that shit in the dispensary too.
Yep.
Nah,
I'm just being real.
In Detroit, the dispensary shit that's why they did the dispensary. They known for having that shit. You don't gotta have no card to go there. It's recreational smoking now. They try to have the best shit on.
Y'all got recreational in Michigan?
Yeah, they been had it. Yeah, they been had it for a few years now.
That's what's up.
Yeah, my brother been growing weed since 2006 or 7 or some shit like that. And before we understood it, I used to go out there and pluck that shit off the vine, nigga. Like, damn, this shit's sticky, nigga. I'm talking about, and then put it in a paper bag.
And that shit was not ready.
I know. I mean, it was a lot of harsh smoke in it. Cause you got to get.
That shit was not ready, man. Spit go and pick it straight off the bud like that. I mean, off the bush like that.
Yeah, you got to get the chlorophyll out of it. But
you got to let it dry out. Yeah.
After you put it in a microwave in the paper bag, it crunch it down, it get you high as hell for real. But it's almost equivalent to smoking blunts with weed and cigar. That's what it's like.
Yeah, I smoke my shit out of tobacco leaves and shit like that. I don't use wraps and nothing like that.
Back in the day, when you used to try to stretch your weed, you leave a little bit. Like when niggas come over, you leave a little bit of the tobacco in the motherfucking weed and shit.
Oh hell no! You fucking up the weed, putting tobacco in that shit.
We was young, nigga. We was only in our 20s, dog.
A lot of young boys do that now. They call it guava. They put it in there.
Guava?
Guava. Yeah, they put that tobacco, crunching up tobacco, and I don't know what they be doing.
I know
they fucking up the weed, man. I can't fuck with y'all, man. Y'all they fucking up the weed doing that dumbass shit. If you want to smoke a cigarette, smoke a cigarette.
For real, that's what I be telling them young boys. Like, nah, man, don't put that in there.
You ain't lying.
You gotta stop them. Hold on.
Hold on, you tripping. Like, what kind of shit is this?
I work with a lot of young guys, you know what I mean? So, I'm always around young dudes.
Man, I think I'm gonna write a report on weed, at least how I do me. It makes me procrastinate. It gives me a false perception that everything is okay.
What?
You should have bagged on weed. You should write a report bagging on weed.
You ain't talking about weed. You talking about a tranquilizer or something.
You smoke weed too, bro. Give you a false like you smoke weed. It can send you into a deep depression, or it can make you just forget everything is okay.
Man, we smoke and get busy. The young guys I work with, we go crazy at work. For real.
You can use it for that too, but that downside is at the end of it. If you don't get to go back out and smoke again, like I need to pick me up, nigga, and you got to ride that shit to the end. You be sleepy as hell.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it do put me to sleep though. I ain't gonna lie to you about that. That's a good thing though.
Nigga, I damn near, I couldn't do like the motherfuckers I knew. I tried it at first, nigga. I think the first time I tried that shit, motherfucker lady, fell, and then another lady fell, and like it was just like all hell broke loose, dog. I had to write all those reports. And I supposed to get off work at 7. I think my person was supposed to be there I supposed to get off at 7:30. The person supposed to come at 7. She didn't come till 8. I didn't get off work till 10 writing all those reports up, bro. I said, never again, nigga. I almost killed my kidney drinking Red Bull and 5-hour energy at once. Like every other day I was doing that.
12-hour shift.
Boy, that crash, but you had a good crash when you slept good though.
Nah,
my ex was a nurse. I know about that 12-hour shift.
You got to be back to work at 7 in the evening, so it make you sleep all the way until it's time to go to work again.
Yeah, shit. But you drinking all them down and all them Red Bulls and 5-hour energy, that would make you crash like that. Cause like them shits make you, at least me, them shits make me crash. Like it don't give me energy.
Give you a sugar rush and then you crash out.
Yeah, that shit give me a straight rush where I'm ready to go. All right, let's get these meds going.
I hate the taste of them. Taste like medicine.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah,
I just rather just go with my regular energy.
You got to get the ones that's like they got 9. You can't get the regular ones now. You got to get the ones that's like mango or grape.
It's
they
like
don't taste too much.
it's like Pepto Bismol mixed with soda or something. It should be nasty.
That's not how it tastes. It do kind of taste like that. I never thought about it, but it do kind of taste like that. And the monsters are the worst.
Oh my!
Oh, them so nasty.
Just man, my brother drink one of them motherfuckers every day. I said, nigga, you can't drink those every day. You see how nasty that is, bro? You cannot drink something that nasty every day, dog.
Something gonna happen if you drink those every day. Something's gonna happen to you.
I agree, man. You can't do that shit every day, man. You'll fucking kill yourself. And that shit nasty. Like, you got the taste for nasty shit, nigga. Like,
man, this nigga said it's not nasty to me, man. I said, bro,
he lied.
That shit is disgusting, bro. Don't do that. Don't. And I tell him he's still doing it, man. He's still drinking them bitches. But the motherfucking Red Bull and them 5-hour energy tried to shut my kidneys down. My back was hurting and shit, nigga. I was pissing straight
straight water. It was your piss.
No, the toilet was full of bubbles, nigga. My kidneys was shutting down like a motherfucker. I had to stop drinking them bitches, man. But I was like, damn.
Yeah, stay away from them shits, lad.
And it happened twice, right? I forgot that's why I stopped drinking them bitches, right? I forgot. Because, for a minute, you could take the little pen and go out to the car, hit the little pen, come back in, wait till the next shift. Because that's riding out the end. But then I was like, nah, I just couldn't do that shit. So the last 4 or 5 years, nigga, I just been drinking them Red Bulls, and then, like I said, 2 times, my motherfucking shit's just. I remember when I asked the doctor when I was younger, I was a medical assistant. I said, "How you know when their kidneys is bad?" She said, "They piss lots of bubbles, lots of bubbles." And so she said, "Sudsy, very sudsy, like soap." I said. So fast forward to 20 years later, I was like, damn, my shit, I'm pissing soap. My kidneys shutting down. And it took me right back to the spot where I was trying to get get a Red Bull, and this Mexican dude was like, don't get this, brother. I promise you, man. It shut my kidneys down, bro. I was drinking them bitches like every day, man. It shut my kidneys down. Don't drink it. I'm going to sell it to you. But I'm telling you, it'll take your kidneys, man. And I was like, man, give me them shits, bro.
Hey, do your Mexican accent again,
9
though.
months later, the nigga did exactly what he said. In the hospital, they was like, we're gonna do everything to save your kidney. They kept giving me fluids and shit, and it ended up coming back on and producing, you know what I'm saying, urine or whatever. But dog, that shit fucked me up, man.
And you had to drink them Ensures and shit?
Thought I was. It came back on before I left the hospital. I was only there for like 2 days or 3 days or something like that. It came back before I left. But
and what they do, drain your kidney or some shit?
No, they just fluid. They just
like flushed it out.
Continuous fluid flush. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Flush and shit. And I was dehydrated
from drinking them shits.
Yeah, they high in sugar and sodium, all that shit, man.
Yeah, and that shit got a whole lot of ginger and ginseng and all that old shit in it.
Well, that shit good for you, but it ain't enough for it.
No, not too much. Not a lot of it though. At one time, as much as they put in there,
that shit, it shut me down. You know what I'm saying? And now I know that when I'm not drinking enough water, that this is what that means. I ain't even playing, dog. Like, don't even drink them bitches. They're not even good for you at all.
Hey, why all black folks got the same Mexican accent? Y'all notice that shit? Y'all got the same.
Because they in the hood, so they still got like a little accent, you know?
Like every time somebody say what a Mexican say, it sounds exactly like this. That shit is hilarious.
I'm telling you right now, man, they're gonna take your kidney. I was like, damn.
Go take your kidney.
So what y'all think about USAID? Any of y'all been looking at?
Oh, I was so when it bring up. When I think about it though, like, you know what I'm saying, it's a lot to that because it's, you know what I'm saying, like you basically use USA for CIA coups and shit like that there, or what you would call they special operations or shit like that there. You know what I'm saying? They always use humanitarian means to go over and destabilize countries and shit like that. So that's one thing with it. But on the other hand, though, I don't feel like Elon. Like, who the fuck elected fucking Elon Musk? You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand what y'all talking about.
USAID and how it's connected to the CIA and overthrowing governments and stuff like that. It's supposed to be U.S. aid, but it don't have nothing to do with aid.
Nah.
USAID, that, and it's supposed to be to overthrow corrupt governments.
Well, I wouldn't say that's the main purpose, but that's the cover that like they use like pretty much like when they go use what they call them like religious people and shit like that to go, you know what I'm saying?
Crusades?
Not crusades, but
Knights? What you talking about?
No, like what's the dude that was doing like that went over to Sentinel Island and shit like that and got his ass murked and shit?
Oh, the wrong.
What they call
missionaries?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. They kind of sort of work like missionaries and shit like that.
NATO, or taking over, because that's what NATO do.
No. See, what they like, they provide aid, and you know what I'm saying. They provide aid, but it's a cover, pretty much. It's the cover for nefarious purposes. Not all the time, but a lot of the time.
A lot of times, yeah.
So they basically replacing what FEMA do. FEMA got soldiers, they got tanks. FEMA
ain't got no damn soldier, no damn tanks outside of the United States military. What are you talking about, man?
FEMA got soldiers, bro, and tanks.
Yeah, USA big in the news now though, because that's one of the institutions that Elon Musk and them is auditing, and they finding out that they was funding terrorist groups, they was funding Al Qaeda, they was funding Taliban, they funding this, they funding that, they funding LGBTQ, but the organization, the money that they taking from the American people, a lot of people ain't aware of that. That's what's coming out.
I mean, I kind of to an extent disagree with that, because like people have always, like, maybe not the greater large American public, but like people know, like even them, they know what USA. I mean, Elon is doing it for like he doing it for their own little allegorical purposes and shit like that though, because like, you know what I'm saying, he's being a fucking Plutarch and shit like that there, and trying to use also, trying to take away the political power off, and he's using that as a political ploy to weaken South Africa and shit like that there. You know what I'm saying? Because its political structure over the last few years, over the last past decades and shit, like maybe the 3 or 4 decades, they've been basically doing away with all of those racist and fucking apartheid laws and shit like that, and basically giving a form of reparations, especially in the form of land from what, you know what I'm saying, the white folks done came over there and took and shit like that. And so the government took the shit back and was giving it and distributing it back to black people and shit like that. So he doing it for his own little allegorical, Plutarchical purpose and shit like that. It ain't got shit to it ain't got shit to do with saving no damn taxpayer dollars and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? Because when it all boiled down to it, hell,
it looked like it's moving from a military industrial complex to a technical industrial.
Yeah. Yes. I don't like to be reactionary, to a lot of the stories, when they first come out. So I'm kind of just sitting back and doing my own research as far as investigating what USAID is really about. And I think it deserves to be shut down. And from what I conclude, but the Pan-African sister that's leading Pan-Africanism, well, one of the main leaders, Dr. Erkana, she also agrees that USAID should be shut down in Africa. But I reached my conclusion, for my own reasons.
No
So
doubt, no doubt.
USAID is something that's always been here or being popping?
No, it's been around since like the early 90s.
Yo, what's going on, yeah?
Okay, so
What's up, Martin?
So USAID is what they saying is been the wicked shit going on in Africa.
Yeah. On a clandestine level, yeah.
Yeah. Part of it, then that's just one
like facilitating the gangsters in Africa to do what they do over the common man.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Basically finance. They call it building capacity, but building capacity is basically using taxpayer dollars to pay off people who will do things that suits U.S. corporate interests.
In other words, foreign aid.
Yep.
Yeah, you got a lot of the times too. America sends people into these countries, like especially like economists and things like that, to go in there and investigate the country. You know what I'm saying, and threaten the leaders and stuff like that, and put attempted assassinations on their political leaders as well. It's this book by a dude named John. I think his name is John Perkins. He wrote a book called The Economic Hitman. He's working with America.
Yeah, I done read that shit before.
You read that shit before?
Yeah.
Working with the American government, yeah. And he was an economist. He went to school in Boston and shit like that.
Excellent book.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, it's excellent. Yeah, right. So he talks about how they was going into countries and stuff like that, and giving making deals with third world countries that they knew that they wouldn't be able to pay back, and they would put them in those countries into debt. Like Guatemala and a lot of those places too, where a lot of those migrants is coming from too. Put them and hold on, and put them into debt and shit like that. And then knowing that they can't pay them back and shit. So yeah, America, and other European nations and stuff, yeah, they do shit like that. Instead of them taking over the country politically, they'll take over the country economically and let the government run the country itself.
Right.
Yeah. And then taking over the media was critical to USAID too.
That's why too. A lot of the times they try to get rid of communist governments and socialist economies because they want to be able to bring in the public market. And a lot of some of these places, that's communist government, they can't bring in a public market. That's why they always try to spread propaganda throughout the media to get the people in the land to rebel against the people by influencing them with American media. You know what I'm saying? That's why China is very, very intelligent. That's why they don't allow Google. They don't allow Facebook. They
got their own versions.
They got their own version, which that's why one of the reasons why I respected Chinese, because of that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And they don't allow them to infiltrate their country in that way with American influence and Western ways and stuff like that. Because once people see that, they're gonna want to start to rebel against the government. You've seen how they went into Iraq with Saddam Hussein. You've seen the controversy that America started over there in Egypt when they had the youth rebelling against the government and shit like that in the early 2000s. So America tries to spread its imperialism throughout the whole world. These white folks is trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of the times when people hear about America, they don't think about really black people from the outside of this country, especially if they've never been here before. The first people that they think about is white folks. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the times when they don't, and then too, us as Black Americans, we don't really travel like that overseas. And even if we do, it's probably close to like the Caribbean or something like that, or whatever the case is. But we don't travel in abundance like to Europe, Africa, like, you know what I'm saying, like that. We may know a couple of people here and there that might be like, yeah, I've been over here, like, you know what I'm saying, but it's not too many of us that go to these places, like, you know what I'm saying? Right. So for these people to have experiences here already. Yeah, right, man. We like to go to the Caribbean. We like to go to, you know what I'm saying, places like that, places within the States, Hawaii. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we
Yeah,
not
like 80% of us will never leave an American shore.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So a lot of the times they don't like a lot of these white folks when they talking about Americans, and that's who they talking about a lot of the times, it's white people. You know what I'm saying? Now when a lot of these immigrants come to America, right, and then they come to the hood and they experience black people, or they might come to a city where it may not be the South or whatever the case is, experience a certain type of demographics of black folks, because we are different in New York and Chicago with our demeanor, and places like Detroit, like we're not on some old friendly, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, it's poverty in our neighborhood, so it's going to be a lot of crime and shit like that, you know what I'm saying, so yeah, niggas is getting robbed and shit, so if you having certain encounters with certain types of black Americans, or black Americans from certain places that you just come into this country, after a while you may develop a certain negative outlook if you haven't had one already, or you did have one prior to you coming here and it just influenced it even more. You know what I'm saying? So you may have
American propaganda gonna definitely influence you.
Right. That's why I'm very empathetic towards a lot of these people too. You know what I'm saying? Just the same way I am towards black Americans' perspectives and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you gotta look at it from both sides and how people view it, and seeing some of these immigrants be ignorant too. They don't know shit about what happened in America with slavery.
Right.
And even if they do, they don't even know in detail. They probably just know a little bit of head, this, and you know what I'm saying, oh, we were slaves. Nigga, to them, it's like we was all slaves all over the world. In Europe, they had slaves, so they might be thinking like that. Well, they get over it. You know what I'm saying? We were slaves too.
Yeah, and that shit is a reason why, you know what I'm saying. But number one, it's offensive as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, you know what I'm saying. Number two, I can't excuse you for your ignorance.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Because for number one, if I'm telling you and I done told you saying that dumbass shit, you sound like a cracker and you being offensive, but yet you still want to go around and push off that narrative. Get over it, like. It's up. At that point, it's up.
Yeah,
like, nigga, fuck you. Like, what? Get over it. Like, nigga, no.
So you could be telling somebody to giving somebody the information, right? But they don't respect you of that authority to take what you're saying as that's the truth. Some people could be thinking that, right? You just saying that as an excuse.
Yeah, that bullshit.
So now check it. I remember one time when I was younger, right? My homeboy, he was married to this girl. He Puerto Rican. He was married to this chick from Pakistan or whatever the case is. And I remember one day she used to have like negative perspectives about, black people. And we used to be getting on her, like me and my homeboy Sean, because he's black too. He used to be like, yo, what's good with you? Yo, what's good with her, son? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we used to be talking, like talking shit back or whatever the case is. But then when she went to college, right? And she took this African American course or something like that or whatever. And she was like, oh shit, like I never knew like black people. So it had to take her to go up underneath somebody who was of an authority teacher, like a teacher that she like, you know what I'm saying?
In other words, she wouldn't take our word and our lived experience, our, you know what I'm saying, generational lived experience, but you gonna take the word of a cracker.
No, but it wasn't. But her teacher wasn't. I
mean, I know that, but the institution in and of itself.
But it's not even the institution. It's the authority, right? So it really has nothing to do with the institution itself, right? It was more of the person who was like they seen the person that they had the credential, right? And right, so they see that like it's like a pastor, right? So they see the pastor as the authority. Say, yeah, I'm gonna listen to my pastor, nigga, but I'm not listening to you like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't like in their mind, they're like looking at you like who are you as if you know this history or if you know this information. You don't have any like you know what I'm saying? You don't have
in other words, looking at us like we stupid. In other words, we so stupid that we can't motherfucking shit though. We so fucking stupid and ignorant that we can't articulate our lived fucking experience. You got, in order for you to understand it and be educated on it, you got to go get it from an authoritative figure.
And
that's what makes the shit offensive as fuck. Like, what the fuck?
And to be honest, I don't think that we ever really educated her like in the way how she get. We just was like talking shit back. Like really, we did like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like he was like, yo, but we did this and da. We was just talking shit back, like just talking about Pakistan people and how they blow themselves up and like just wilding like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just talking shit. But we never really. And when she took the course, that's when she was like, oh, like I never knew that the slaves helped and showed the Europeans how to do this and black people and da. She was like, yo, I met this black dude in my class. He was just, you know, he was just like you or whatever the case is. She was just telling me. And I was like, see, like you be having people, sometimes these niggas be ignorant and then they be following these narratives and propaganda. And then sometimes they be wanting to be like on the white team so bad, they don't even give the other chance, you know what I'm saying, to see and understand. I don't know, man. Or maybe some of them, a negative thing probably might have happened to them from a black person. I don't know, but I doubt it, because black people don't even be going to other races and we do shit really.
Yeah, we be around each other.
You gotta remember, all of them got to go through a certain degree of scrutiny to get in America, and when they come in here, every one of them that said, yo, don't fuck with the black people. And that's what they don't do. And that's what they believe coming in here.
Right. And then too, they, like people say, they're gonna go to where the money is at, right? So that's like with anybody.
Yeah, we ain't got no money. White folks got all the money. Yeah,
it's like the women, right? The women gonna go to the dudes who got the bread, right? So of course the immigrants. I mean, we make complaints like, yo, why you not coming over here on our side and, you know what I'm saying, dealing with us, because we ain't got nothing. And, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we ain't.
So it's like a woman, like she gonna fuck with no broke nigga. You know what I'm saying? She gonna fuck with a nigga who got the bag.
And so somebody that's coming from somebody that's coming from that losing side and that broke side, I'm automatically questioning, pressing everything that's coming over here. You know what I'm saying? Cause it's just like you're weaponized against me, and that's how we constantly lose. You know what I'm saying? Generation after fucking generation. So it's just quite natural for me, out of protection for myself and my loved ones and where I come from and my lineage, my genes, my genetics, I have to, you know what I'm saying, be protective of that shit and be like, the hell no, and push back against that shit at every turn. You know what I'm saying? Cause like, yeah, that shit is some bullshit. Like, motherfuckers don't come over here to join our team, cause motherfuckers know we the losing team, which is all right with me. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
But don't, you know what I'm saying? But don't motherfucking come over here like and joining that same joining their team and motherfucking helping them. If anything, stand on the sideline and just don't say nothing. But if you gonna do, like, I'd rather motherfucker don't join no goddamn team. Cause it's us versus them, and us versus them is black versus white in this country. And it's always been this way, and it's always gonna be this way till it ain't no way. You know what I'm saying? So if you come up, I feel like motherfuckers come over here. If you gonna come over here, all right, get your money, but just don't join no motherfucking side. Motherfuckers come over here and join sides, and it's never on our side.
I wouldn't say never. I wouldn't say never, Pookie. I wouldn't say never.
But not never, but for the most part. Let me put it like that.
I see what you're saying. The people, because we ain't got nothing. We gotta look at that too. We gotta hold ourselves accountable. We gotta get our stuff.
Nah, we ain't got nothing because we come from fucking slaves.
Right. But
like, that's not a fault of our own. Like, that ain't nothing we done did.
Right, but
that's what's been done to us. That's some shit that's been done to that. You can't blame us for that shit. Can't nobody blame us for that shit.
The thing is not about.
We didn't immigrate here. We was brought here.
No, I understand that, but it's not about being blamed, right? That's the reality of things. People are looking for opportunities. So if they can't see themselves as getting opportunities from us because we don't have any things, even though this might be part of our history, no one's worried about that. They're still gonna say to themselves, yo, we need this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, regardless to what situation we are in or Black Americans are in, they don't care about that. They care about the opportunities that they need in current and real time, and is not being provided by a certain demographic. So yes, they're going to go.
And I ain't even knocking that. That's why, you know what I'm saying, I feel like that's why I preach allyship is, you know what I'm saying, a means to an end. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe that shit. Like, yeah, like now, come, like just cause my needs may not line up with your needs, and what I need to do and what I need to get done for me and mine may not align with you need to get done for you and yours. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I feel like that shit, allyship is a means to an end type of shit. And as a people, we have to be that damn way. I know, like this, like that's why I hate the whole black and brown and people of color. Like, what the fuck? Like, hell nah, we need to get the fuck up out of that type of mindset and mind frame and put us first in our agenda and needs. And if a motherfucker line up or can line up with that, then all right, we can maybe talk out some allyship. And then when shit changes or shit moves, then we no longer allies if I no longer need you.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Because you damn sure ain't finna use me to push your agenda forward while I don't benefit none.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just about to say that now, Pookie, we gonna need some allies for a little bit until we get up on our feet. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't gonna be able to do it by ourselves. Nobody.
Oh no, you can't nobody do nothing by themselves.
Right. Yeah, so we're gonna need some form of allies, and we're gonna need to be working with other people in order for us to get what we need to be at the end of the day.
Doubt.
We can't do it by ourselves. Like you seen what happened with Gaddafi when he was trying to start that whole United Africa and all of that. If he was down with the Russians and all of that, he would have been probably protected. You know what I'm saying? With a superpower, he could have rocked with them, but for a little bit, and then he could have won his own thing and you know what I'm saying, have his own autonomy and independence. You know what I'm saying? But at some time and point, we're going to need to have allies like Russia and China as allies. Those are two different groups of people.
I feel like Black Americans and Haitians are allies. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, people are like, we're gonna always need allies and shit like that there. And you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, we need to get out of that permanent mindset of having a permanent allies and shit like that there. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything is a means to an end. Especially in this world, this place we call Earth. You know what I'm saying?
That shit.
But I'll look back to that all the tariffs and shit like that. I also think that, you know what I'm saying, they coming for South Africa because they part of the BRIC shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump and Elon them, I feel like that's another reason why they coming for South Africa. Not because it's mineral rich. It's a very, very mineral rich place. And then they've already opted out to go against the direct opposing side of the American dollar, which would be BRICS. You know what I'm saying? Which is China, Russia, India, South Africa, Brazil. You know what I'm saying? So then Trump, I heard he goddamn it went up on tariffs on everybody. I read that shit some damn well, like he taxing everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so like and then like not to mention like they still got their own little beef going on over it on the MAGA side and on the like cause Elon, to me, Twitter is just his personal, like that don't even like we just call that shit Elon. X or whatever the fuck, that shit is Elon. Like that nigga is controlled. That is his own personal motherfucking social media space. And he's running it and controlling it and censoring it just like it. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is all just so fucking interesting and fascinating. Man, this is a great time to be alive. I ain't lying.
It definitely is. I like to see certain factions in the government squirm. I like the fact that he shut them out of their computers, you know, because of
now that I don't like. Now that
I like that part.
This shit is weird. Like no, I don't like that shit because like that's some fashion like that. Now we talking about totalitarianism and fascism. Like now what? Now I kind of like. Now I ain't gonna say I don't like that. I like that Trump went in that motherfucker from day one and started, you know what I'm saying, doing whatever, you know, and started pushing his agenda, his base agenda and all that shit. But what I don't like is him having unelected officials creating these old fake ass motherfucking offices and shit like that, and having them go through the government and shit like that. Because it almost does seem like he maybe be on some dictator and trying to take over the government type of shit. When this shit is a fucking process. And secondly, that you just made up this dog shit. This shit ain't like, who the fuck signed up with these? What the fuck?
I think,
you know what I'm saying? That's some bullshit.
I think it could be interpreted like that, but what they finding is what's interesting. It's 6.5 million social security cards of people who are 112 years old. So right off the bat, we know that those people are dead. But when the 67,000 of those social security numbers are active and they have accrued $3 billion, somebody somewhere has made $3 billion off of 67,000 social security numbers of people who are 112 years old. So we know these people are dead, because there's no way it's 6.5 million people in America who have lived over 112 years. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but I have to see those numbers on that shit, because that don't even seem. That sound like somebody like, not saying that. Look, I definitely believe what you saying, that you know what I'm saying, as far as like the information that you dropping, but as far as the people that's giving the information, I need to see more details in that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I said too, Pookie.
I need to see the numbers behind that that's supporting their argument.
When I first saw it, bro, and I seen it come from the Trump administration, I said, nah, I'm not going with that. So I went to the original story from 2015. So the Trump administration is not the ones that's pushing it. They pushing it now, but the original story broke on the 6.5 million social security numbers. That broke in 2015, long before the Trump administration. They just reiterating the argument, like, yo, all of this shit is fucked up. You know what I mean? Well, I went back to the original story. It's not this administration.
Yeah, but reason I also say that too, Afro, is because, like, I know Republicans believe in small government and they do not want to be regulated by, and government governs, you know what I'm saying? And it's, you know, and it enforces regulations, enforces laws and shit like that. And these oligarchs, especially like a motherfucker like Elon Musk, and what Trump comes from and what he's about, they hate government regulations and having to be accountable to a whole lot of these government organizations that they coming for and shit like that there. And it benefits them to cut them and shrink them, if not outright get rid of them. It works in their favor and not the small person favor. Now they can definitely exploit you and get it away with it, and it be legal. You know what I'm saying? And that's my problem with these motherfuckers, cause I see what they doing, cause like, not like, as far as like, it's like having 6 million people that's 112 years old, like, that's crazy, and people getting paid for it. Like, that to me, that's crazy. Like, that I would have to see those numbers in that shit. Like yeah, and like where they getting that shit from? Like, they gonna have to like source up on that shit and break that shit down in like in analytical terms, and you know what I'm saying. Don't bury that shit all in dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Jargon, and you know what I'm saying. You know how when you read and go through contracts, they'll have like a whole bunch of unnecessary shit in there, but it'll be a few words in there, and you know how shit is, man. You know what I'm saying? When you reading policies and all of those shit, so I have to see they analytical numbers on that shit there, because I don't know if that's being used as a right-wing propaganda ploy just to cut government.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting though. You know, I think it's war going on between white folks inside the government. You know,
definitely. Oh, most definitely.
Remember I was talking about that the other day, Afro?
What you say?
I was talking about that the other day.
Oh yeah, yep.
I was talking about Fauci, and I was talking about COVID.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they got a lot of dirt on them too. The NIH, National Institute of Health, you know, they got a lot to do with it.
Oh yeah, they showing up, got their foot on Fauci neck. They trying to get, they like fuck him and his partners. They still coming after him. Oh yeah, I seen that shit. I read an article about that shit today, motherfucker in Georgia.
Yeah, because that don't protect them from state law though.
Yeah, they come.
Get his little ass. Grab it,
Yeah, I
nigga.
don't
Grab,
like
grab
Fauci either. I don't like that motherfucker either. Yeah, get it, man.
Remember that shit from NW? Grab that nigga. Grab it.
Hey, but yeah, the white folks are infighting like a motherfucker. The white folks are infighting like a motherfucker, and I'm here to instigate. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe we'll catch some default benefits, you know, in between.
Motherfucking right. Shit, I'm here to instigate all that shit. That's what I say. But you know what I'm saying? I think at first, when you know what I'm saying, when I was having my Civil War theory, I didn't know how it was, cause I knew it wasn't gonna be no North versus South. I think I got an idea what it's gonna be now, Psycho. Is you there? No, he ain't there. But yeah, I think I got an idea. I think it's gonna be Democrats versus Republicans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, I think that shit gonna be based off of.
Remember that shit after asked that nigga if he had a dental plan.
What you say, Molly?
Asked if he got a dental plan.
So who that? Who? What you talking about, Molly?
Yeah, man. That day when he came up here asking about plans and shit.
Oh man, bro. He deserved. It's crazy.
I know y'all was dying laughing in the chat, yeah.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely,
I just came out of nowhere.
He deserved it though, man. Hey.
He shouldn't have been talking shit.
Yeah, that's a fact. You ain't do him dirty. You did him, you know, just how he needed to be done.
I just joked on him. He was trying to throw some shots.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, he all right, though. He just be bugging a little bit sometimes. Had to set him straight, that's all. Yeah, I don't know where this white folks war and the government is going to go, you know, for us, but they definitely at each other through. Some of these facts.
Outside, it's a war going on outside. No man is safe, bro.
Some of them. Word up. I know them Democrats, they going crazy. That chick Elizabeth Warren, she going off. She thinking about that money getting cut. But when you look at them, they got like, I believe she make about $175,000 a year on her salary. But when you look at their personal wealth, it's like 70 million. Like, where you get $70 million from? You know, they worried about all of that coming out. You know, like your investments, your mutual funds, your pension, it's not amounting to 75 million. So they concerned that they're going to be exposed. You know, I'll just sit back and watch. See what happens. See if they're going to lock some of these politicians up or what. Word. Then you got the story too, Marley, about them growing the dope in Afghanistan all this time. They've been growing, they've been putting water filtration systems in the ground in Afghanistan. Talking about they helping them grow fruits and berries.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing good and well they helping them grow heroin. You know what I mean?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, son. I was watching this documentary with Albert Einstein, and the dude was a revolutionary too. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't just
Einstein.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the revolution. He was in the FBI files.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective on Einstein.
Yeah, but no, it wasn't no perspective. That's what it was. Like he was speaking out against the government and shit like that, and you know.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it, Molly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and talking about how nuclear war can cause World War III, and Einstein. Yeah, he was a revolutionary. Yeah, he was more than just that. That's why he was so big. He wasn't even that good in math like that. I mean, he was a B student in math. You know what I'm saying? But Einstein, he was a revolutionary type of dude at that time. You know?
Right.
Yeah, he was revolutionary type shit.
Yeah, I guess they pick and choose, what type of perspective they want us to have of different individuals. So they won't tell us about certain aspects of their life or whatever.
Right. Yeah, he was in the FBI. Son, they have like 1,000 or something pages on Albert Einstein, bro. You could Google it right now. Albert Einstein and the FBI files. He was the FBI.
Albert Einstein was a drug addict too. You talk about his drug addiction.
Yeah, well, we know he was a drug addict.
No, okay. That
I didn't know that.
That motherfucker used PCP every day, dog. Every day. No bullshit.
Yeah, that's how he was coming up with a lot of them.
That's how he was coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Coming up with a lot of them theories and shit like that. Yeah, but he used to study with a pipe in his mouth.
Right.
Yeah, he used to study. He's on video, and a lot of people used to question, but he smoked weed.
I know he did. I know he did PCP, and I don't think he smoked weed because that motherfucker would have been a whole lot more chill. He seemed a little bit.
Yeah.
He seemed wired. He seemed wired and shit. That he was on uppers and shit.
He had a little hippie look to him, the way he wears his hair and stuff. Damn, I never knew that he was on Got High and stuff.
Yeah. You see a look at a lot of videos. You see him with the pipe in his mouth and all that.
Right. He got high every day too. He wasn't like somebody just occasionally dozed or socially. No, every day, motherfucker got high.
Yeah, bless.
And he didn't really believe in the educational system in school neither. He believed a lot of his information came from outside the curriculum of his education, his general education. He was like how some of the pseudos would be and shit like that. He was like that. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't reading no pseudo information. He was reading other information but outside of what we would say the white man's educational system. Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea he was on drugs or nothing. Definitely learned something today.
Oh yeah, they celebrate their drug addicts just like I tell motherfuckers, we the only one to celebrate our drug addicts. Yeah, okay, whatever. We the only one to celebrate our gangsters and criminal behavior. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Right, who said that? People crazy.
People always say that stupid ass talking point.
Exactly. Well, they think The Godfather is a multi-billion-dollar movie about gangsters because they white gangsters.
Right.
Gangsters and killers.
The whole genre of movies they had with that shit. Whole genre of movies. Gangster movies.
Then they merged with the Catholic Church in The Godfather.
Romanticizing the 20s and 30s and shit. Romanticizing the 30s and Al Capone and all the motherfuckers. That's all they do is romanticize the motherfuckers. Still to this day. Bonnie and Clyde, romanticize them.
Robin Hood, all of that.
Yep.
From day one.
Pretty Boy Floyd.
Jesse James.
What's my man? Dillinger, John Dillinger.
Mm-hmm.
You name it, man. They all these gangsters and thugs, criminals. They love them.
Stagecoach robbers was cool.
They love Jeffrey Dahmer, and Jeffrey Dahmer went to jail. He was getting letters like, "Oh my gosh, Jeffrey, we love you. You're a serial killer."
Yep.
Yo, Jeffrey Dahmer was getting mad letters in prison, son.
Old boy caught his bitch ass slipping.
Mm-hmm. He was like, "I don't do that stuff anymore. I didn't do it that way." Yeah, all right, nigga, we ain't trying to hear that.
Nah.
You violated niggas, bro.
For real.
He started violating white boys first, and he started going to the hood. You know what I'm saying? Violating niggas and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And then he started off with, I think he started off with a Hispanic kid. He did it to a Hispanic kid, and he started going to niggas and shit like that. That shit is some fucked up shit to do to people, bro. Because your old insecurities going on. You killing people, family members who you ain't even trying to like. What do you like? And it was over some like. At least I could understand somebody did something to you or whatever. You just, or you know what I'm saying, or you know what I'm saying. Even the whole slavery shit. I even, but you just killing random people, bro.
Exactly.
And like that's crazy. So now you gotta go, bro. Like you're not even doing on some yo, I'm just trying to hang these niggas from trees on some. You just doing it because you got some other shit going on with you. Like, wow, that's crazy.
Sadistic psycho murderer.
Yeah, that's crazy. You're not thinking about these people's families. Like, even if they ain't feel it, right? When you was killing them, their families felt it when they was gone. You know what I'm saying? Their families felt it. Like, come on, son. Like, people is just weird, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? People just don't be thinking about other people and shit like that, son, for real. Motherfuckers are selfish. Motherfuckers be thinking that they be the only ones who be having issues and shit going on in the world and shit like that. And they be having certain traumas and shit from their childhood. And then they use that as an excuse to be a fucked up adult. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is crazy. They use that shit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, my childhood. Man, you just using that shit as a fucking excuse to be a fucking douchebag. Talking about your childhood. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people just want to be fucked up, son. Yeah, people just want to be some fucked up people. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, I observed some of the things that happened to him during his childhood too. So, you know. But still, though, bro, you still don't take people's lives, bro. Like,
oh yeah, what they said happened to him during his childhood that made him like that, mommy.
They said I just was analyzing it when I was just reading a lot of stuff and watching the documentary. So I see from what I got from it, from my analysis, a lot of that shit that he had going on with him from a kid, it started with him seeing his mother on drugs and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how he started to sedate the people using drugs. Remember, his mom used to use she had psychiatric issues and she used to overdose on her medication, and he used to see her like how he used to knock out and put her to sleep. And then his father was the one who showed him how to skin roadkill and all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he got those two components from that, whatever. When he was growing up, he had issues with his sexuality. His father was already cheating on the mom, so his pops wasn't there a lot. He was with the other girl or the other woman. So there was a time when the mother and the father divorced, and the mother just took the little brother, and left Jeffrey Dahmer there with the pops, but his pops was never really around. He was always with the other, who he was with. You know what I'm saying? This other woman while he be inside of the house. So now Jeffrey, you know, he having issues with his sexuality. This nigga start dating dudes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So as he starts to date these dudes, you know what I'm saying? They'll just be smashing the dude pause and then breaking out, like how some of these chicks, how these dudes do some of these chicks out here, and then he'll feel like he's used and abused like a chick. So, you know, he started
getting ghosted, huh?
Yeah, he was getting ghosted. So he was into Satanism and stuff like that too. So when he in Satanism, I read the book, not read it, but I read the chapters in the book because I went to go see what the book entailed. But I never really read it. I just read the chapters, and it talks about cannibalism and all those other things.
Oh, he's down with the Church of the Church of Satan. Yeah, he's one of them Satanists.
Yeah, Satan. So they do cannibalism. So they believe in cannibalism. So now, when you consume, there's two types of cannibalism. There's one where I started to research cannibalism. There's two types of cannibalism. One that eats you when they show that they dominate you in war, or the other cannibals where they consume a family member, where it is symbolization of this family members living through us because we alive and we you know what I'm saying, we ate their flesh or whatever the case is. So it's usually like in church when they talk about eating the body of Christ with the bread and the communion and drinking his wine. It's like, right? So but they doing it in real time though. So you have to remember that red is one of the first colors that man ever created, right? And red is symbolizes power.
What now?
Red.
Red's the first color that man created. What do you mean? Explain that.
Yeah, one of the first colors. Not is one of the first colors.
One of the first colors that they created, because man didn't create colors. They labeled colors.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, label colors. Yeah, that's what
right.
Yeah, so like to you know, well, when I mean create, like to make like certain colors or whatever the case is, right?
To name the colors. Like this is
like how they make red, like how they make red paint, like art, like in art and shit like that. That's what I meant to say. But like, and then label it, right? So it was like one of the first colors or whatever the case. So it's a symbolization of power. If you look at in ancient Egypt and ancient China, a lot of the people in the royal family, especially the women, when they getting manicures and stuff like that, and they getting their nails done, they were painted red as a symbolization to show that they're part of the royal family. The red carpet. Then so blood is red. You know what I'm saying? So when you consume blood, is like, even like in church when they be like, yo, consume the not consume the blood, when they talk about the blood of Jesus, they talking about the power of Jesus, right? So red is a symbolization of power. You know what I'm saying? So he would consume the blood too. If you watching, he consuming the blood because he wants to feel empowered. These men is leaving him. He don't want them to leave. He feel that at some time or point they are going to leave him because of his insecurity, and he don't want to feel vulnerable that he gave up this part of his body, you know what I'm saying, to these men, and now they leaving him, like, you know what I'm saying? So he would bury, when he buried the niggas in front of his, all over his yard and shit like that. Yeah, so when he buried
never leave him.
Right.
Oh, so, man, it's weird shit.
Right, yeah, right. That nigga was bugging, and I was
and it got to do with like his abandonment with his mother and his father.
He had abandonment issues. Yeah, but he had abandonment. Right, he had abandonment issues with his mother, and right, so he already had abandonment issues already. So he had abandonment issues. He had all his sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And who knows if his family, his mother and father was religious. I know his grandmother was a church lady, but he probably wasn't even introduced to Christianity because he became a Christian when he went to church, and that's when he was like, yo, I changed my life. So who knows if he probably, that nigga probably didn't even have that perspective. There's some niggas who was never introduced to God. You know what I'm saying? And have certain morality depending on what type of family they came from. So we'll be looking like based off of how we grew up, like, yo, this nigga is bugging, son. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like he probably was never even introduced to any of those things and even have certain types of morals and look how the nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? But still, he should. I don't think that was still an excuse for him to be going around killing people like that and taking people's innocent lives because, you know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't feeling empowered and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's what they were doing. Voodoo. That's what you call voodoo. That's voodoo because they do that shit in places like. Because I remember this African shit because he's practicing Satanism too. I remember this African shit was telling. He was like, yo, if you ever go to West Africa, be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like in Benin and places like that, because they do voodoo out there. And in terms of sacrificing people, killing somebody is a part of a ritual. You know what I'm saying? When people feel empowered and shit like that, it goes on in the hood. Niggas see niggas shining with jewelry and shit like that. They start to feel insecure and shit. You heard it, Jay. Niggas don't really want to rob you. They just want to kill you. So niggas feel empowered over shit like that, son. Like, yeah. That shit. That's voodoo, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They feel like they empowered, and they, you know what I'm saying, now they feel insecure within themselves. You know what I'm saying, and all of that. Yeah.
Man, that's interesting how you broke that down too.
Not voodoo in the sense how niggas talk about voodoo. Because when niggas talk about voodoo and shit like that, they think about some old spooky type of people make it sound spooked out. But that's like voodoo right there. That's what that is.
It do make sense because a lot of time people get killed over chains, and when you kill the person and then you take the symbol of their power, the chain. I see the correlation.
You see, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So people feel like, you know, not powers and superpowers like how people make it sound like.
Right.
Niggas, yeah, people feel like that, bro. Oh, I feel good about myself now. I feel great. I took him down, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go show off the chain, like you got his power, you know.
They got the juice.
And people be so stupid, so motivated to show off the power that they get themselves back because you showing off the chain, you know what I mean, and all of this stuff. You showing that you robbed a person, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
That's the same thing that happened to the dude, one of the Rockefellers. He went out there to Papua New Guinea. He went amongst the cannibal tribe, and they said they ate him because they didn't see him, a white man. What? Power? Yeah, I want to consume him, poor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I could feel empowered. They say that nigga never came back to America, bro. Never came back. So Jeffrey Dahmer was on some type of time like that. He wanted to feel empowered. The blood, look at the blood, representation of power. Color red, representation of power. You know, the abandonment issues that he had. He was trying to fill an empty void. And he was physically doing it. Trying to fill an empty void. And that's crazy, right? It's one thing when you try to fill that empty void through a mental aspect of physically doing it. That's a whole nother level. Yo, y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was some crazy shit, though. And I thought about this shit when she said, yo, be careful because they do voodoo out there. And I was looking at her, I'm like, you don't get out here with that spooky shit. But when she started saying it, I understood what she meant when she was like, I was like, oh, okay. All right, I see what you mean when you say voodoo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because when people start saying that shit, they start with how to make it seem. It's like niggas is gonna be doing some hocus pocus, alakazam, blam blam type shit. Like, I mean, that's how a lot of us interpreted it, right? That's how a lot of us, that's how you was given the information. But that's voodoo, son. Like, even when you have some, like when some women go to the pastors in church and they end up, nigga, that's voodoo. Like, not voodoo in that way, but you know, niggas using manipulation, deception. You know what I'm saying? All of that, like, you know what I'm saying? Tricking them and shit like that, making them, that's voodoo, nigga. Yeah, that's obeah. That shit crazy, son. So when we hear voodoo, we be like, yo, that shit ain't real. We talk from the aspect of you just wave a wand and you turn some, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, not like that. Yeah, because the thing about, that's why, and the thing with these types of things like African spiritualities, they use a lot of things in nature to symbolize certain aspects of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And to identify things and to express certain things, you know what I'm saying? That's why they use a lot of the herbs and, you know what I'm saying, herbal remedies and shit like that, because the certain herbs have certain chemical organic chemicals in it that help, you know, that has healing properties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and yeah, but they're not using man-made things like that of that nature. They'll just use the herb. And then even in the pseudo, sometimes the pseudo don't even understand. So even in the pseudo, even you look at the ancient Kemetic shit, you look at the different animal heads on the humans, that's anthropomorphic being. They didn't really believe that was just symbolization. That's like if I put a lion head on Psycho, it'd be like, yo, Psycho was like a king or some shit like that. But he didn't really have a lion's head. It was just symbolization. So people take a lot of the stuff, they don't understand it. So to them is, and then how they present the information is like it makes it pseudo, like, you know what I'm saying? It turns into pseudo, but they don't understand the metaphors and, you know what I'm saying, and the literary consequences that's being used to, you know what I'm saying, for these things, like, you know, for them to understand it in a way where everything is not literal. There's things that is representation of something. You know, see, that's how it is when it, even in voodoo with the deities and the nature and saying that this God and that God, and you know, but it's the way how we interpret it and not being able to understand, like, you know what I'm saying. And then that's why it's always is the way I always say is the way how religion is taught is the issue. If religion was just to be taught like this is a book of allegories, and morals, and principles of history, and have people to understand those things and to teach you, it'll be different as how people would interpret. You could use a lot of those things from some of those books in real life to deal in real life situations, depending
Some
on
of it is psychology too.
a lot of it is, because remember, theology was one of the first. Theology was one of the first forms of like human studying human nature. Even when you look
shamanism,
like you see, like they talk about the psychology of the characters in the Bible. You start to see like, oh shit, like he was like this, or Adam was a simp, or he was like describing the psychology of the people and the things that had brought them into certain situations, their behavior, studying human nature.
I read The Hero with 1,000 Faces. You ever heard of that book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces? That's an interesting book too, along that subject, you know. Right. Yeah, they talk about similar concepts, and they was talking about like with the European statues with the gargoyles, and how the gargoyle in front of the entrance of the church is really talking about the defects of our egos and personalities, the defects in us, and how we got to go inside, you know, and get past the monsters of our ego and to get into the true self and all of that type of stuff.
That's actually part right. You're right about why the imagery was out there, but those are actually not called gargoyles. Those are called grotesques that you're talking about. The creatures and stuff that they're out there, those are called grotesques. The gargoyle is actually just a pipe that just comes from the side of the building that just lets out the water. Like the drain. All those are called gargoyles. Like, but the actual imagery, the statue piece that everybody likes to associate with the gargoyle, that's actually called a grotesque. And you're right about why they put them out there. Like, it started with like the Catholic Church and the Irish and all that and everything else. That's why all them Catholic churches look kind of spooky and all that, got like a certain look to it and all that. And they had like they the ones who started putting the grotesques on the side of the buildings, and it kind of got popular with them. And then they started adding them to all these buildings and everything. So that's why you might just see a random building or like a grotesque out there, whatever. It's actually, like I said, it's just something to cover up the pipe, for the building or whatever. But they actually started doing that's how it started off, and then you know they started making art out of it and everything else too.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, gargoyle is actually just a pipe that comes out the side of the building. And those little creatures that people call gargoyles, those are actually called grotesques.
Right. It makes sense though.
Yeah, man. That the sorcery is something, you know, people hear about it. You know, a lot of what you think about a lot of the spooky stuff. You see things in Hollywood, and you see things in
Can't even hear you, Molly.
And fairy tales and all of that. Yeah, but people could really have the masses under control, like they under the spell and shit.
Molly, you got real low. I can't even hear you.
You hear me?
You got kind of low.
Oh, you can hear me now?
A little bit better now.
Yeah, I was saying that how sorcery is definitely something that's real. You know what I'm saying? And you know, not in the way how we see it on television or in comic books or, you know, in fairy tales and stuff like that, but just dealing with the human psychology of deception and delusions and things like that, and, you know, tricking people, and, you know, how people say words have power. Certain words put things that you say put certain people in an emotional state, you know what I'm saying, which people would associate negative emotions with, you know what I'm saying, what we would call negative spirits and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and have them feeling certain types of ways and depressed and all of that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People say it in a, you know, people say it in a, they make it sound like, people make it sound spooky, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the way I people talk about it.
Yeah.
Yo, you trying to see that, the thing with the black chick who went to, Pakistan?
I ain't hear you. What you say?
I said, you trying to see the video with the black lady who went to Pakistan?
Black lady with the oh yeah, I saw what you was talking about the other day. Yeah, that chick weird. She's fucking nutty. She's fucking nutty. Yeah, I saw what you was talking about the other day. Yeah, she's a weirdo. So she and they really was entertaining her dumb ass too. That shit was weird.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to entertain her.
They was getting a kick out of her ass. Like, yeah, this black American lady is fucking nuts. They used that as a social experiment or whatever. Like they was trying. They actually was giving her money and everything else, and that shit was crazy.
They gave her the money too.
Yeah.
She went to Dubai next.
She really punked the motherfuckers too. Like, oh, y'all gonna give me some money, or y'all just gonna have to deal with me. Either give me some money or deal with me for the next 30 years. Like, no, we gonna pay you to get the fuck out of our fucking country. You gotta get the fuck up out of here. You ain't gotta go home, but you got to get the fuck up out of here. Shit.
I think that was the law in the country. I think she got married to the dude.
Yeah, that was something like that. He was like 19 or some crazy shit, some weird shit. That chick was nuts. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get ready to get me some sleep though, Molly. I gotta get up a little bit later and try to make a couple runs to slow down a little bit. So I guess I'll get ready to shut it down.
Yeah, I'm holla at you, bro.
No doubt, Molly. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, family. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to get me some Z's. I got shit I gotta do a little bit later. So yeah, family. As always, if you haven't already, please do me a favor and please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. It gets me in the algorithm. It's also important that you share. It lets people know I'm breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe, right? And after you subscribe, family, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. Very important to hit that notification bell so you can be notified whenever I do go live. You can get here bright and early. Don't miss none of the show. And then you can be a part of the notification gang, right? And yeah, to the haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you haven't already and you want to express yourself, you can do so now by please clicking dislike. Please still share this motherfucker though. Don't be selfish. And you might want to think about unsubscribing, right? Because if you had any issues with anything you heard here tonight, you best believe you're going to hear some more again later. And you might as well go on here to get it on out the way right now, right? And yeah, family, please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. And I also have no limits on my Patreon. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show, as always. And yes, family, please follow me on Twitter and the Gram
and on TikTok, and on Clubhouse, and on Rumble. At SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. And yes, family, as always, I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. Shout out to My Deep. I also want to shout out everybody that came up on the panel. I appreciate all y'all. And I also want to shout out everybody that was out in the clouds that was just listening and being nosy. Even my hate watchers, who are my biggest fans and listen to every word I say. I want to give a peace and black power to everybody out there. Holla black at your boy. I'm out.
Coming real, it's the next episode. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be thinking we soft, we don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be acting too bold, take a seat. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey. Smoke weed every day.